everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Bleach, this captain is an Uchiha, author, Hollowborn 2, synopsis, the throne in the sky has been vacant for far too long. And now, the power of the Uchiha courses through your veins. From this moment on, you will stand at the very pinnacle. Wait, let me get this straight. In a world filled with game-breaking abilities like the Almighty, World Creation, and the Visionary, my greatest trump card is just the Sharingan. Is that not enough? Of course it isn't. Then what if you could wield every single dojutsu of the Uchiha? Chapter 1-49, The Blade and Eye as expected of the Siriidii. Truly deep pockets. Uchiha Yado held the piece of paper in his hands, clicking his tongue in marvel. To think a mere acceptance letter to the Shino Academy would be imbued with Kido, making it nearly impossible to destroy. The letter, roughly the size of two adjoined palms, featured intricate patterns embroidered with silver thread. The division flowers of the Gotii 13 intertwined in a stunning display. The Shino Academy's motto was engraved at the very top. Do not seek beauty in battle. Do not seek virtue in death. Do not consider only your own life. If you wish to protect the one king and 5 nobles, you must slaughter every last enemy lurking in the shadows of the leaves. In the exact center of the notice lay the youth's personal information, Uchiha Yado. Origin, East Rukongai, District 62. Upon examination, Uchiha Yado possesses excellent Ryatsu, a resilient soul, and satisfactory moral character. You are hereby admitted as a new student to the Shino Academy. Reporting location, West Rukongai, District 1, Junranan, Hakutamon. Reporting time, within half a month of the issuance of this notice. In the upper right corner sat a portrait of Uchiha Yado. It depicted a boy of around 14 or 15, with black hair and pitch-black eyes. He had a lean build and a faint smile playing on his lips, a remarkably handsome face. Finally made it in. To be honest, for someone from the Rukongai, the cultural portion of the entrance exam is a massive pain to study for. Yado sighed, tossing the letter aside as he lay back, resting his head on his crossed arms. Inside the rather shabby hut, the boy savored a brief moment of peace. Having reincarnated into the world of soul reapers, he had put in an excruciating amount of effort to pass the Shino Academy exams, never allowing himself a single moment to slack off. Honing his physique, saving up money to buy books, and working odd jobs to feed himself, it was even more exhausting than his senior year of high school in his past life. Fortunately, East Rukongai's District 62, Hanagare, had just enough baseline law and order to scrape by. It wasn't a lawless wasteland overrun by vicious criminals like Zaraki or Inuzuri. It was also lucky that he had been a battle-tested veteran of the exam-oriented education system in his previous life. Yado could handle this level of intensity. As for why he had crossed over into the Bleach world, Yado couldn't even be bothered to overthink it anymore. And as for why his surname was Uchiha. Why'd you throw your acceptance letter away? You worked so hard to get it. A teasing, feminine voice suddenly chimed right next to his ear. Yado didn't turn his head, nor did he even open his eyes. What, am I supposed to frame it? Hee hee, you could tattoo it on your body. Who tattoos something like that? If I'm getting ink, it should say everything for the Siriidii. Maybe old man Yamamoto will see it and immediately groom me as the next head captain. Great idea. I'll tattoo it on you while you're sleeping tonight. The girl who had appeared out of nowhere joked with a tone of utter familiarity. She, too, had black hair and black eyes. Her long hair cascaded straight down to her waist. She had a beautiful face, but in stark contrast to an elegant, noble lady appearance, her choice of attire was fiercely imposing. She wore a skin-tight black combat suit beneath crimson, Sengoku-era lamellar armor, and she carried a massive, peculiar gunbifen strapped to her back. Even in the Soul Society, this style of dress was considered an absolute antique. As she admired the portrait on the acceptance letter, she reached out and poked at Yado's face, occasionally parting his lips to inspect his teeth, as if appraising a horse. Tisk, tsk, tsk. As expected. When it comes to real handsome guys, they always look better in person than in pictures. So I count as handsome. The girl rapped Yato on the head in dissatisfaction. Is there an ugly Uchiha in our family? So when are you getting married? A lot of girls look at you with sparkling eyes. How does the saying go again? Oh, right, to restore the glory of the Uchiha. It is our inescapable duty. Stop messing around. Yato, well accustomed to the girl's eccentric way of speaking, sighed. Seriously though, the cultural exam is ridiculously hard. If only my Rei class were a little higher. I heard they'd let you skip the exam and enroll directly. The girl shrugged, causing her crimson armor to clatter slightly with a pleasant, rustling sound. Rei class 12 is pretty impressive, you little genius. You really have a knack for coaxing kids. Only then did Yato finally open his eyes, a profound gleam flashing across his pitch-black pupils. When I went to pick up my acceptance letter, I ran into the procession of Squad 12. I overheard a name. Kiryu Hikifune. He paused, then continued. So I need to revise the timeline again. Right now, it's the era before Kiryu Hikifune gets promoted to Squad 0. But it probably won't be more than a few years before she heads to the Soul King Palace. A reincarnator's greatest advantage was foresight regarding major events. However, Soul Reapers easily lived for hundreds of years, and the original story's timeline was always incredibly vague. Moreover, since Uchiha Yato originated from the Rukongai, gathering information was exceptionally difficult. Knowledge was hoarded by the few. In this world, Soul Reapers and nobles were indisputably the upper class, while the residents of the Rukongai could rarely ever breach their inner circles. This was exactly why Yato repeatedly lamented how difficult the cultural exams were. In the higher-numbered districts of the Rukongai, finding even a single bookstore was nearly impossible. Studying and gathering intel was an arduous ordeal. The walls forged from sekiseki represented far more than just a physical barrier. Luckily, pinning down the approximate time period wasn't too hard. Right now, they were roughly 120 years before the start of the main plot. The girl's eyes lit up. She was just about to speak, when her beautiful brows suddenly furrowed. Someone's coming. Her hand brushed against the flame-patterned gunbai on her back, a half-smile forming on her lips. Carrying quite a few things, too. Uchiha Yato stood up and patted the girl's shoulder, silently signaling her not to worry. A knock came at the door, and the visitor walked in carrying bags big and small. Yato, my boy, truly impressive. The middle-aged man spoke with a jovial laugh as he took a seat across from the youth. It's been ages since our Hanagare district produced a new student for the Shino Academy. Lord Horiuchi was absolutely thrilled. Just dumb luck. I barely scraped by with a passing grade, Yato replied modestly, accepting the gifts from his guest as they fell into casual conversation. The middle-aged man was a smooth talker, making the atmosphere quite harmonious. Strangely, however, the guest only looked at Uchiha Yato from start to finish. As for the girl, she seemed like an entity from another dimension entirely, completely invisible to his eyes. The truth was, in the vast expanse of the Soul Society, only Yato could see and sense her. The girl in the crimson armor merely cast a fleeting glance at the visitor before sitting down on the tatami mats, curling up and hugging her knees. She quietly watched Yato, unable to suppress a soft smile. For a sentient being, remaining unseen, untouched, and unheard by the entire world condemned to an eternity of isolation was undeniably the most terrifying form of torture. But thankfully, there was one person bound to her in life and death, sharing her destiny. That one person was her entire world. Chapter 2, Stealing the Name 1612 Words Chapter 2, Stealing the Name Soul Society, East Rukongai, District 62, Hanagare. Inside the modestly sized house, the middle-aged man spoke with a torrent of words. One moment he was discussing the census policies of the Hanagare district this year, and the next, he was sighing over how someone's youngest son had gone missing, unrecovered despite a long search, a matter that had even escalated to the attention of a certain Soul Reaper. His name was Yuji Nomura, and he was the district head of this area. In the Rukongai, every district had several such district heads, responsible for matters like tax collection, census management, and apprehending bandits. Of course, their authority had its limits. They answered to the Central 46, or rather they served a specific noble family. Uchiha Yato maintained a polite smile the entire time, nodding along and chatting with Yuji Nomura. Finally, after Nomura felt he had laid enough groundwork, he gave a light cough and his expression turned serious. "Yato, my boy, do you know what happens after you enroll in the Shino Academy?" "I study, and then I become a Soul Reaper," Uchiha Yato replied, feigning surprise. "What else could happen?" Yuji Nomura lowered his voice, delivering the speech he had prepared long in advance. "In my years as a district head, I've seen a few young people get into the Shino Academy. But the path of a Soul Reaper is not an easy one to walk. In the beginning, you successfully enroll, make contact with the world of Ryuryoku and Soul Reapers, and constantly learn new things. Every day feels like a miraculous adventure. But gradually, you will realize that the gap between you and your classmates is growing wider and wider. Let alone the important figures from the noble houses, you won't even be able to keep up with many of the students from ordinary backgrounds. They have received over a decade, sometimes decades, of instruction in kendo and theory. They've been steeped in zanjutsu, hakuda, ho-ho, and kido since childhood. With their family pedigrees, they take the top spots in every exam. You'll try to compensate for your lack of talent with hard work, squeezing every ounce of effort out of yourself in the hopes of bridging the gap. But no matter how hard you train, there will always be an insurmountable chasm between you and them. Of course, there are always outstanding Rukongai students who rise above the rest in every graduating class. But from what I know, their Rei class was already above 10 at the time of enrollment, meaning the academy heavily invested in them from the very start. By the time the graduation exams roll around 6 years later, you, physically and mentally exhausted, won't be graced by a miracle. Even if you barely manage to scrape your way into the Gotei 13, you'll die early on the battlefield due to a lack of strength. There are even many sixth-year students who fail to meet the graduation requirements. Unable to enter the Suriitai, they have no choice but to work as mere guards for the nobles. Yuji Nomura wore a look of profound sorrow, looking as if he were about to shed a tear. But suddenly, he slapped his thigh with a sharp smack and his entire demeanor brightened. "But Lord Horiuchi is a kind-hearted man, and he has decided to help you." Yato asked with evident interest. "Help me how?" "For this year, hold off on reporting to the Shino Academy. I will take your acceptance letter to Lord Horiuchi," the middle-aged district head said with a genial smile. "In return, when you re-enroll in a few years, Lord Horiuchi will provide you with resources, the essentials of Zanjutsu, the secrets of Hakuda. With the backing of a noble, you will absolutely leave your peers from the Rukongai in the dust and secure a much brighter future. As you know, the Horiuchi family is a dignified noble house with a millennium of history. Across all 80 districts of the East Rukongai, a significant portion of the tobacco trade is entirely under the purview of the Horiuchi lords. Noble lords always keep their word. Their power is immense, capable of things we couldn't even imagine. Whether you live a good life or a bad one, all hinges on a single thought of theirs." Having said all this in one breath, Yuji Nomura extended his hand, motioning for Yato to hand over the acceptance letter. He was highly confident because this very speech had been taught to him personally by Lord Horiuchi right before he left. Appealing to emotion, reasoning with logic, promising heavy rewards, all while weaving in an underlying threat. Yuji Nomura even felt the urge to applaud his own exceptional delivery. However, he waited for a long time without receiving any response from Yato. The youth simply shifted his posture, lightly tapping his fingers against his knee, watching him with a half-smile. With those eyes that were darker than the night itself. For a dizzying moment, Yuji Nomura felt as though his heart had been viciously bitten by a wild beast. His mind was violently thrown back to 30 years ago. Back then, he was just a hunter, carrying a crudely made matchlock into the mountains every day, shooting small game, and setting traps for birds. Though poor, it was a fulfilling life. That was until that one dusk, when he encountered the giant wolf revered as the great demon. Its claws were sharper than blades, its fangs hotter than flames, its back full of scars resembling the rugged earth, and its face no one had ever seen its face, because every hunter who confronted it head-on became a ghost in its belly. That was what the old hunters in the village used to say. That dusk, Yuji Nomura died in the jaws of the wolf. Afterward, his soul arrived in the Soul Society. He became a plus and was assigned to East Rukongai's District 62, Hanagare. By pure coincidence, he managed to curry favor with the Horiuchi family and became a district head. Even to this day, Yuji Nomura couldn't recall the giant wolf's face. He only remembered that its eyes were incredibly black. Black as ink. Black as a dense fog. Like the overbearing descent of the night sky. And now, locking eyes with the boy, Yuji Nomura felt as if he had been thrust back into the final moment before his death. Residents of the Rukongai usually maintained a very vivid memory of death. Fortunately, right at that moment, Uchiha Yato suddenly let out a laugh. The suffocating atmosphere melted away like ice and snow. But Yuji Nomura didn't dare laugh along with him. I just remembered something. The youth stood up and poured the middle-aged district head a cup of tea. Steam curled upward, the fragrance of the tea hitting the nose. Over 10 years ago, when I first arrived in Hanagare, you were the one who brought me to this room. Back then, you asked me what my name was. You acted very surprised, Uchiha. What a strange surname. Do you remember how I answered you? The surname Uchiha definitely isn't very common around here, but if you spend enough time around us, you'll find that people from the Uchiha clan generally share two distinct traits. First, we're pretty good-looking. Second, our brains aren't quite right. The handsome youth pointed a finger at his own head. There seemed to be a trace of amusement in his voice, yet his pitch-black eyes were deadly calm, even radiating a bone-chilling coldness. You want my enrollment spot? Of course you can have it. You'll have to take it from my dead body. He's far away now. Humph, it doesn't look like he's heading home. The girl in the Sengoku-era crimson armor leaned against the window and suddenly burst into a giggle. He actually tripped and fell. He seems terrified of you. A class 12 Rei is more than enough to exert psychological suppression on an ordinary soul. At this level, placed within the Gotei 13, my spiritual pressure is even sufficient to achieve Shirkai. Uchiha Yato, acting as if nothing had happened, sifted through the congratulatory gifts the middle-aged district head had brought and sighed. It's a pity I haven't had the chance to get my hands on an Asachi all these years. If I had a Zanpakuto in hand, I could finally know your name. The girl shared a telepathic connection with Uchiha Yato, and naturally knew what he was thinking. She gently shook her head. It's too difficult. Unless you venture into the higher-numbered districts where it's more chaotic, and perhaps find a Zanpakuto left behind by a fallen soul reaper. But even then, it's highly improbable. Out of so many soul reapers, only Zaraki Kenpachi and Kurosaki Ichigo managed to achieve it through such unorthodox means. She bit her lip lightly, a look of worry crossing her features. There's no point thinking about that right now. We absolutely cannot give up the Shino Academy enrollment spot. Delay it for a year. Easier said than done. If you had actually given him the acceptance letter just now, someone would have come to silence you permanently right after. But what that guy said earlier is true. The Horiuchi family are nobles. Their power is vast, they even keep assassins on their payroll. You refuse to play along with their scheme. Yato, what do we do now? What else can we do? The youth suddenly sprang to his feet, fiercely stomping the ground with heroic bravado. Right now. Chapter 3, Jin and Ranjika 1441 words. Chapter 3, Jin and Ranjika. The escape plan ended in failure. The moment Yato pushed open his door, he spotted several idlers in short brown jackets loitering outside his yard. They were gathered in twos and threes, laughing and playfully shoving each other. A few of them cast occasional, ill-intentioned glances in Yato's direction, their faces practically screaming malice. Uchiha Yato closed the wooden door and sat back down. So, they prepared for both scenarios. Yuji Nomura comes over as the persuader, while they send men to keep an eye on me and prevent me from running away. He paused, genuinely puzzled. Is the Horiuchi family really this desperate for the acceptance letter in my hands? Yato, be careful, the nameless girl warned, her expression serious. A Class 12 Rei isn't enough to intimidate a noble. Right now, you don't even have a Zanpakuto, and you are completely clueless about Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido. Clashing with the Horiuchi family is not a promising prospect, the scales of victory will not tip in your favor. You're being too polite with your words. Between the two of us, you can just speak your mind. You're incredibly weak right now. The Horiuchi family could slaughter you as easily as butchering a pig. Sigh, what a useless guy. Yato rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to retort, he caught sight of two heads bobbing by the window. Oh, it's you two. Come on in and sit down. What are you doing peeking around outside? The youth waved the bundles in his hand. District Head Nomura just dropped these off. There's smoked chicken and dried meat. It's been a while since you two had meat, hasn't it? I want some. Before Yato even finished speaking, a blonde-haired girl dashed into the room. She looked to be about 12 or 13, wearing a coarse hemp kimono. Her golden hair was dazzling under the sunlight, brimming with vibrant energy. It was none other than Matsumoto Ranjaku in her youth. Thank you, big brother Yato. You're the best. You're so capable, way better than Jin. The little girl was as sweet-talking as she was quick-handed. With a cheeky grin, she snatched up the smoked chicken and started eating right on the spot. Even as she ate with unbridled joy, Ranjaku didn't forget to tear off the plumpest drumstick and shove it toward the boy standing behind her. You eat some too. Meat really is the best. Uchiha Yato smiled and looked up at Ikemara Jin. At this point in time, Ikemara Jin had light purple hair and a slender face. His narrow eyes were perpetually half-closed, perfectly concealing all of his emotions. Sorry to bother you, big brother Yato. He was far more polite than Ranjaku, expressing his thanks with standard respect and eating his share of the smoked chicken with refined manners. Eat slowly, there's more if that's not enough. Yato poured tea for the two of them and brought out some fruit and rice balls to set on the table. It was a stroke of fate that Ranjaku and Jin, who also lived in the Hanagare district, happened to live right next door to Yato. However, their living conditions were far more miserable than Yato's. Being too young and not yet physically strong enough, they couldn't earn much and had to rely solely on each other to survive. Yato would occasionally offer them some relief. Over time, they grew quite familiar with one another. Jin and Ranjaku were also deeply grateful, and knew how to return a favor, often helping Yato tidy up his yard or pull weeds. So being a soul reaper is this great? Matsumoto Ranjaku mumbled, her mouth slick with grease, marveling at the feast. District Head Nomura usually walks around with his nose practically touching the sky, but he actually gave you all this delicious food. Yato smiled and clarified, I'm not a soul reaper yet. I haven't even stepped through the doors of the Shino Academy. You'll definitely make it, Yato. I hope so. Ranjaku, do you want to become a soul reaper? I always used to hear that those guys die young, that they could get eaten by a hollow at any moment. But if it means eating this much delicious food every day, maybe it's not such a bad idea. The current Ranjaku was quite innocent, a bit naive and sweet, and Yato took pleasure in teasing her. Speaking of which, I'm heading off to the Shino Academy soon. You guys have eaten so much of my food, how are you going to pay me back? Little Ranjaku scratched her head. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her face lit up with a beaming smile. Jin and I are going fishing in the eastern forest tonight. Last time I went diving, I saw tons of river clams hiding under the pebbles. I'll get some pearls to give you. All right, it's a promise. The nameless girl, clad in her crimson Sengoku-era armor, couldn't help but let her eyes shine slightly, casting an approving look at Matsumoto Ranjaku. Pearls were known to improve eyesight, and she possessed a rather intense obsession with anything that could nourish the eyes. While Yato and Ranjaku were deep in lively conversation, Ikemara-jin remained completely silent on the sidelines. He quietly took small sips of his tea and swallowed the dried meat, chewing slowly and deliberately. He looked exactly like a snake preparing for hibernation. Only when Ranjaku tired herself out from talking, and shifted her attention back to the smoked chicken did Ikemara-jin put down his teacup and speak calmly. "Big brother Yato." "What is it, Jin?" "It's much livelier outside your yard than usual. I heard there's a gang of thieves operating in the area lately." The young Ikemara-jin paused, deliberately adding weight to his words. "Unlike me and Ranjaku, you have a lot of valuable things in your house. Be careful." A trace of admiration rose in Yato's heart. What an exceptionally sharp kid. As expected. A genius of this caliber is truly extraordinary, even from a young age. Yato waved his hand dismissively, appearing somewhat nonchalant. "Don't worry. District Head Nomura has quite a few tricks up his sleeve when it comes to dealing with thieves. Besides, aren't the noble lords here to protect us?" He grinned. As his lips parted and closed, his snow-white teeth clashed together. It didn't look like he was speaking, rather, it resembled a ferocious tiger preparing to devour its prey. If one wishes to redress a grievance, there's always someone to hold accountable, right? That's true. Ikemara-jin blinked in surprise. He failed to pick up on the restrained killing intent hidden beneath Yato's words. He merely assumed that this older neighbor, who spent his days studying hard and training relentlessly, already had a well-thought-out plan in mind. The three of them chatted for a little while longer before Jin and Ranjaku stood up to take their leave. "No rush, you two wait a second." Uchiha Yato separated a portion of the food Yuji Nomura had brought, packed it up, and handed it to Ranjaku. "Take this. I'm heading off to the Shino Academy soon anyway. For the next 6 years, at least, I won't have to worry about food." Smiling, Yato handed the package over. He raised his head and cast a brief glance at Jin and Ranjaku's small shack, not too far away. It was less than 50 meters from his own yard. Too close. He furrowed his brows imperceptibly. By the time he turned back around, he had concealed any trace of unease. "Ranjaku, don't forget my pearls." "You got it, big brother Yato. Don't you worry, I'm an amazing swimmer. I'll head out right now." The blonde-haired little girl dashed out of the yard in an absolute rush, leaving Ikemara-jin behind to juggle the various bags, and awkwardly bid Yato farewell. "Thank you again for all the trouble, big brother Yato." "It's nothing. Oh, by the way, you and Ranjaku are going fishing in the eastern forest tonight. We'll be diving for pearls as well. Listen, kid. Make sure you fully grasp the opportunity to spend time alone with a girl late at night." Uchiha Yato patted Ikemara-jin on the shoulder. In the span of a single breath, his 5 fingers squeezed down hard, making Jin's bones creak under the pressure. "Spend as much time as you can playing with Ranjaku out there. There's absolutely no rush to come back tonight." Chapter 4, Night Battle. 1426 words. Chapter 4, Night Battle. If there was one thing the Soul Society never lacked, it was vicious thugs. In all 4 directions of the Rukongai, any district with a number exceeding 70 was a lawless wasteland. There was virtually no order. The nobles couldn't enforce any effective management, and the Soul Reapers couldn't be bothered to care. Violence was the only universal currency. Even the small merchants running modest stalls didn't mind pulling out a blade to earn some extra cash. However, the Siriitii enforced a ticket jurisdiction system for the residents of the Rukongai. The moment a soul entered the Soul Society, they were assigned a designated area of activity. Without explicit permission, crossing between districts was strictly prohibited. This resulted in the bizarre status quo of the Rukongai. The lower-numbered districts, like West District 1, Junranan, were practically utopias. The public order was exceptionally good, so much so that many soul reapers liked to vacation there on their days off. The higher-numbered districts, like North District 80 Zaraki, were overrun with cutthroats running wild. Passers-by would draw knives and stab each other on sight. It was even more bloody and violent than a primordial jungle. After all, animals killed to survive. The people of Zaraki fought simply for the thrill of the kill. Consequently, the higher-numbered districts became the primary hubs for hiring hitmen. For the noble families, pulling a few strings to quietly sneak a thug across districts was child's play. For instance, on this very night, 10 assassins hailing from North Rikongai's District 79, Kusajishi, quietly slinked up to the outside of a certain yard in the Hanagare district. This is the place. The leader of the group halted his steps and raised his right hand. In unison, the men behind him donned masks, obscuring their faces. They pulled small vials from their clothes and smeared the liquid onto their bodies to mask their scent, followed by a final check of their weapons. Their weapons were peculiar, curved blades. The hilts were reinforced and rigged with weighted metal blocks, heavily optimized for countering standard-issue katanas. Their target was a new enrollee at the Shino Academy. Since the entrance exams included a Zanjutsu assessment, every new student could be assumed to have built up considerable proficiency in kendo. The 10 men were informed of this detail when they accepted the mission, and naturally, they came prepared. As for the target's supposed Class 12 Rei, the group didn't pay it much mind. Without a Zanpakudo, and without systematic training in Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, or Kido, that level of spiritual pressure could only serve as psychological intimidation. Born and raised in Kusajishi, fighting and killing were their daily bread. They weren't cowards. Furthermore, before the operation began, the 10 men had ingested specific herbs capable of suppressing the innate fear induced by higher-level spiritual pressure. Hiring killers, tactical preparation, crossing districts, assassination, destroying the evidence, and retreating. It was an incredibly well-oiled, blood-soaked industry. Every single cog in this machine was a consummate professional. Are we ready? Under the moonlight, the leader issued his final instructions. Remember, secure the item before silencing him. Have the oil ready, leave no trace behind. Take care of the neighbors while we're at it. Looks like the house next door is empty. Tisk, lucky them. Gripping his curved weapon, the leader tapped it lightly against the ground. The 9 men behind him dispersed. Prying open small gaps in the windows, the roof, and the back door, they slipped into the house. The leader remained completely silent, standing his ground. While keeping a vigilant watch over the surroundings, he awaited his comrade's signal. According to the plan, his 9 subordinates would locate the target first, force him to reveal the location of the acceptance letter, and then execute him before setting the house ablaze. But he waited for a long time without seeing even a single spark. Something's wrong. The leader's heart plummeted, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he crouched low, dropped his shoulder, and threw his weight violently against the front door. He stood a full head taller than a normal man, his muscles knotted with terrifying physical strength, and possessed a respectable level of spiritual pressure himself. Throwing his full might into the bash, he shattered the wooden door to splinters. The deafening crash tore through the night sky, startling the sleeping migratory birds in the distance. Breaking down the door also served as a signal, ordering the comrades inside to converge on his position immediately. Following a few thuds of footsteps, several of his subordinates rallied to his side, but behind the mask, the leader's face clouded over with dread. 1, 2, 3, 4. That bastard actually took out 5 of us in that short amount of time. And without making a single sound. The assassin leader was engulfed in panic. He cast a sideways glance at his remaining men, and, reading their body language, realized they were equally flustered and agitated. Or stay here and hunt down the target. The assassin leader found himself caught in a paralyzing dilemma. But he soon realized he wouldn't have to make a choice. Because someone had already made it for him. A youth slowly materialized from the depths of the darkness. He looked to be about 15 or 16. His build was lean yet undeniably straight, and his features were borderline perfect, devoid of any flaws. His eyes, in particular, were as pitch black as the night. Uchiha Yado came to a halt, calmly locking eyes with the 5 men opposing him. No one spoke. Everyone present understood that tonight, only one side was walking away alive. Suddenly, the assassin leader let out a low roar, and was the first to charge at Yado. The suffocating tension shattered in an instant, detonating into a gruesome slaughter. Yado didn't reach for the long sword he normally used for practice. Instead, he met the assassin leader head-on, closing the distance in a flash. The leader was a massive man, built like a black bear, but Yado showed not an ounce of fear. Instead, he accelerated again, violently hurling himself directly into his opponent's embrace. Tucking his core, locking his elbow, and driving hard off the ground, Yado used his elbow like a battering ram, smashing it ruthlessly into the assassin leader's chest. The robust physique he had painstakingly tempered for the Shino Academy entrance exams proved its worth in this exact moment. Yado clearly heard the sickening crunch of the man's ribs breaking. "You bastard!" But the leader was incredibly ferocious. Despite sustaining a heavy blow, instead of retreating, he pushed forward, curling his arms inward in an attempt to lock Yado in a bear hug, pitting the youth against his chest so his comrades could strike. However, the boy's agility vastly exceeded his expectations. With a slight twist of his body, Yado slipped effortlessly from the grapple. Without missing a beat, Yado pivoted, charging straight for the remaining 4 weaker assassins. The assassin leader looked over his shoulder. He only saw the youth's mouth move slightly before one of the killers collapsed to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut, instantly dead. Focusing his gaze, he spotted a small, glinting needle embedded in the neck of the fresh corpse. "Is that?" The assassin leader was utterly bewildered. In his past life, he had been a bandit and had crossed paths with the Koga ninjas. He knew they had a technique of concealing special needles known as sunban in their mouths, flicking them out at enemies during combat. While the pure destructive power was low, when aimed at vital spots and coated in poison, it was an instant kill. Where the hell did this kid learn a trick like that? And could that technique really pack this much power? It's nothing like what I've seen before. Yado had no idea what the man behind him was thinking. He simply moved with lethal efficiency, relying on his superior physique to slay his enemies one by one. In reality, killing with sunban was a technique the girl had taught him. The method of generating force and crafting the needles was entirely different from the Koga ninjutsu of this world, making it far more lethal. Of course, using it against soul reapers or hollows would be pure fantasy. But using it to quietly assassinate a few ordinary thugs. Child's play. It was entirely because of this technique that he had managed to silently eliminate half the assassins in the first place. Chapter 5, Bloodbath 14-15 words Chapter 5, Bloodbath. The key to fighting multiple opponents is to intimidate them and strike first. The assassin leader was no mere show-off, his physical strength was genuinely formidable. The moment Yado surged into his guard, the man retaliated with a brutal knee strike to the youth's abdomen. However, the boy chose to endure the pain, decisively launching himself at the remaining assassins. Eliminating one instantly with a sunban, he overpowered the enemy with sheer killing intent. Consequently, the scales of victory inexorably tipped in his favor. Shattering ribs, crushing insteps, and snapping necks, Yado reaped the lives of his enemies with highly efficient, lethal maneuvers. The nameless girl stood on the eaves of the roof, gazing down at the one-sided slaughter. Yet, her eyes betrayed no sense of relief, instead, they burned with anxiety. "Faster, Yado," she urged in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Something's coming." Uchiha Yado drove his knees downward with vicious force, landing squarely on the assassin leader's face. The tremendous impact snapped his head to the side, breaking his neck with a sickening crunch. With that, all 10 assassins from the Kusajishi district had been slain by Yado. Too late. He muttered softly, slowly rising from the corpse. Rolling his wrists, he stretched out his bones. Even while fighting, Yado had sensed a hurricane, hurtling toward his small yard. A Class 12 Rei was already on par with the spiritual pressure of a lower-seated officer. Across the entirety of the Soul Society, it certainly wasn't considered low. Although Yato had never undergone systematic training, he could still vaguely perceive the spiritual pressure of others. The entity rapidly approaching him possessed a spiritual pressure akin to a raging hurricane. Turning his back and running from a hurricane was undoubtedly the most idiotic way to die. Inside the dimly lit hut, Uchiha Yato exhaled slowly, steadying his heartbeat as he awaited the enemy. The assassination trap laid by the Horiuchi family tonight far exceeded the youth's expectations. What exactly had happened to make them so dead set on securing his Shino Academy acceptance letter? But regardless of the reasoning behind it, for Yato, there were only two paths remaining. Life or death. There was no third option. Under the moonlight, a foot stepped onto the splintered remains of the wooden door. The enemy materialized abruptly. A black shahakusho, a sword strapped to his waist, sheathed in its scabbard. A Soul Reaper and a Zanpakuto. The newcomer wasn't some burly thug from the Rukongai, nor a wet-behind-the-ears rookie. He was a bona fide Soul Reaper. Although Yato was mentally prepared for this outcome through his perception of the man's spiritual pressure, genuinely coming face-to-face with the enemy still caused his heart to sink heavily. He let out a breath of stale air, and right in front of his enemy, walked over to the cabinet, and took down a katana. It was the sword he normally used for kendo practice. Kept razor-sharp, its edge glinted with a chilling light beneath the moon. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he planted his feet, one forward and one back, his back arching slightly like a drawn bow. A textbook combat stance. By now, the youth's heart was as calm as a still lake. He locked eyes with the enemy standing at the end of his blade and spoke softly. Uchiha, Yato. The unfamiliar Soul Reaper was visibly taken aback. Seeing his attire, the boy opposite him not only didn't flee, but even drew his sword, faced him head-on, and stated his name. Not a simple kid. Better not get careless. He scoffed internally. I'm definitely going to squeeze more money out of Yosuke Horiuchi for this. The Soul Reaper rubbed his chin with amusement. Watching the youth who was poised to strike, he slowly unsheathed his Zanpakuto, Squad 9, 17th seat. Kentaro Koizumi. If an opponent drew their blade and stated their name, even if there was a blood feud between them, one was obligated to return the gesture with equal respect. In the Soul Society, this was the tacit, brutal aesthetic shared between combatants. A seated officer, Yato sighed internally. Then, suddenly dropping his shoulder, he channeled all his strength into his legs. His explosive muscles drove into his feet, cratering the tatame mats beneath him. In the next instant, Yato had closed the distance to Kentaro Koizumi, swinging his blade upwards in a vicious slash. The seated officer didn't flinch. Gripping the hilt with one hand and pressing down on the spine of the blade with the other, he slammed his sword downward to meet the incoming strike. Without any flashy zanjutsu or intricate techniques, the two clashed with pure, unadulterated strength. Kentaro Koizumi was sent flying backward. He had actually lost to the youth in a test of pure strength. Plenty of power. Fast, too. The seated officer shouted midair, not a trace of panic in his voice. But Yato didn't pause for even a split second. Pushing off the ground, he leapt up rapidly, his blade carving an arc of brilliant white light directly toward his opponent's chest. Suspended in midair and still carrying backward momentum, the enemy would find it extremely difficult to regain balance. Yato intended to seize this exact opening to inflict a lethal blow. The timing was impeccable, and the youth's kendo skills were pushed to their absolute limits. However, this beautiful, relentless pursuit only managed to slice off a piece of clothing. Kentaro Koizumi vanished in midair. Uchiha Yato's pupils shrank violently. Just as a realization hit him, the seated officer's chilling voice echoed right next to his ear. Heido number 4, Byakurai. Pale lightning casting a low-level Heido without an incantation utilizing the power of a 17th seat certainly couldn't be described as devastating. but it was more than enough to instantaneously paralyze Yato's muscles. A thin bolt of lightning struck the youth's back. His vision instantly whited out, and he temporarily lost all mobility. Then came the unbearable, agonizing pain. Kentaro Koizumi's Zanpakuto pierced into Yato's abdomen. With a casual upward flick, he tore open a horrific wound. Yato plummeted to the ground, drenched in blood. He stared blankly at his own body, his internal organs practically visible. So this is the power of a seated officer. Using Shuinpa to evade and reposition, using Kido to incapacitate muscles, and then finishing with Zanjutsu to deal a critical blow. He hadn't even used his Shurikai. The combat prowess of a lower-seated officer was truly not something a rookie, who hadn't even entered the Shino Academy, could match. "You're pretty good, kid." Kentaro Koizumi sheathed his Zanpakuto, and looked down at the blood-soaked Yato. "You know what I'm here for. Where is the Academy acceptance letter? Spare yourself the suffering. It's better for both of us." The only response he received was a mouthful of bloody spit. "Real tough guy." Kentaro Koizumi wiped his face, and sneered coldly. But no matter how hard the bones, a Zanpakuto can cut right through them. The seated officer pulled out a flask of oil, and set the house ablaze. He then strolled leisurely back toward Yato, his killing intent radiating without restraint. "Just tell him, Yato." The nameless girl in the crimson Sengoku armor knelt beside Yato, her face a picture of despair, her voice pleading. "It's right under the tatame mats. Just tell him, okay? It's no use." The youth shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. From the moment Yuji Nomura came to visit, there was no longer any room for negotiation. The logic of the Soul Society's nobles was always to be absolute in their methods, to crush any potential risk in the cradle. The lives of the Rukongai residents were nothing but a negligible cost in their eyes. The only chance of survival was to kill every single enemy who came through that door. Yato had actually known for a long time that the girl who had crossed over into the Bleach world with him was incredibly strong. Once he acquired a Zanpakuto, he would forcefully achieve Shurikai and Bankai, unlocking those unimaginable abilities. But the prerequisite was having a Zanpakuto. He was only 15 days away from entering the Shino Academy and receiving an Asachi. 15 days, the difference between life and death, heaven and earth. "I'm sorry." Lying in a pool of blood, the youth closed his eyes. "I won't be able to speak your name." Chapter 6, The Horiuchi Family. 1459 words. Chapter 6, The Horiuchi Family. Looking down upon the Soul Society, one can see that this world is divided into three distinct regions: the innermost Siriidii, the central expanse of the 320 districts of the Rukongai, and the vast, unending stretches of forests, mountains, and wilderness beyond. The Siriidii occupies a vast territory. Its buildings are primarily white, holy and towering. Even the stone bricks paved into the ground are cut to golden ratio proportions. The Godii 13, the Central 46, the Penitence Palace, the Stealth Force, these institutions, which wield immense military and political power, are stationed within the Siriidii. The nobility also resides here. However, the Soul Society has endured for an exceedingly long time, and the fortunes of noble houses have risen and fallen accordingly. Many families were forced to relocate from the Siriidii due to various events, settling instead within the Rukongai. The Horiuchi family is one such clan. 400 years ago, they migrated from the Siriidii to East Rukongai, District 62, Hanagare. Utilizing the power, connections, and wealth of the nobility, they established a significant business network. Generation after generation, members of their family have become soul reapers, and on occasion, an outstanding individual among them has even managed to ascend to the Central 46. With such a pedigree, the Horiuchi family estate is naturally built in the most prime location of the Hanagare district, dominating the hills and encircled by rivers, functioning like a nation within a nation. Late at night, in the southeastern corner of the Horiuchi manor, within the training grounds, Yosuke Horiuchi set down his Zanpakuto, and took a cloth from a servant to wipe away his sweat. He was over 300 years old, but because he possessed considerable spiritual pressure, his aging process was slow. Even now, only his temples were graying, and his physique remained unyielding, his muscles still as knotted as ever. "Where is that boy, Yuma?" "Master, the young master, he." "Stop stammering." The young master was tired from training tonight, so he went to the pleasure district. "Air to drink." Yosuke Horiuchi let out a cold, sharp laugh. "That boy's third-rate kendo skills are enough to make him tired. I suspect he just slept too much during the day." "And that place?" "Master, the young master says that the captain of the 8th Division often visits that area. He was hoping to familiarize himself with the captain, so that if he ever enters the Godai 13, he would have someone to look after him." Enraged, Yosuke Horiuchi smashed his fist down with such force that the hardened bluestone floor instantly cracked, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. "You idiot! What kind of man is Kairaku Shunsui? He can dig into someone's heart and see exactly what they're thinking with just 3 sentences. And that brat wants to approach him voluntarily. Does he have no idea what we've been doing these past few days?" He grabbed the servant by the collar, his tone frigid. "Go to the pleasure district, find that undutiful son, and tell him to get back here immediately." "Why yes, sir." Seeing the master was truly livid, the servant nodded repeatedly, scrambled to his feet, and ran out of the training grounds. He brushed past Kentaro Koizumi as he exited. Seeing the men arrive, Yosuke Horiuchi couldn't help but frown. "You've completed the task." Koizumi chuckled. "That kid is talented. The assassins you sent couldn't take him down. Honestly, I had to put in quite a bit of effort. I even had to use Kido." "Are you asking for more money?" "Of course. You get what you pay for. Assassinating a new student of the Shino Academy, and participating in the forging of an acceptance letter, these are serious crimes that could land one in the maggot's nest. The pay is doubled. You're a generous man, head of the Horiuchi." Yosuke Horiuchi grunted and extended his hand, signaling Kentaro Koizumi to bring the item over. To his surprise, the seated officer merely spread his hands and shrugged helplessly. "Listen, there was a slight complication. That kid is a tough nut to crack. No matter what, he wouldn't say where the item was hidden." He pointed toward the back of the weapon rack. "So, I brought him here instead." Yosuke Horiuchi nodded, not choosing to dwell on the issue. In his years as the family head, he understood well that even the most trivial of tasks could fail in the most ridiculous ways. Being able to bring the person in was, in fact, an excellent result. The training grounds were a restricted area of the noble estate, inaccessible to anyone but trusted confidants. Yosuke Horiuchi was not worried about these servants. He walked over candidly with Kentaro Koizumi, and dragged out a burlap sack. With a swish, the ropes were untied, and a bloodied, unconscious figure spilled out. "This is Uchiha Yato." Yosuke Horiuchi kicked him, sensing a faint, shallow breath. "He's actually even better looking than his portrait." Koizumi's expression turned somber. "He withstood all my interrogations and still refused to spill a word. Once this is over, pick a nice place to bury him." Yosuke Horiuchi agreed noncommittally, looking down at Yato, deep in thought. "Could it be that your methods were too soft?" Kentaro Koizumi looked as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. "Look at the state of this kid right now. He's half dead. What more could I have done? Tongue pulling, eye gouging, lung slicing, pouring molten lead. Koizumi Dono, in truth, there are still many methods available." Yosuke Horiuchi suddenly remembered something. "Almost forgot. Don't pull his tongue just yet, he still needs to tell me where the thing I want is hidden." A flash of wariness crossed Kentaro Koizumi's eyes. These noble lunatics. He stole a furtive glance at the unconscious Yato, feeling a bit unsettled. In the eyes of the 17th seat, the youth was undoubtedly a young, ferocious tiger. Koizumi wouldn't have minded killing a tiger, and might have even enjoyed the thrill. But breaking its claws, gouging its eyes, and pouring molten lead into its lungs. In the Godii 13, such actions were viewed as those of a vile coward. If you were going to fight, you exchanged names that made you mutually respected opponents. Kill if you must, but what kind of skill was it to abuse and mutilate? However, Kentaro Koizumi wasn't about to have a falling out with a partner over something like this. He had no choice but to leave the training grounds, out of sight and out of mind, and go to the guest quarters to rest. Yosuke Horiuchi called over 2 servants to drag the mangled Yato to the basement, while he remained in the center of the training grounds alone, waiting. The moon rose above the branches, the air turning chilly. Followed by the sound of unsteady footsteps, a youth dressed in gaudy, floral-patterned clothes walked in. "Scoundrel! What are you wearing?" Yosuke Horiuchi glared, his voice erupting in a barrage of scolding. "You've brought nothing but disgrace to the Horiuchi name." Father, don't be so angry," Yuma Horiuchi said with a cheeky grin. "I snuck into the Suriidii the other day and saw Captain Kayaraka dressed just like this, so I thought I'd try to cater to his tastes." Yosuke Horiuchi clutched his forehead. He didn't want to speak to this insufferable son anymore. Everyone knew that Kayaraka Shuinsue's flamboyant and gaudy attire was merely a facade. In terms of spiritual pressure, cunning, and seniority, how many people in the Soul Society dared to act so casually with him? You could share 2 sentences with Kayaraka Shunsui, and he could trick you into revealing what kind of underwear your grandfather liked to wear. He lacked cultivation talent and failed the Shino Academy exams. He wasn't smart enough, yet he always thought himself clever. Sometimes, Yosuke Horiuchi wanted to give up on this son entirely. But Yuma was, after all, his only son and the future heir of the Horiuchi family. Enough, enough. Finally, Yosuke Horiuchi sighed. That matter is nearly settled. We didn't get the acceptance letter, but the person is already in the basement. Yosuke Horiuchi patted his son's shoulder. In a moment, you will come down with me, and watch how your father handles the interrogation. Kentaro Koizumi's combat prowess is decent, but at times he is quite pedantic. When you enter the Godii 13 in the future, remember this, you must never adopt that kind of attitude. I understand, father. The flower-clad Yuma Horiuchi grinned. That is the difference between us nobles and the soul reapers. Chapter 7, What pierces my chest is. 1423 words. Chapter 7, What pierces my chest is. A bucket of cold water cascaded over his head, jolting his agonized, exhausted nerves awake. Uchiha Yato slowly opened his eyes, finding an old man and a youth standing before him. They wore exquisite kimonos and carried swords at their waists. Their facial features shared many similarities, they were clearly father and son. Yato slowly turned his head, taking in his surroundings. He was unmistakably in a basement. The walls, built from gray stone blocks, radiated a bone-chilling cold. The air was thick with the metallic stench of blood that could never be washed away. Various instruments of torture hung on the walls, exuding a grim, murderous intent under the flickering light of the torches. He was pinned in a spread eagle position. Short swords, rusted and barbed, pierced his skin, tore through his flesh and bone, and nailed him deeply into the wooden posts behind him. He had reached a dead end. I just used Kaido to heal you, and applied some medicine. You won't die for a while. Yosuke Horiuchi tossed the wooden bucket aside. But listen well, boy. You must understand that if you still refuse to tell me where that item is, the only thing awaiting you is something far more terrifying than death. Yato responded with silence, offering no pleas for mercy. You have guts, I'll give you that. Yosuke Horiuchi nodded. He wasn't in a rush to immediately resume the torture. Instead, he stepped to the left, making way for Yuma Horiuchi behind him. It was only proper for the future helmsman of the family to see a little blood. We have plenty of time, boy. We can play this out slowly. Yuma Horiuchi whistled, stepping forward with a frivolous air. He leisurely picked through the torture devices. These were the prized collection of the Horiuchi family, each with a unique design. There were tools specifically for severing tendons in the hands and feet, tools for gouging out eyes. It was a highly specialized assortment. Yato focused his attention entirely on the youth. Even though he had shed his gaudy floral attire, Yato could still smell the faint odor of alcohol and powder on him. Yato's gaze drifted downwards, pausing for a fraction of a second on Yuma Horiuchi's waist. The pause was fleeting, so quick that even the seasoned Yosuke Horiuchi failed to catch it. You should consider yourself lucky, boy. Yuma Horiuchi picked up a sharp boning knife and dragged it lightly across Yato's ribs. Dying here means you're acting as a twisted witness to the history of the Horiuchi family. Blood splattered as Yato felt the icy blade slowly scrape against his bones. His gaze locked onto Yuma Horiuchi's face. Deep within his pitch-black eyes, an imperceptible flame seemed to ignite, a little to the left. I've got an itch right there. Yuma Horiuchi raised an eyebrow and sneered. He tossed the boning knife aside and reached for a bowl-shaped contraption, intending to scoop out the boy's eyes. But right then, Uchiha Yato spoke again. I have a question. Yuma Horiuchi halted his movements. Willingness to converse meant there was a crack in his mental armor. Breaking down psychological defenses combined with physical torture was the optimal interrogation method. Yuma Horiuchi wasn't entirely a clueless rich kid, he understood this much basic logic. To go to such lengths just for a Shino Academy acceptance letter. Yato lowered his head, glancing at the gaping wound in his abdomen. Hiring the lowest-seated officer of the Godai 13 to make a move. The price couldn't have been cheap, right? What do you know, kid? Yuma Horiuchi scoffed disdainfully. Hiring Kentaro Koizumi is nothing. The truly exorbitant cost is altering that acceptance letter after killing you. Even for my Horiuchi family, it cost us an entire century's worth of savings. The acceptance letters were imbued with Kido, making them impossible to counterfeit. Once they were issued, the Shino Academy submitted the roster of names to the Great Spirit Book Gallery for backup and anti-forgery purposes. Therefore, altering the information on the letter also required buying the silence of the Great Spirit Book Gallery. The Tsuneyashiro clan, one of the four great noble families, had controlled this institution for generations, recording all of the Soul Society's secrets and history. Faced with the dazzling majesty of a higher noble family, the Horiuchi clan didn't dare to clash head-on. They could only humble themselves and bleed their coffers dry to curry favor. As for why they were willing to pay such a staggering price, desperate to enroll Yuma Horiuchi this very year. I'll tell you, kid. Yuma Horiuchi gave a light cough, his expression turning somewhat reverent. This year, a certain grand figure will be enrolling. The kind of grand figure you wouldn't even dare to imagine. Yato tilted his head, feigning a brief moment of thought before uttering a name. Byakuya. The moment those words left his mouth, the head of the Horiuchi family, who was resting his eyes with his arms crossed nearby, abruptly furrowed his brows. He closely scrutinized the boy from the Rukongai, unable to fathom where he could have possibly obtained such information. You're quite well informed. Yuma Horiuchi wasn't as meticulous as his father and spoke openly. Becoming classmates with the young master of the Kachiki clan, one of the four great noble families. That is what our Horiuchi family desires. 6 years as classmates, serving him faithfully, forming a tight-knit circle, forging an unbreakable bond. The affairs of nobles you wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Having resolved his inner doubts, Yato let out a long breath. However, even if you kill me and steal my enrollment spot, you're still just a... He smiled sweetly, drawing out his words. Piece of trash who couldn't pass the Shino Academy exams. The vein on Yuma Horiuchi's temple seemed to throb. However, he quickly realized this was a deliberate provocation and forced a loud laugh. You think you can anger me into giving you a quick death? Let me tell you, we nobles never concern ourselves with momentary gains or losses. Since I was young, the family hired experts to spar with me, teaching me Zanjutsu and Kido. Some were Shino Academy students, others were genuine soul reapers. We even had the channels to purchase Asachi left behind by deceased students. By familiarizing myself with the weapon early on, adapting to its weight and characteristics, I'll be able to cultivate rapidly and achieve Shirkai the moment I officially enter the Shino Academy and am granted my own Asachi. With his hands pinned to the posts, Yato couldn't clap, but he repeatedly snapped his teeth together, emitting a grating, mocking sound. Your family sacrificed so much, yet you still couldn't enroll smoothly. It seems I was right. You really are just a piece of... He drew out his words again, pronouncing each syllable with deliberate clarity. Yuma Horyuchi's smile froze on his face. Why dress in gaudy clothes and go to a place like the Pleasure District to try and curry favor with Kayaraku Shunsui? Why personally handle the interrogation, dirtying his hands with blood and grime? Ultimately, it was because he wanted his father to view him in a better light. Ultimately, it was because he wanted the family's sacrifices to yield a return. Some people choose to hide their weaknesses, others choose to flaunt them, pretending not to care. But at the end of the day, this was the thing he cared about the most. It was the chink in his mental armor. You talk too much. Yuma Horyuchi's voice turned raspy. Enraged, his arm trembled slightly. He swiftly drew the sword at his waist and plunged it into Uchiha Yato's chest. Yosuke Horyuchi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't stop his son from venting his anger. The blade pierced the right side. It wouldn't cause instant death, and he could use Kaido to sustain the boy's life for further interrogation. The blade impaled Uchiha Yato's chest. The youth felt every inch of his skin, every nerve, every single cell in his body screaming. This wasn't pain. It was absolute elation. Because his spiritual pressure, his will, his soul at this very moment, they had finally found a sanctuary, a means to manifest in this world. I won the bet. Just as I thought. As expected, this wasn't just a simple accessory. This is an Asachi. Chapter 8, Your Name 1310 words Chapter 8, Your Name. The Asachi. This was a sword that no Soul Reaper could bypass. From the mighty Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto to the weakest first-year student at the Shino Academy, even a self-taught rogue like Zaraki Kenpachi, everyone was bound by destiny to this blade. It was a Zanpakuto as pure and blank as a sheet of white paper, the nascent form of every Zanpakuto. Forged by Otsu Nemea, the god of the sword and master of the Phoenix Palace, they were bestowed upon young souls who possessed the aptitude to become soul reapers. Over the long years that followed, decades, centuries, or even millennia, soul reapers would hone their skills and spiritual pressure, temper their will and minds, and forge a life and death bond with the blade in their hands through countless battles and periods of Jinzen Blade Zen. By learning its true name, they would achieve Shirkai. By subjugating the Zanpakuto, they would attain Bankai. The abilities and form of a Zanpakuto were intrinsically linked to the wielder's experiences and willpower. It could practically be considered a reflection of the Soul Reaper's soul. Under normal circumstances, aside from super geniuses, most Soul Reapers needed a considerable amount of time to commune with their Asachi before learning its true name, thereby unlocking the power of the Zanpakuto, the most crucial element of being a Soul Reaper. But Uchiha Yato didn't need that. As a reincarnator, he had been accompanied by the girl day and night ever since he arrived in the Rukongai. He knew exactly who he was, and he knew even better what the girl was. Therefore, he crowned himself with the surname Uchiha. All Yato lacked was an Asachi. On this late night, in the dreary dungeon of the Horyuchi family, that Asachi pierced through his chest. Although the method was entirely unconventional, Yato's soul and spiritual pressure genuinely made contact with the core of the Asachi. That was all he needed. In an instant, he fused everything he was with this pure, blank Asachi. His spiritual pressure, his will, his soul, and most importantly, Yato opened his eyes and gazed up at a boundless, pitch-black firmament. Countless massive stone pillars, as towering as mountains, stood erected in the distance, resembling the tombstones of gods. Aside from these, the only things in this endless expanse were Yato and the girl. This place of yours kinda feels like the Kamui dimension. Yato rested his head on his arms and lay down at the girl's feet. What's wrong? Still mad? Yato poked her calf gently, his tone soft. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have put myself in danger. I'm not mad at you. The girl in the Sengoku-era armor puffed her cheeks, her voice muffled. I just felt so useless back there. I couldn't even die fighting alongside you. I could only stand by and watch. Hearing you say that, if something happened to us in the future, you wouldn't even be sad. Of course not, the girl replied with complete seriousness. If you die, I break. That's how it should be between a Soul Reaper and their Zanpakuto. Is that really right? I thought you were gonna be like Zangetsu and treat my life as the utmost priority. In your dreams. You broke my heart, I'm so sad. I need a hug from a beautiful girl to get up. Get out of here, you idiot. Hey, stop kicking. Don't kick. Yato pleaded with a cheeky grin, stretching his arms out lazily. Let me catch my breath first. I took some heavy damage tonight. I don't even know how long it'll take to fully recover. Humph, moron. The nameless girl cursed again, but she stopped kicking and laid down beside Yato, resting against him. Yato stared blankly at the dark sky. It was a long while before he spoke again. Why did I inexplicably cross over into the world of Bleach? And with this Uchiha power, no less. Was it because of that Bleach vs Naruto poster above my bed? If I'd known, I would have played Dragon Ball. The girl naturally couldn't answer the question. She just played with Yato's hair, occasionally giggling to herself. Yato didn't mind and continued muttering to himself. How do you think I should present myself to the people of the Bleach world? According to the intel I just got, Byakuya Kachiki is enrolling this year. Doesn't that mean he's only 2 or 3 years older than Ikamaru Jin? If that's the case, in less than 5 years, Kiryu Hikifune will be heading to the Soul King Palace, and Kasuke Urahara will be taking over as captain of Squad 12. I bet that guy Aizen is already making serious progress with his holification experiments. Sosuke Aizen. Even for a reincarnator, that name commands absolute caution. His Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, possesses a terrifying ability of complete hypnosis. It's unquestionably the absolute pinnacle of illusion-type Zanpakuto. I've been thinking about this a lot lately. In a battle of illusions, I might actually have a way to counter that trick of his. However, a battle between Soul Reapers is a battle of spiritual pressure. If I want to resist Kyoka Sogetsu, I need to at least reach a captain-level Class 3 Rei. Speaking of which, it's a good thing I reincarnated with Uchiha-level looks. Otherwise, I'd be under so much pressure in a place swarming with pretty boys and beautiful women. He paused, his tone growing more solemn. Actually, I'd really love to visit the Soul King Palace. I want to ask that omnipotent creator God. Is separating the world into the world of the living, the Soul Society, Hueco and Hell truly a good thing? He silently allowed the ancestors of the 5 great noble families to seal him away, and silently allowed Yawatch to attempt to replace him, and create a new world. What kind of future does he envision for the world? More importantly, I kind of want to sit on the throne in the sky, too. The youth reached out his hand, curling his 5 fingers into a grasping motion toward a giant tombstone in the distance before standing up. I have to go, partner. He closed his eyes, focusing a razor-sharp will between his brows. There are a lot of people outside who need killing. The girl licked her lips and feigned a tone of caution. Yato, don't forget you're heavily injured. Yato turned his head, his expression infinitely tender. Then, let me properly introduce myself. Uchiha Yato. Her answer was a passionate embrace. And a name. Soul Society, East Rukongai, District 62, Hanagare, Horiuchi family basement. Barely half a second after Yuma Horiuchi plunged the Asachi into Uchiha Yato's chest, he realized something was terribly wrong. As a noble, he possessed a natural class 20 Rei, giving him the ability to detect fluctuations in spiritual pressure. To his senses, the Asachi in his hand felt as if it had taken root deep within the earth. It had entirely slipped from his control, and now belonged to someone else. Simultaneously, a completely foreign spiritual pressure erupted outwards, with Uchiha Yato at its epicenter. What's going on? He jumped backward in a panic. In a mere fraction of a second, he was drenched in a cold sweat. Given his limited experience, he couldn't connect the scene unfolding before him with a shuriken. Beside him, Yosuke Horiuchi unsheathed his Zanpakuto and stepped forward, shielding his son. This spiritual pressure, this sensation, birthed a terrifying, even absurd hypothesis in his mind. Under the gazes of the father and son, who watched him as if he were a monster, Yato slowly opened his eyes. His pitch-black pupils had turned a vibrant, bleeding crimson. The tomo within them rotated lazily. He spoke the girl's name. Let's go. Chapter 9, Stage 1 Shuriken 1355 words Chapter 9, Stage 1 Shuriken. A massive spiritual pressure circulated within his body, and a surging, explosive power filled him, temporarily suppressing the pain. For our first shuriken, our synchronization rate isn't high enough yet, the girl Akame's voice echoed quietly beside Yato's ear. End this quickly. Hearing this, the three tomo within Uchiha Yato's eyes began to spin rapidly. The world seemed to shift into slow motion. The sweat dripping from the tip of Yuma Horiuchi's nose, the rapid twitching of Yosuke Horiuchi's arm muscles, the dust dancing in the air of the basement stirred up by the spiritual pressure. Everything became visible down to the finest detail. Akame's Stage 1 Shuriken granted Yato the full power of a standard Sharingan. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo. It depended entirely on the output of his spiritual pressure. In a life-or-death moment like this, it naturally had to be 3 tomo. Uchiha Yato's muscles bulged and instantly tensed, shattering the wooden posts behind him, and propelling him forward to land securely on the ground. Then, he pulled out the Asachi embedded in his chest. Under the Sharingan's exceptional kinetic vision, it took only a single glance for him to capture every detail of this Zanpakuto. The blade had a slight curve, the hilt wrapping was a deep crimson, the Kurigata knob was made of horn, and the Tsuba handguard was a classic, dark hexagonal prism. Elegant and deadly. This was once a nameless sword, an initial Asachi. Now, it possessed its own name. Gripping his Zanpakuto, Akame, with one hand, Uchiha Yato charged ferociously at the Horiuchi father and son. Fall back. Yosuke Horiuchi shouted loudly, the blade in his hand thrusting toward Yato's neck. Even before it touched his skin, the youth could feel a searing pain. Yosuke Horiuchi was a former 6th-year student at the Shino Academy, and had received the most orthodox training in Zanjutsu. This strike was incredibly precise, its intent overtly clear, forced the enemy to defend. However, this confident strike ultimately hit empty air. Yosuke Horiuchi smelled a heavy stench of blood wafting from behind him, and heard Yato's apathetic voice, too slow. Yosuke Horiuchi turned his head in shock, only to see his son's body cleaved in half. The youth named Yato stood with his sword lowered. His face held neither anger nor the thrill of vengeance. Those crimson Sharingan eyes contained only absolute calm. Caught between terror and fury, a strange thought abruptly surfaced in Yosuke Horiuchi's mind. When I casually execute commoners in the Rukongai, am I also this calm? However, he only had the time for that thought to surface, he had no chance to dwell on it. Because Akame's blade had already sliced across his throat. Blood sprayed, and his head fell. The head and the heir of the Horiuchi clan had met their end, one after the other, under Uchiha Yato's blade. Yato tapped his toe lightly, flipping the scabbard from Yuma Horiuchi's waist into his hand before tying it to his own. The spinning of the 3 tomo gradually slowed, revealing a clear sense of exhaustion. Yato let out a soft breath, feeling his brain begin to spin with dizziness. Tonight, he had first slaughtered 10 assassins from the Kusajishi district, then suffered heavy injuries fighting a lower-seated officer from Squad 9, and endured no small amount of suffering in the Horiuchi family's basement. Even though calling out Akame's true name had drastically amplified his spiritual pressure and suppressed his injuries, it was only a temporary measure. What he needed to do most right now was to recuperate and rest his body for a good while. But Yato couldn't. Because that hurricane-like spiritual pressure appeared above him once again. Squad 9, 17th seat. Kentaro Koizumi. A cold gleam flashed through Uchiha Yato's eyes. Taking large strides toward the stairs, he pushed open the basement exit and saw the night sky again. The moonlight was still radiant. Holding his Zanpakuto, Kentaro Koizumi stood in the center of the training grounds, quietly watching Yato emerge from the basement. The seated officer was surrounded by corpses. The servants, relatives, and guards of the Horiuchi clan had all died by his sword. Blood dyed Kentaro Koizumi's shahakusho an even deeper shade of black. Anyone who could become a seated officer was a core pillar of the Godei 13. Hailing from the front lines, his mental fortitude was immense. Even after killing so many, Koizumi's expression remained completely unchanged. From the moment I sensed the eruption of spiritual pressure underground, I started killing. He paused, his eyes sweeping over those crimson Sharingan as he couldn't help but praise, "It really is Shirkai. I don't know what happened down there, but from the looks of it, the Horiuchi family, and I messed with the wrong person." Uchiha Yato gave no response. Instead, his eyes locked onto the man's movements as he closed the distance rapidly. His injuries were too severe, he couldn't drag this out. Just as Akame had said, he had to end this quickly. As for why Kentaro Koizumi had ruthlessly silenced everyone, it wasn't a difficult question to answer. Upon sensing the spiritual pressure detonating below, Koizumi understood that Uchiha Yato would inevitably kill the Horiuchi father and son, blowing this entire matter wide open. Regardless of the outcome, the death of a lower noble house's patriarch and heir would absolutely draw an investigation from the Central 46. Intercepting and attempting to murder a new student of the Shino Academy, forging an acceptance letter. These were capital crimes. For the sake of his own safety, silencing all witnesses was an inevitable necessity. The process of exterminating them was abnormally easy, even exceeding Kentaro Koizumi's expectations. The Horiuchi clan was never known for their spiritual pressure or martial prowess. After moving away from the Siriitii, they shifted their focus entirely toward business. Wealth without sufficient power to protect it was as fragile as wet paper. As long as I kill you, no one will ever be able to trace this back. Watching the youth walking toward him, Kentaro Koizumi's killing intent soared to its absolute peak. At a specific moment, both of them erupted with power, their bodies vanishing from their original spots. Their Zanpakuto collided, unleashing a series of ear-piercing metallic screeches. A special type that directly reinforces the physical body. Koizumi shouted loudly, his eyes locked firmly onto the Sharingan. He had used Shuinpa to boost his speed and executed a familiar kendo style to amplify his Zanjutsu's destructive power, yet he was still being suppressed by this rookie who hadn't even enrolled yet. Yato couldn't be bothered to answer. He simply continued to shift, slash, and charge, engaging Koizumi in brutal close-quarters combat. Bluestone slabs were pulverized under their tremendous force, and fresh blood constantly splattered onto the ground. The two fought with reckless abandon, pushing themselves to the absolute limit to slay the other. At a critical opening, Yato seized the moment, violently raising his leg and driving his knee directly into Kentaro Koizumi's face. Koizumi was sent flying backward like a broken ragdoll, only coming to a halt after smashing completely through a building. Yato absorbed the recoil force and without pausing for even a second, bolted madly toward Koizumi's position. The Sharingan granted him peerless kinetic vision, and his surging spiritual pressure skyrocketed his physical capabilities to entirely new heights. In a pure clash of blades, a lower-seated officer was no longer his match. However, Uchiha Yato only sprinted forward 20-odd meters before halting in place, advancing no further. In the ruined building ahead, a thick cloud of dust filled the air. An overbearing spiritual pressure roared like a hurricane. Using his Zanpakuto as a makeshift cane, Kentaro Koizumi limped out from the wreckage. What a truly extraordinary genius. If you manage to survive tonight, you might even become someone on the level of a lieutenant. What a pity. He spat out a mouthful of blood and smeared it across his Zanpakuto with his hand, his soul resonating with the blade-reap, blood scythe. Chapter 10, The Gun by 1480 words. Chapter 10, The Gun by the scent of the wind changed. Something dangerous was brewing, taking shape with every passing breath. The dark tomo in the Sharingan spun frantically. In a split second, Yato's spine stiffened, and he leaned violently backward. The very next instant, an immensely powerful blade of wind sliced past the tip of his nose, taking a few strands of hair with it as it effortlessly cleanly severed all the stone pillars in the training grounds. The eaves collapsed, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. The invisible wind blade swept past once more, dispersing the dust and revealing the figures of Yato and Kentaro. The right side of Kentaro Koizumi's face was swollen high, and he had lost a few teeth, but in stark contrast to his miserable appearance, his spirits were incredibly high. It seems my ability is quite the counter to yours. His Zanpakuto had changed form, the blade had eerily expanded, resembling a shield. Uchiha Yato, your Zanpakuto's ability likely channels spiritual pressure into your eyes, enhancing your kinetic vision, speed, and physical strength. You can easily see through even my Shuinpa. What's truly terrifying is that those eyes of yours can probably see spiritual pressure itself. If you hadn't been so heavily injured, I likely wouldn't have even gotten the chance to use Shirkai. What a pity. Truly a pity. Kentaro Koizumi raised his shield-like Zanpakuto to his chest and aimed it at Yato. But you can't catch the wind. The invisible wind blades attacked once again. Yato sighed internally. To think that this obscure, lowest-ranked seated officer from the original story possessed such seasoned combat reflexes. Kentaro Koizumi was right. The Tomo Sharingan manifested through his Stage 1 Shirkai was formidable enough to perceive the fluctuating spiritual pressure in battle, but it could not see through a rapidly moving hurricane. Within seconds, the tides of battle had completely reversed. An overwhelming barrage of wind blades howled toward him. Yato was forced to block with his sword while frantically dodging and maneuvering to evade the onslaught. But his current speed was no match for the wind. Occasionally, the wind blades would slice into his body, tearing through flesh and blood. Although Yato reacted fast enough to keep the wounds shallow, as they accumulated, his injuries grew increasingly severe. Even the ground he stood upon was blasted into a deep crater. However, despite the mounting injuries and the blood spilling onto the ground, Yato tenaciously held on, refusing to fall, like an acrobat performing on a tightrope. Gradually, Kentaro Koizumi began to feel anxious. The commotion at the Horiuchi estate was massive, and a raging fire had even broken out in the western sleeping quarters. Soul Reapers from the Godii 13 could arrive at any moment. I can't drag this out any longer. Kentaro Koizumi gritted his teeth. He gripped his shield-like Zanpakuto with both hands, pouring his spiritual pressure into it. After a brief tremor, a dragon of wind leaped forth. I'll maximize the attack power so this kid can neither dodge nor block it. The wind dragon roared, bringing with it countless wind blades as it charged directly at Yato. It's over. The rapid output of spiritual pressure left Kentaro Koizumi pale, but he endured the discomfort and locked his eyes onto Yato. Even when victory is assured, you must grip your sword tightly and keep your eyes fixed on the enemy. This was a mantra constantly repeated by the Zanjutsu instructors at the Shino Academy. However, contrary to his expectations, the boy facing certain death showed not a single trace of despair. The Zanpakuto in Yato's hands had also changed form. It was now a black and white, gourd-shaped gunbai fan. It featured 2 sets of 6 tomo patterns, and had a chain attached to the handle. Facing the terrifying wind dragon, the youth held the gunbai fan squarely in front of him. Uchiha. Yato's voice was utterly devoid of emotion. Reflection. The wind dragon crashed into the gunbai and without making a sound, vanished completely. A millisecond later an even stronger, far more violent tempests surged outward from the surface of the fan, viciously biting back in Kentaro Koizumi's direction. Tornado-like gales materialized in the air, shredding the flesh of the seated officer. The building ruins he stood upon were blown away by the immense power, leaving not a single tile intact. Yato's vision blurred, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling to his knees. Using the gunbai as a prop, he forced himself not to collapse entirely, and looked toward Kentaro Koizumi. The Squad 9 seated officer had been torn limb from limb, his internal organs and bones mangled beyond recognition. He couldn't be any more dead. The heavy stone weighing on Yato's heart finally lifted. His crimson Sharingan reverted to pitch-black pupils, and the gunbai transformed back into the shape of a katana. He gasped heavily for air, resting in place for a short while before forcing his battered body upright and staggering into the distance. Yato had no intention of waiting for the Gotei 13 to arrive. This mess between him and the Horiuchi family involved nobility, meaning it would definitely be reported to the Central 46 for trial. Could those guys be trusted? A decade from now, they would be absurd enough to sentence 8 captain-level Soul Reapers to execution. Falling into their hands was worse than running off to Hueco Mundo to become a Jillian. Therefore, Uchiha Yato planned to conceal the whole ordeal and head straight home. The Horiuchi clan would have undoubtedly been extremely cautious when orchestrating something like this, and since Kentaro Koizumi had just carried out a total massacre, there was no fear of leaks. The Tsuneyashiro clan was also highly unlikely to proactively bring the matter up. The raging fire from the west was drawing closer, and would soon engulf the entire Horiuchi manor. The inferno would bury everything. Those skilled in water-type Kido, step forward. Water-type Zanpakuto users, get over here. Someone go request aid from Squad 4. What do you mean there isn't a single survivor? Late into the night, dozens of Soul Reapers in their black shahakusho bustled outside the burning Horiuchi estate. From the moment the alarm was raised to organizing a response team, and arriving at East Rukongai's District 62, Hanagare, barely half an hour had passed. Considering the distance, such organizational capability was astoundingly efficient. Naturally, the division responsible for handling emergency rescue operations was Squad 5 of the Gotei 13. Unfortunately, when the Squad 5 members rushed to the scene, they found not a single living soul within the Horiuchi manor, only a roaring inferno. The Soul Reapers looked at each other in dismay, unsure of what to do. Just as confusion was setting in, a warm, mellow voice drifted into their ears. Continue doing your duties. A man walked over at a leisurely pace. He appeared to be a young man, handsome and refined, with brown hair and black-framed glasses that further accentuated his gentle, scholarly demeanor. His shahakusho was impeccably neat, his zanpakuto hung at the optimal position on his waist, and the lieutenant's badge bearing the character 5, and the Andromeda flower motif, was fastened to his left arm. The newcomer was none other than the lieutenant of Squad 5 of the Gotei 13, Sosuke Aizen. Lieutenant. Yes, Lieutenant. Lieutenant, for you to make the trip personally at this late hour. It's no trouble at all, third seat Shunsuke Kurikawa, Aizen smiled warmly. It is merely my duty as a Soul Reaper. The arrival of their lieutenant gave the Squad 5 members a pillar of support. Following Aizen's commands, they quickly brought the fire under control. The Horiuchi manor had been reduced to scorched earth. Sosuke Aizen stepped onto the ruins. The spiritual pressure that had briefly erupted during the battle had long since vanished. However, faint traces of Ryuraku spirit ribbons remained in obscure crevices and corners, slowly dissipating with the passage of time. These minuscule Ryuraku were difficult to notice, even for captain-level figures. As he walked past a certain section of the ruins, Aizen's footsteps paused imperceptibly. What a marvelous spiritual pressure. Third seat Shunsuke Kurikawa. Aizen smiled lightly at the seated officer behind him, his tone casual. Are there any Soul Reapers from the Horiuchi family currently serving in the Gotei 13? Lieutenant, as far as I recall, there are none. Sigh, their family doesn't seem to favor martial prowess. They only attend the Shino Academy to network with other nobles. But why do you ask so suddenly? It's nothing. The gentlemanly man smiled and shook his head. At the same time, his foot tapped lightly against the ground, crushing the lingering ryuraku. I just suddenly thought of that flower blooming upon the cliff. Chapter 11, Recuperation and Aftermath. 1293 words. Chapter 11, Recuperation and Aftermath. Yato lay there half dead, swathed tightly in bandages like a mummy. A heavy scent of medicine clung to him, and his blood-stained clothes were being incinerated in a nearby stove. Big brother Yato, I got your stuff back. The blonde-haired little girl sneaked the door open, and placed the acceptance letter next to Yato. You buried it so deep, it took me forever to dig it out. Thanks for the hard work, Ranjaku. Yato gave her a strained nod. Even a movement that slight caused enough pain to make him sharply suck in a breath of cold air. Helpless, he could only lie back down and continue playing dead. Last night had been the greatest crisis Yato had faced since his reincarnation. Even though he ultimately managed to slay his enemies, his injuries were extremely severe, and he desperately needed a safe place to recuperate. Since his original courtyard had been burned to ashes by Kentaro Koizumi, after some thought, he decided to hole up at Jin and Ranjika's place next door. Thankfully, Yato had looted a significant amount of medicine and money before fleeing the Horiuchi estate, otherwise, given Jin and Ranjika's meager savings, there would have been no way to treat him. Ranjika crossed her arms, scrutinized Yato closely, and abruptly asked, Big brother Yato, you still haven't explained how you ended up covered in wounds. I fell down the stairs. Don't look at me like that. Yato smoothly spouted nonsense. Falling down stairs can easily cause fractures, internal bleeding, and spinal displacement. That's just common knowledge. Then what about your house? Why did it burn down? I set it on fire. Got bored and felt like playing with matches. Ranjika puffed out her cheeks. Just as she was about to retort, Ikemara Jin, who had been quietly tending to the medicine pot, subtly nudged her waist. Jin had picked up on Yato's hint yesterday, spending the entire night fishing in the river with Ranjaku. Given the current situation and the memory of the thugs loitering outside, he had vaguely pieced together what happened. Earlier, when Jin took the money Yato gave him to buy bandages, he noticed that the atmosphere in the Hanagare district was palpably tense. The area was under heavy lockdown, and he frequently spotted Godei 13 Soul Reapers hurrying about in their shahakusho. Moreover, to this very moment, Uchiha Yato maintained a tight grip on a katana. Jin saw it clearly, it was undoubtedly a Soul Reaper's Zanpakuto. In Ikemara Jin's mind, Uchiha Yato's image had shifted from a hard-working, gentle older neighbor to a highly dangerous, enigmatic figure. Even lying battered and bruised on a tatami mat, he seemed like a slumbering tiger. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Ikemara Jin forced his narrow eyes open as wide as he could, desperately signaling Ranjaku. Seeing this nearly broke Yato's composure. Your eyes are already slits, making that face just makes you look like a goblin. Yato coughed twice, interrupting their little exchange. Whatever money is left over after buying the medicine, you two keep it. Buy some more meat. Look how skinny you both are. Matsumoto Ranjika scratched her head sheepishly. Suddenly recalling something, she added, Oh right, big brother Yato. When I was out earlier, I ran into District Head Nomura. He asked if I knew where you were. And what did you say? I told him you vanished after the fire, and since Jin and I were out playing all night, we had no idea what happened. Smart girl. Uchiha Yato nodded gently. In truth, Yuji Nomura had never been a concern in Yato's eyes. With the Horiuchi clan entirely wiped out, Nomura, as the district head, had likely already been interrogated by the Godei 13. To save his own skin, he would absolutely insist that he knew nothing. The living didn't dare to speak, and the dead couldn't. All evidence had been reduced to ashes in the Horiuchi estate, and the Tsuneyashiro clan probably couldn't be bothered with the whole affair anyway. The crisis before his enrollment had been thoroughly resolved. The current problem was fabricating an excuse to explain Akame's existence. Seeing Yato deep in thought, Jin and Ranjaku exchanged a glance. They placed the brewed medicine beside him and quietly left the room. Yato was left alone. Suddenly, a faint distortion seemed to appear in the air. The girl, Akame, first reached a hand through the distortion before stepping entirely into the room, standing before Yato. She still wore her Sengoku armor and carried the gunbai on her back, looking as valiant as ever. Kamui, huh? Yato looked at her with pure envy. What a convenient ability. I wonder when I'll be able to use it. I only showed it off to motivate you to work harder. Akame patted his head. Sensing his fever had broken, she smiled. You've only just grazed the tip of the Uchiha power with stage 1 Shirkai, kiddo. I'll worry about that once I get into the Shino Academy. I'd like to fully unlock Shirkai before I graduate. How long do you plan on staying at the academy? I was planning to do the full 6 years like a normal student, but after that battle, my spiritual pressure has skyrocketed. I can probably cut that time down significantly. Yato picked up the Shino Academy acceptance letter, his thoughts drifting to the person whose existence had driven the Horyuchi clan to utter madness. I wonder how many years it took Byakuya Kuchiki in the original story. As a reincarnator, Yato's Zanpakuto, Akame, possessed power from another world. Because this power was far too massive to be fully unleashed in a standard Shirkai, Akame had fragmented the power of Shirkai into multiple stages. Stage 1 Shirkai was the level Uchiha Yato currently possessed. The power of Stage 1 Shirkai was roughly divided into 2 parts. The first was the standard Tomo Sharingan. Single Tomo, Double Tomo, and Triple Tomo. Yato could manifest these 3 forms by adjusting the output of his spiritual pressure. Under the Sharingan's amplification, his kinetic vision, observational skills, and neural reflexes were massively enhanced. He could even cast standard Sharingan Genjutsu. However, since last night was his first time using Shirkai, his control over its power was still unrefined. In a life-or-death battle against an opponent like Kentaro Koizumi, Yato hadn't dared to experiment with unfamiliar abilities on the fly. He had to rely on grueling close-quarters combat, and hadn't found the opportunity to utilize Genjutsu. Otherwise, it was highly likely that Kentaro Koizumi would have been slain by Yato before he even got the chance to use his own Shirkai. The second part was the form change of the Zanpakuto itself. Akame could transform into the Uchiha Gunbai, granting him its corresponding abilities. It possessed extreme physical durability, a perfect size for both slashing and deflecting, and most importantly, the Uchiha Reflection. It could absorb a non-physical attack from an enemy and reflect it back as a wind-type Kido with tremendous speed and devastating power. In the world of Bleach, this technique was unquestionably an incredibly potent weapon against Kido. Of course, the ability to successfully absorb and reflect ultimately depended on the disparity in spiritual pressure between him and his opponent. Since Kentaro Koizumi's spiritual pressure was relatively close to Uchiha Yato's, he was caught off guard and defeated. If he had been facing Sosuke Aizen instead, last night's Yato would have been obliterated in an instant. Battles between Soul Reapers required considering multiple factors: overall proficiency in Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido, Zanpakuto abilities, willpower, luck, and elemental advantages. Each of these was of paramount importance. However, spiritual pressure was indisputably the most fundamental prerequisite of all. Chapter 12, Opening Day 1509 words. Chapter 12, Opening Day. The next few days passed without any unexpected complications. Just as Yato had predicted, with the Horyuchi clan completely wiped out, the 6th division responsible for investigating incidents involving the nobility ultimately found absolutely nothing. The Central 46 officially classified the incident as the work of Ryoka holding a grudge against Rukongai nobles. Ultimately, after relocating from the Siriitii, the Horyuchi clan had fallen out of the core circle of the nobility. They were only slightly better off than wealthy merchants. No one was going to relentlessly pursue their extermination. Furthermore, the disappearance of Kentaro Koizumi, the the 17th seat of Squad 9, did not cause much of a stir either. The Godai 13 was an empire of violence composed of elites. While a routine investigation was launched, someone quickly stepped in to fill his position. Days went by. Thanks to his skyrocketing spiritual pressure, Yato's physique had grown far stronger than before, and his recovery rate had increased significantly. Combined with Jin and Ranjiku's meticulous care, by the time the Shino Academy's opening day drew near, he had mostly recovered. On that day, he bid farewell to Ikamaru Jin and Matsumoto Ranjiku, embarking on the journey to Junranin. East Rukongai's District 62 and West Rukongai's District 1 were separated by a vast distance, and he couldn't exactly cut straight through the Siriiti. To avoid wasting time, Yato simply ran the entire way, resting at inns when he was tired and continuing his journey after eating and drinking his fill. On the very last day of the reporting period, Yato finally arrived at West Rukongai's District 1, Junranin. The Grand Junranin was indeed a far cry from the higher-numbered districts of the Rukongai. The ground was smooth, paved with fine blue gravel. The pedestrians lining the streets had rosy complexions, clearly living prosperous lives. In the distance, green mountains interspersed with white clouds, and the faint calls of birds could be heard. Uchiha Yato looked around as he walked, practically gaping like a country bumpkin entering the big city. It wasn't really his fault, he had stayed in that dump Hanagare for far too long, and had forgotten what clean, tidy streets even looked like. He didn't dally for too long, this wasn't the time for sightseeing. After a simple meal trying out the local specialty glutinous rice balls of Junranin, Yato headed straight for the Hakudaman Whiteway Gate. As the core of the Soul Society, the Siriiti was separated from the outer Rukongai by a towering, white defensive wall. This wall was constructed from sekiseki, a material capable of radiating waves that broke down Ryuryoku, generating a spherical protective barrier. From the sky down to the earth, it protected the Siriiti without any blind spots, making it incredibly difficult for souls with ordinary Ryuryoku to breach. Anyone entering or exiting had to pass through one of four gates: Pakudo, Shoryu, Kakuryo, or Shuwai. The Shino Academy was built just inside the Hakudaman. Preferential treatment and protection for students was an unspoken rule in every world. Even before becoming official Soul Reapers, Academy students were granted the privilege of residing within the Siriiti early on. Today was the final day for the new batch of Shino Academy students to enroll. Academy instructors, upperclassmen, and temporarily assigned Soul Reapers were all gathered in front of the Hakudaman, surrounded by a crowd of Rukongai residents eager to watch the spectacle. In the ancient, rigid Soul Society, this counted as an annual, minor grand event. Yato cast a glance toward the Siriiti before dutifully falling in line. The processing speed at the Hakudaman was quite efficient, and it was soon his turn. Uchiha Yato, The official located Yato's file, verified it against his portrait, and asked a few questions. Seeing that the youth answered them all accurately, the official quickly waved him through. Following the signs, Yato passed through the Hakudaman, officially stepping into the Siriiti. The moment his feet touched the paved road, the youth raised an eyebrow. Is the air in the Siriiti? He took a few deep breaths and threw a few experimental punches, feeling the difference between this place and the Rukongai. The concentration of Reisher is different. It's like oxygen toxicity from my past life. Yato noted this internally, not paying it much mind. Given his current physique, he would quickly adapt. The Shino Academy was situated not far from the Hakudaman, practically abutting the sekiseki wall, and occupied a massive expanse of land. Boasting 7 major buildings, sprawling training grounds, and ubiquitous kendo dojos, the academy had provided a steady stream of talent for the Siriiti for centuries, serving as a powerful support pillar for organizations like the Godai 13, the Kido Corps, and the Stealth Force. The gathering point for the incoming students was located in the training grounds of one of the main buildings. After verifying his identity, Yato walked in. At first glance, his eyes immediately found him. He had the appearance of a youth with handsome features, his black hair tied back in a ponytail. Most notably, a lock of hair on the side of his head was tucked into a tubular hairpiece. This was a kansekin, an accessory only high-ranking nobles had the right to wear. Without a doubt, this person was the sole heir to the Kachiki clan, one of the four great noble families of the Soul Society Byakuya Kachiki. At this point in time, he didn't possess the cold, detached demeanor he would have at the start of the plot. Instead, he radiated the vibrant energy and lively gaze typical of a normal young man. I wonder how strong he is right now. Yato brushed a finger against Akame's handguard and looked away. There were roughly 300 incoming students gathered in the training grounds. Considering the massive population base of souls in the Soul Society, these youths could all rightfully be praised as outstanding talents. Despite the lack of active organization, there was no sense of chaos. Everyone merely observed one another in secret, comparing themselves to the rest. The one drawing the most attention was naturally Byakuya Kachiki. Uchiha Yato also received his fair share of stares. Thanks to his exceptionally striking appearance, he effortlessly stood out from the crowd. Before long, the registration deadline for the Shino Academy passed, and the grand doors to the training grounds slowly swung shut. A white-haired old man walked forward from the center of the faculty group, stopping before the new students. My name is Shinya Hasegawa. 130 years ago, I served as the third seat of the first division. He paused. Despite his advanced age, his voice was still robust and powerful. Today, I serve as the headmaster of the Shino Academy. The Shino Academy originated 2,000 years ago as the Genryu School. It was founded by Lord Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, later renamed the Genji School. Shinya Hasegawa had served as headmaster for many years. He delivered this speech to every incoming class, and was exceedingly familiar with it. After a brief overview of the Academy's history, and the 6-year curriculum, he cut straight to the chase. Your existence will undoubtedly become the right arm of the Siriidii in the future. Now, everyone will proceed to the dormitories to bathe and change clothes. Return here in half an hour. At that time, the Academy will distribute a sachi to you. The new students applauded cooperatively, preparing to follow the headmaster's instructions and head to the dormitories. However, right at that moment, a clear, crisp voice echoed throughout the training grounds. Headmaster Hasegawa. I have a slight situation over here. Yato raised the blade in his hand and stated calmly, I already possess a Zanpakuto. Shinya Hasegawa frowned slightly. As a workaholic, he had memorized the faces and names of every new student, so he addressed him directly, Uchiha Yato. Where did this sword come from? I picked it up. Yato's answer was utterly shameless. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I genuinely picked it up by the river not too long ago. Shinya Hasegawa was momentarily speechless. In truth, both Shino Academy students and official Soul Reapers suffered casualties every year. Often, when the cleanup crews arrived to handle the bodies, they couldn't locate the Asachi, leaving them lost in the field. Finding an Asachi was not an uncommon occurrence, but someone admitting to it so honestly was a rarity. Most people secretly sold them at high prices to nobles or wealthy merchants. It was an issue impossible to police, so the Siriidii simply turned a blind eye. It is of no consequence. Simply hand the Asachi over. Shinya Hasegawa waved his hand, instructing Yato. In a moment, you will participate in the sword-granting ceremony alongside your peers. But to his surprise, the youth named Uchiha Yato merely smiled faintly, an apologetic tone in his voice. I apologize, Headmaster Hasegawa, but I'm afraid I cannot return this Zanpakuto. Because I have already achieved Shirkai. The sprawling training grounds plunged into an abrupt, dead silence. Chapter 13, The Fate Upon the Blade 1355 words Chapter 13. The Fate Upon the Blade. Yato eventually took Akame with him, and participated in the sword-granting ceremony. All new students must participate. You won't be issued a new Asachi, but experiencing the atmosphere is always a good thing. Those were Headmaster Hasegawa's exact words. The sword-granting ceremony was quite grand. However, since he already possessed Akame, Yato didn't feel much of a sense of participation and merely treated it as watching a show. After the ceremony concluded, Shinya Hasegawa brought Yato to the headmaster's office. "Have a seat wherever you like, Yato." The elderly Hasegawa casually gestured for the youth to sit down. "What is the name of your Zanpakuto? Could you unfasten it and let me take a look?" Yato didn't hesitate much. He gently stroked Akame's handguard and placed the sword on the headmaster's desk. Hasegawa nodded with evident goodwill. For a Soul Reaper, the act of unfastening one's Zanpakuto was typically considered an offensive gesture. The vast majority of seated officers viewed their Zanpakuto as their very lives, living and dying with their blades. Therefore, Headmaster Hasegawa's attitude was exceptionally cordial, afraid of inciting any rebellious sentiment from the youth before him. Indeed, in Hasegawa's eyes, the current Yato, much like Byakuya Kachiki, had to be treated with the respect afforded to a seated officer. Byakuya Kachiki hailed from a great noble family, possessed extraordinary innate talent, and commanded formidable spiritual pressure, that went without saying. Uchiha Yato, having already achieved Shirkai, could enter the Godai 13 directly upon graduation and secure a seated officer position. Each class of the Shino Academy consisted of roughly 300 students, and the number of those who achieved Shirkai prior to graduation never exceeded 5 per year. As the headmaster, Shinya Hasegawa naturally had teaching quotas to meet and progress to report to the First Division, and the Central 46 at the end of the year. Naturally, he harbored a bias toward top-tier students like Yato and Byakuya, taking care to accommodate their temperaments. Shortly after Yato placed Akame on the desk, a knock came at the door. Shinya Hasegawa smiled, introducing the newcomer to Yato. "This is Ayaka Fujita. She is exclusively in charge of matters relating to the distribution of Asachi. Fujita, take a look at this Zanpakuto." "Yes, headmaster." Ayaka Fujita pulled out a ledger, released the Kido seal binding it, and took out a magnifying glass to inspect the detailed features of Akame's blade. Curvature, 0, hilt wrapping, crimson fine silk. The Kurigata is positioned slightly further back. The Tsuba is a hexagonal prism. She flipped through the ledger, quickly finding the answer. This sword was escorted here by envoys from the Soul King Palace 8 years ago. It was one of the 40 swords from the second batch that year, designated as Gung 15, aka within the Shino Academy. During the opening ceremony 3 years ago, it was granted. It was granted. Ayaka Fujita's expression grew rather peculiar. The recipient was named Moritora Shiba. He tragically perished in a live combat exercise during his second month at the academy. Shinya Hasegawa frowned almost imperceptibly. Uchiha Yato was somewhat surprised. Just as he was about to ask something, Headmaster Hasegawa waved his hand, dismissing Ayaka Fujita. "This matter is slightly problematic," the headmaster said, carefully choosing his words. "For us Soul Reapers, the sword and the wielder coexist. It is exceedingly rare for one to survive while the other perishes. Therefore, when a student of the Shino Academy dies unexpectedly, their Asachi is collected and incinerated alongside their remains. Of course, since you have now invoked the true name of this sword, and achieved Shirkai, Akame belongs to you. Even someone as esteemed as Head Captain Yamamoto cannot strip you of it. This is an unshakable law of the Soul Society. Situations like yours have occurred in the past. Usually, the wielder visits the deceased's family and friends to offer them closure. However, Moritora Shiba was the second son of the main branch of the Shiba clan. The thoughts of a great noble family might differ from those of ordinary people. The shattered, heaven-falling maelstrom, the Shiba clan. Even living in the Rukongai, Uchiha Yato had heard of this family's illustrious reputation. In this era, the Shiba clan had not yet been stripped of their status, and remained one of the 5 great noble families. Their name was prominent, their prestige was immense, and they were renowned throughout the 3 realms for their naturally massive spiritual pressure. Kaian Shiba and Moritora Shiba of the main branch. Ishin Shiba of the branch family. Though these individuals were young, they had captured the attention of the Soul Society, widely believed to be destined to achieve Bankai and reach the level of a captain within a century. Tragically, just a few years ago, Moritora Shiba met with an accident shortly after enrolling in the Shino Academy, reducing the three great geniuses known as the three carriages of the Shiba clan by one. Given that a great noble family was involved, Headmaster Hasegawa felt it necessary to proceed with caution. He pondered carefully for a moment before returning Akame to Yato. Fortunately, the Shiba clan maintains a good family tradition. In all these years, no unsavory rumors have ever come out about them. They revere freedom and are very approachable. A few years ago, Kyan Shiba graduated from here. I will inform him of this matter first. It can't be helped. To graduate smoothly, your Zanpakuto must be registered and matched with the records from the Soul King Palace. Don't let this weigh on your mind. Head to your dormitory, official classes begin tomorrow. Uchiha Yato thanked the headmaster and left the office. He truly felt no burden whatsoever. Among the 5 great noble families of the Soul Society, the Kuchiki clan viewed themselves as the paragon of soul reapers, placing the highest importance on rules. The Shihoin clan was the most combative, possessing a free-spirited and uninhibited nature. The Tsuneyashiro clan controlled all the history and intelligence of the Soul Society, possessing a dark and scheming disposition. The hidden aristocratic clan had not appeared in the Soul Society for a millennium, serving to guard the borders of hell. Only the Shiba clan, disliking the rigid rules and regulations of the current Soul Society, and opposing the imprisonment of the Soul King in the sky, had moved out of the Siriidii and taken up residence in the Rukongai. They maintained the closest ties with the commoners and enjoyed an excellent reputation. Familiar with the original story, Yato knew that the Shiba family was indeed very easy to talk to. Committing a vile act like snatching another person's Zanpakuto for the sake of a deceased brother was something they were absolutely incapable of doing. After meeting with the members of the Shiba clan, the Zanpakuto in his hand would undoubtedly be completely legitimized, leaving him with no lingering concerns. After leaving the headmaster's office, Uchiha Yato headed straight for the dormitory area. Before the sword-granting ceremony, he hadn't visited the dormitory because he needed to handle the matter regarding his Zanpakuto. Now that the heavy stone weighing on his mind had been lifted, Yato felt quite relaxed, leisurely taking in the sights of the Shino Academy along the way. This is the one. Yato glanced at the door plate marked Ko-1 and pushed the door open. It was an exceedingly spacious double room, immaculately tidy. The sun shone brightly outside the window, tracing a faint, golden halo onto the face of the occupant. A youth was seated cross-legged on the floor. He had placed his newly acquired Asachi flat across his lap. His shoulders were slightly lowered, his fingers rested lightly against the spine of the blade, his eyes were tightly shut, and his breathing was even. Even the most stringent, old-fashioned scholar couldn't find a single flaw in this posture for Jinzen. Hearing the noise, the youth slowly opened his eyes. "Hello, I am your roommate." The kensiken on his forehead swayed gently with his movements, emitting a crisp, clear chime. Byakuya Kuchiki. Chapter 14, Yato and Byakuya. 1333 words. Chapter 14, Yato and Byakuya. The Kuchiki clan was often criticized for being rigid and dogmatic, but they had one redeeming quality: they treated everyone with mildness and impeccable courtesy. Byakuya stood up and greeted him. "Byakuya, is it?" Uchiha Yato smiled faintly. "Please take care of me from now on." Seeing Yato's attitude, Byakuya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely been a little worried that the guy across from him would open with Lord Byakuya, forcing him to put on airs in return. Since they were going to be roommates, it was better not to be overly formal. Moreover, Byakuya stole a glance at the Zanpakuto resting on Yato's waist. This was, after all, the first person in their incoming class to achieve Shirkai. Yato didn't stand on ceremony. Sitting on the empty bed, he pulled a jar of medicinal ointment from his luggage and took off his shirt. His torso was lean and well-defined, but it was marred by numerous unhealed wounds, crisscrossing in a grisly display that was shocking to the eye. "I need to change my dressings." Hope you don't mind. Not at all. Do what you need to do. Byakuya blinked. Although he had been taught from a young age not to ask unnecessary questions, he was still young and couldn't help himself. Those injuries. Got into a hacking match with someone. Did you notify the guard corps? Haha, no need for that, young Master Kachiki. It's just a rustic form of entertainment in the countryside. If we're brothers, we hack each other a couple of times. Byakuya curled his lip, clearly not buying it. Hey, don't just stand there watching. Yato grinned and handed him a small jar. Do me a favor. The wounds on my back are a hassle to reach. Byakuya completely froze, staring at Yato's back in disbelief, wondering if he was dreaming. For the heir of a great noble family, this seemed highly inappropriate. Yet, since they were roommates living under the same roof, helping each other apply medicine seemed perfectly normal. Muttering under his breath, Byakuya scooped out some of the semi-solid ointment from the jar and carefully applied it to Yato's back. To give credit where it's due, Byakuya's technique was quite good. It seemed he was no stranger to getting injured himself, and had honed his skills through practice. Unable to find a topic of conversation, Yato fell into casual banter, much like his college days in his past life. Eaten yet? Wanna grab a bite together later? I've never been to the Siriitii before. I don't even know which tea houses are good. The sashimi places east of the seated officers' quarters, the sushi stalls outside the 6th Division barracks, and the vegetarian rice balls near the Comprehensive Relief Clinic. Byakuya listed them off familiarly, patting Yato's back. When we go, whatever you do, don't mention you're a new student from the Rukongai. They love ripping off rookies. All right, all done. Yato rolled his shoulders and turned around. Your technique is pretty solid. Way better than my two clumsy neighbors. Learned it from a certain demon cat. Demon cat? Yato knew Byakuya was referring to Yorichi Shihoin, but since it was their first meeting, he couldn't act too familiar, so he played along. It's a tradition in the Siriitii taking small animals as masters. Hearing this, Yato chuckled inwardly. This kid Byakuya is actually quite lively right now. Holding in a grudge to fire back at me, huh? There were naturally no classes on the first day of enrollment. After changing his dressings, Yato headed out with Byakuya. Through their interactions, Yato found Byakuya quite easy to talk to, and even seemed unusually accommodating toward him. He didn't know where this goodwill came from, but it didn't stop him from pushing his luck. What did you say that place was called again? The Pleasure District. The pure, innocent boy Byakuya looked a little embarrassed. It's not a good place. Give me an example. Many adults like to go there, like Captain Kayaraku. Oh, got it. Yato's interest waned, but he immediately followed up with, the food there should be pretty good, right? I heard the tea houses there have an abundance of spirit wine that tastes like cherries. Let's go. Let's go get some drinks. My family rules state I must be home within 2 hours after dark. Tisk, TSK. It's the first day of school. We should be celebrating meeting our classmates. Come on, drinks, drinks. Late that night, Byakuya Kachiki tiptoed his way home. As a great noble family whose history was practically synonymous with the Siriitis, the Kachiki Manor naturally occupied a massive expanse of land. The courtyards were designed with a perfect balance of tranquility and motion, featuring winding streams and scattered stepping stones in exquisite perfection. In the past, Byakuya would occasionally complain about the manor being too large, grumbling about how far he had to walk from his quarters to the main gates. Moreover, due to strict household rules, he wasn't allowed to use Shuinpa to shorten the trip. But tonight, he finally experienced the benefits of a massive house when coming home late. It was easier to avoid getting caught by the adults. He vaulted over the wall and landed lightly like a cat, without making a sound. He then concentrated his spiritual pressure into his legs to reduce his weight, and sprinted across the rooftops toward his quarters. Then, his grandfather plucked him right out of the air. Caught off guard, Byakuya stumbled and let out an awkward laugh, before obediently standing completely still. Grandfather. The man before him had snow-white hair, and a matching beard. He was gaunt yet stood perfectly straight, wearing a clean, tidy kimono even in the dead of night. He was none other than the current head of the Kachiki clan, the incumbent captain of the 6th Division of the Godai 13, Byakuya's biological grandfather, Jinrei Kachiki. Where have you been? Gee, grandfather, it was the first day of school, so I went out to get some food with my roommate. Byakuya rarely made mistakes, and his skin wasn't thick enough for lying. His voice grew quieter and quieter, his head bowing lower and lower. Looking at the back of his grandson's head, Jinrei Kachiki felt a wave of helplessness. It's only the first day of school, and you're already staying out all night. And you silly child, if you're sneaking back home, stick to the ground. Did you really have to fly across the rooftops? However, he had no intention of interrogating him. He simply shook his head and chuckled. Next time, you can invite them here for a meal. It is high time you learned the Kachiki clan's way of treating guests. Yes, grandfather. Jinrei patted Byakuya's head and asked, so, how is the Shino Academy? Official classes haven't started yet, but it feels pretty good. I'll definitely learn a lot. That is correct. There are several senior instructors there who have deeply researched Zanjutsu and Kido. You must study hard and not become arrogant. You should also learn from your peers. However, I assume my grandson is the top student in his class. In that case, you must also assist your classmates and display the grace of the Kachiki. Understood, grandfather. Although. Byakuya paused, his tone turning very serious. I'm probably not the top student in my class. There is someone stronger than me. Jinrei Kachiki was surprised. His grandson possessed extraordinary talent, had received the finest education since childhood, and had been constantly exposed to Yoruichi's Shuinpa. His strength had already reached the level of a seated officer. With such proficiency, he could only settle for second place. It's the truth, grandfather. The noble youth wearing the Kensiken flashed with a soaring fighting spirit in his eyes. My roommate, Uchiha Yato, is stronger than I am right now. Chapter 15, Life at the Shino Academy 1423 words. Chapter 15, Life at the Shino Academy. Life at the Shino Academy was far busier than Yato had anticipated. This was especially true for someone like him, a student hailing from the Rukongai, who had been marked for special attention, due to already achieving Shirkai. The academic pressure was immense. He had to wake up at the crack of dawn to head to the training grounds on an empty stomach for rigorous physical and spiritual pressure conditioning. After breakfast, capitalizing on the mind being at its sharpest in the morning, veteran soul reapers who had retired due to injuries from the Godai 13 would instruct them in Zanjutsu. Approaching midday was dedicated to Kido practice, followed by Hakuda and Shuinpa in the afternoon. Naturally, theoretical subjects such as wilderness survival, the organizational structure and history of the Suriitii, and essential knowledge about Hueco Mundo were interspersed among the four major disciplines of Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido, ensuring a balanced rhythm of tension and relaxation. When night fell, the students of the same year were gathered for combat sparring exercises. Every night at bedtime, the students would drag their battered and exhausted bodies back to the dormitories. Fortunately, the meals provided by the Shino Academy were specially formulated to accelerate the recovery of spiritual pressure and physical stamina, allowing the students to barely pull through. In such an environment, Yato felt as though the try-hard genes from his past life had been fully activated. He studied maniacally, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. The subtlety of Zanjutsu lies in the coordination between your footwork and your wrists. When you twist your waist and drive with your legs, you must maintain the balance of your spine. The so-called Kido is not some mythical magic fabricated in folklore. Regardless of whether you abandon the incantation or not, we must engrave the sensation of erasure reconstructing within our bodies. The secret to Hakuda is transforming your entire body into a weapon. There are numerous schools in this discipline: the poisonous bee style, the Orochi Bite style, the Nine Mountains style, too many to count. Today we will begin with the Poisonous Bee style, which places the utmost emphasis on finger strikes. Shuinpa, the technique of concentrating spiritual pressure in the legs and toes for an instantaneous burst of movement. The strong can use the air itself as a foothold, ignoring terrain entirely, but you must be acutely aware of your landing points. Knowledge was continuously crammed into Uchiha Yato's brain. He was arguably the most hard-working student in his class, and he could palpably feel himself growing stronger with each passing day. Such days flew by, and in a blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Tonight, the final sparring group. In the training grounds, an instructor with arms as thick as a wild bear's deliberately dragged out his words before roaring, "Uchiha Yato and Byakuya Kachiki." The gazes of all the students converged on the two of them. This had practically become the fixed pairing for every evening spar. The instructors at the Shino Academy intentionally paired students with similar combat capabilities to prevent one-sided beatdowns, which offered no effective training value. Among this year's batch, Uchiha Yato and Byakuya Kachiki had already left the rest of their classmates far behind in the dust. Therefore, they had no choice but to spar with each other. Yato and Byakuya stood up, exchanged a glance, and walked toward the center of the training grounds. The students and instructors wordlessly backed away, expanding the perimeter. These two were incredibly ferocious. When the battle reached its climax, they often lost all restraint. A stray Kido they unleashed a month ago had accidentally injured a student who was standing too close. The noble youth wearing the Kensiken offered a salute with his sword. "Be careful." Uchiha Yato smiled. "Please instruct me, Byakuya." Before the words even faded, both moved simultaneously. Swords drew, Shuinpa engaged, horizontal slash. A thunderous clash of metal reverberated throughout the training grounds. Many students couldn't help but cover their ears, an irrepressible sense of absurdity rising in their hearts. These two are even stronger than the last time they fought. In the center of the arena, following a brief contest of raw strength, Byakuya leaned back slightly, allowing his zanpakuto to sweep upward as the tip of his foot kicked against the spine of the blade. This strike carried tremendous force, and was highly creative. Caught off guard, Yato could only block horizontally, and the impact sent him launching into the air. Simultaneously, Byakuya Kachiki pinched his blade between his fingers, crossing his straightened arms over his chest, and began to chant at blistering speed, "Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of Mun. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south." Heido number 31, Shikaho. Red fire cannon. A crimson orb of fire materialized abruptly, its searing heat distorting the air as it roared toward Yato. Witnessing this scene, many students turned pale, offering bitter smiles. It must be noted that one of the graduation requirements of the Shino Academy was the Kido exam. Generally speaking, as long as a student could cast Shikaho with the incantation, they would pass the exam with flying colors. To be able to cast this mid-level Kido so calmly in the heat of battle, after only 6 months of enrollment, was a testament to Byakuya Kachiki's terrifying talent. However, Yato's response left those very students without even the strength to muster a bitter smile. Suspended midair, the black-eyed youth gathered Raisure beneath his feet to regain his balance. Then, he looked at the incoming crimson fireball, and calmly extended a single hand. Shikaho. Accompanying that casually spoken word, a Kido far more massive than the incoming Shikaho materialized before Yato. Shikaho collided with Shikaho. After a momentary stalemate too brief for the naked eye to catch, the Kido unleashed by Yato devoured its counterpart like a victor and roared toward Byakuya Kachiki like a frenzied dragon. Byakuya's expression changed drastically as he dove to the side. The Kido practically grazed his clothes before smashing into the ground. Dust and smoke billowed out. A crater over a dozen meters wide was blasted into the training grounds, raging flames burning within it like a scene from purgatory. Even someone as proud as Byakuya couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the sight. After 6 months of interacting, he knew that his own strength and that of his roommate were roughly on the same level. But Yato's Kido, it was simply too powerful. To be precise, Yato's fire-type Kido had already far surpassed the level of an academy student, or even an ordinary seated officer. To think that a mid-level Kido cast without an incantation could outright overpower his fully incanted version. His comprehension and mastery over fire-type Kido were nothing short of miraculous. Standing in the air, Uchiha Yato dropped straight down. He cast a glance at the deep crater, quite satisfied with his handiwork. 6 months ago, upon his first exposure to Kido, he discovered his innate talent for fire-type Kido. He understood it with a single glance, mastered it after a single attempt. His chanting rhythm was utterly flawless, and even without the incantation, its power far exceeded that of his peers. Yato understood perfectly well that this talent originated from the power of the Uchiha. In the ninja world, the Uchiha were the undisputed masters of fire style, unparalleled and unrivaled. Transposed to the world of Bleach, it was only natural that Yato, possessing the power of the Uchiha, would be exceptionally gifted in fire-type Kido. Amidst the scorching heat, Yato and Byakuya locked eyes, both clearly seeing the burning fighting spirit in the other's gaze. Zanjutsu, Shuinpa, Kido, these alone were not enough to definitively declare a victor. For a Soul Reaper, the true eruption of a battle only began with the release of their Zanpakuto. Well then. Here I come. Bring it on. Don't hold back, Byakuya. Their spiritual pressure erupted almost simultaneously. Senbenzakura. All creation returns to the void, the 6 paths reduced to ash. Yato ran a finger lightly along the edge of his blade, his touch as gentle as caressing a lover. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon. Normally, if you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Check your back one more time. 1326 words. Chapter 16. Check your back one more time. Cherry blossoms scattered. The Zanpakuto in Byakuya Kachiki's hand abruptly vanished. He held only the hilt. The blade itself had fragmented into tiny, microscopic blades utterly invisible to the naked eye. The dancing blades caught the light, reflecting a brilliant hue reminiscent of cherry blossoms. 3 months ago, after entering the Shino Academy and receiving his Asachi, Byakuya had achieved Shirkai. The true name of his Zanpakuto was Senbenzakura. Thousands of tiny blades, as thin as a cow's hair and drifting like catkins in the wind, moved with blinding speed. Most lethally, their near invisibility made effective defense practically impossible. But Yato could see them. His dark eyes bled into crimson, and within each pupil, 2 tomo spun lazily, beautiful and enchanting. Under the gaze of these eyes, the tens of thousands of microscopic blades seemed as though they had been highlighted with ink, visible down to the finest detail. Senbenzakura. Byakuya shouted, unleashing the myriad of blades. In an instant, cherry blossoms filled the air. A sea of pink engulfed the center of the training grounds, surging toward Yato, carrying a razor-sharp killing intent. Yato didn't panic. Gripping his sword with one hand, he relied on the Sharingan to perceive every nuance of the incoming attack. His Zanjutsu flowed like water, precisely swatting the cherry blossom blades away one after another. Within seconds, the ground around Yato was torn to shreds, not a single inch left intact. However, under Byakuya's control, the deflected blades arced back, attacking Yato's blind spots from behind while coordinating with the frontal assault to form a flawless, 360-degree encirclement. Amidst the gasps of the students and instructors, Yato's spiritual pressure surged to the next level. The 2 tomo instantly morphed into 3. His demonic Sharingan pierced through the gaps in the swirling cherry blossoms, locking directly onto Byakuya's eyes. Byakuya's mind suddenly went blank, his body freezing. He looked down and was horrified to find several iron spikes, thick as young trees, skewering his body. They pierced through his bones and muscles, rendering him completely paralyzed by the agonizing pain, and stripping away his control over his own limbs. Having spent 6 months sparring and living with Yato, Byakuya was intimately familiar with his shuriken. He instantly realized he had fallen into a trap. He immediately commanded Senbonzakura, condensing the tiny blades and directing them to strike his own chest. This specific spot housed a spiritual node known as the Tonfu. It possessed no significant practical use, save for one detail: stimulating it caused an excruciatingly intense pain. Byakuya intended to use this method to forcefully snap himself out of the genjutsu. The cherry blossoms struck, and the sheer agony washed over him. The iron spikes impaling his body vanished instantly. However, when Byakuya looked up again, Yato was nowhere to be seen. "Hey buddy, check your back." Yato's amused voice echoed from behind Byakuya. He had utilized the demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique inherent to the three-tomo Sharingan to paralyze Byakuya. In that split second, he slipped through the closing net of cherry blossom blades, and closed the distance with Shuinpa, aiming squarely for his opponent's back. Even the simplest application of the Sharingan remained a highly effective, lethal technique. Swish Akame's chilling blade slashed through the air. Pouncing like a tiger on a sheep, Yato slammed the spine of his sword toward Byakuya's back. The tremendous force shattered the air with a deafening boom. Akame's spine smashed violently into the ground right where Byakuya stood. The strike had missed entirely. "Then how about you check your back one more time?" Byakuya's voice abruptly whispered into his ear. Even without turning around, Yato felt a dangerous presence prickling at his back like thorns. Flash Blossom. Byakuya casually spat the term, as if declaring the arrival of his victory. Senka was a secret kendo technique that the Kachiki clan took immense pride in. It involved utilizing a spin and specialized footwork to instantly maneuver behind the opponent, followed by a thrust to destroy their Hakusui soul sleep, inflicting critical damage. In the original story, Byakuya Kachiki had effortlessly used this exact technique to strip Ichigo Kurosaki of the Soul Reaper powers he had obtained from Rukia. Naturally, since killing or inflicting permanent injury was strictly forbidden in academy spars, Byakuya pressed his index and middle fingers together, aiming to strike Yato's Hakusui instead. If this strike landed solidly, the absolute best-case scenario was instant unconsciousness. Byakuya had drilled the Senka tens of thousands of times. From the spinning advance to the two-finger strike, it was as fast as lightning. Many veteran instructors watching from the sidelines couldn't even track his movements. With a soft thud, like a dragonfly skimming the water, the Senka struck Yato's completely undefended Hakusui. In that fleeting moment, Byakuya's handsome face contorted drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. "The sensation on my fingertips is wrong. This Yato is also an illusion." Senbonzakura. He shouted immediately, flaring his Ryuryoku in a desperate attempt to recall the scattered cherry blossom blades to defend himself. Unfortunately, despite his incredibly fast reaction, he still wasn't faster than Akame's blade. Yato's Zanpakuto rested firmly against Byakuya's neck. The three-tomo spun lazily as the illusory clone shattered into nothingness. "A brilliant duel, my friend, but your eyes cannot see the distant future." The match was decided. Following a brief moment of stunned silence, wave after wave of thunderous applause erupted in the training grounds. This duel was a shining example of the Shino Academy's educational success. Both combatants had utilized their foundational skills in Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido, seamlessly integrated their shuriken, and engaged in a psychological tug-of-war filled with reversals, pushing their spiritual pressure to the absolute limit. It was safe to say that a spar of this caliber might not be seen for over a decade. It not only required both students to possess seated officer-level combat prowess, but also demanded that the gap between them remain razor-thin. Whenever Yato and Byakuya sparred, instructors from across the Shino Academy would rush over to observe, using the matches to validate their teaching theories and refine their methods. "I yield," Yato said amidst the cheering, proactively sheathing his sword. "Byakuya, you shouldn't look into my eyes." "I know, but I just can't help it." Byakuya deactivated his shuriken and sighed. Whether it's the teachings of the Kachiki clan or the lectures from the academy instructors, they always emphasize the importance of observing the opponent's eyes during a battle to anticipate their next move by reading their emotions. And that's exactly why you fell for my trick. Byakuya scratched his head, too frustrated to reply. He pulled the Kensekin off his head, twirling it in his hand as he pondered how to counter Yato's eyes. Over the past 6 months, Uchiha Yato frequently showcased the illusion-type abilities of his Shurikai. Merely making eye contact with his Sharingan was enough to suddenly drag an opponent into an illusory world and paralyze their body. Controlling an opponent's 5 senses truly offered massive advantages in combat. By now, Yato completely understood Sosuke Aizen's perspective. Why use Kyoka Sojetsu all the time? Because it's just so damn convenient. With the conclusion of Yato and Byakuya's duel, the day's curriculum officially came to an end. Yato stretched lazily. He was planning to head back to the dormitory for some Jinzen training before bed, but he was intercepted by a faculty member along the way. Despite being an instructor, he maintained an attitude of utmost respect when addressing the rising young genius. Someone from the Shiba clan is here. They've explicitly asked to see you. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Bringing up the past. 1455 words. Chapter 17. Bringing up the past. Yato nodded thoughtfully. For the past half year since enrolling, he had been so completely absorbed in his training and studies that he had almost forgotten about the lingering issue with his Zanpakuto. Now, it seemed that although he didn't know why the Shiba clan took so long to seek him out, they had finally arrived. The Shiba clan. Byakuya Kachiki, who had been sulking on the sidelines, suddenly snapped out of his funk. Yato, what do those guys want with you? Uchiha Yato gave a brief explanation of the history behind the blade in his hands. As Byakuya listened, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Yato, if you don't mind, I'll go with you. Is that really necessary? I heard the people from the Shiba clan are pretty decent. The noble youth readjusted his Kensekin, straightened his attire, and let out a soft, cold scoff, outwardly generous and affectionate, but in truth, they are pests to the rules. Chaotic and unruly. Yato cast a surprised look at his companion. Having known Byakuya for 6 months, this was the first time he had ever heard such sharp, acerbic words come out of his mouth. But thinking about it, it made sense. The Kachiki clan was the head of the 5 great noble families. They placed the utmost importance on rules, pouring endless blood and sweat into maintaining the stability of the Soul Society. They were the absolute defenders of the established system. The Shiba clan, on the other hand, was bold, uninhibited, and valued personal loyalty over law. Their actions often crossed the line, they revered freedom, and they even harbored a vague dissatisfaction with how the Soul King was treated. To put it mildly, it was about freeing a pitiful prisoner. To put it bluntly, it was about completely overturning the order of the 3 realms. It would be a miracle if the Kachiki and Shiba clans actually got along. However, none of this really concerned Yato, and he wasn't going to reject his friend's goodwill. He simply patted Byakuya on the shoulder, and the two followed the instructor toward the reception room. As they approached the double doors, Yato could hear hearty laughter ringing from inside. Ha ha ha. So this Uchiha Yato is an absolute genius, then. To be young. It's wonderful. Headmaster Hasegawa, do you know which division Yato wants to join after he graduates? How about the 13th division? Our Captain Yucatake is a genuinely great guy. Sigh, Headmaster, please don't bring up my promotion to lieutenant. It's way too troublesome, and for a position that important, I still need a lot more experience. The leading instructor came to a halt. After a brief knock and announcement, Yato and Byakuya pushed the doors open and walked in. Aside from Headmaster Shinya Hasegawa and Ayaka Fujita, there was a young man in the room. He was tall and ruggedly handsome, with spiky black hair and deep, cyan eyes. On his left wrist was the tattooed crest of the Shiba clan, the shattered, heaven-falling maelstrom. Kai and Shiba, the current third seat of the 13th Division. Headmaster. The two youths greeted him upon entering. Byakuya then stepped to the side, hugging his Zanpakuto. As he did, he shot Kai and Shiba a glare laden with a heavy warning. He was only here to back up his best friend, so it wasn't appropriate for him to actively interfere. Kai and Shiba naturally recognized the young master of the Kachiki clan, and was well aware of the friction between their families. Unfazed, he merely offered a cheeky chuckle in response. Headmaster Hasegawa cleared his throat. This is the wielder of that Zanpakuto, Uchiha Yato. Yato, this is Moritora Shiba's older brother, Kai and Shiba. He graduated from here 5 years ago, and currently serves as the third seat of the 13th Division. Lord Shiba. Yato bowed respectfully to Kaien. I am deeply humbled that you would make the trip here personally. Hey. Kaien waved his hands dismissively. You're too young to be dealing in all this empty formality. Our family got so sick of noble rules that we moved out to the Rukongai. Just calling me Senior Kaien is fine. Yes, Senior Kaien. That's more like it. Young people should be full of life. Don't go learning from those rigid, stick-in-the-mud types. Leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, Byakuya's eyebrow twitched. He scoffed internally, knowing full well Kaien was jabbing at him. However, Kaien was ultimately a straightforward and honorable man. He didn't dwell on teasing Byakuya. Instead, his expression shifted to one of profound seriousness as he turned to Yato. This rising genius of the Gotei 13 lowered his head, bowed slightly, and spoke with an unprecedented solemnity. Then, Uchiha Yato. I formally request to view your Zanpakuto. His attitude was earnest and sincere, completely beyond reproach. Coupled with his status as a great noble and his position as the deceased's elder brother, it was an entirely reasonable request that no one could possibly refuse. Without hesitation, Yato unfastened Akame and handed it to Kai and Shiba. My condolences, Yato said softly. Kaien nodded silently, his fingers gently tracing the blade. From the handguard down to the hilt wrapping, he scrutinized every detail. Drop by drop, memories of the past flooded his mind. He remembered the day his little brother received his Asachi for the very first time, running over excitedly to spar with him. Back then, the usually mature Moritora had shown a rare, childish enthusiasm. Big bro, I'm going to use this sword to achieve Shirkai and Bankai. Together with Uncle Ishin from the Branch family and you, we'll make our names known across the Soul Society. All three of us are going to be captains. When the time comes, we'll free the Soul King, rebuild the order, and everyone will live freely. After all, hollows have hearts too. The echoes of the past still lingered in his ears. But seeing this blade again, the one who wielded it was already separated from him by the insurmountable veil of death. The corners of Kaien's eyes turned red, and his arm trembled slightly. This is the sword. He paused, taking a steadying breath before looking up. Yato, what is her name? A beautiful name. It suits you well. Kaien Shiba's expression was steeped in overwhelming sorrow. I should have come sooner. 3 years ago, Moritora participated in a live combat drill hosted by the Academy. He was tragically ambushed by Minos Grande. Not even his bones remained, and his Asachi was lost. My little brother. He choked up for a second before pressing on. My little brother, Moritora Shiba, had talent that surpassed even mine. Before he was even old enough to enroll in the Shino Academy, he could cast level 50 Kido without an incantation, and he had completely mastered our family's secret sand manipulation techniques. Once he entered the academy and received his Asachi, he had the potential to achieve Shirkai within months and reach new heights. Tragically, he died in a training exercise just 2 weeks after enrolling. The Academy's official report stated that his squad was wiped out after encountering an Ajuchas class Minos. Of course I didn't believe it. An Ajuchas? Even if my brother couldn't defeat it, he could have easily escaped. His Shuinpa was praised even by the head of the Shohoin clan. Fortunately, half a year ago, I received intel from the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. They found that very Uchiha's. So I took an extended leave, and went to Hueco Mundo to investigate. The result. Even a man as boisterous and open-hearted as Kyan Shiba looked terrifyingly dark in this moment, his teeth grinding together with an audible creak. Hueco Mundo is a realm of savage slaughter. That Uchiha's had already been devoured by a Vasta lord, vanishing completely. I found no closure. Only the bitter hatred of being unable to cut down my brother's murderer with my own hands. Kyan Shiba's spiritual pressure surged like a turbulent ocean. Under his volatile emotional state, everyone in the reception room felt a heavy, suffocating pressure bearing down on their chests. The dead cannot return to life. As his older brother, I shall inherit Moritora's will. But this Asachi. Kyan calmed his raging emotions, letting out a long, heavy sigh as he handed Akame back to Yato. No longer has any relation to the Shiba clan. She belongs to you. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. All for the sake of the Siriidii. 1700 words. Chapter 18. All for the sake of the Siriidii. The Shiba clan made no trouble for Yato, and the matter concerning his Zanpakuto was swiftly resolved. Ayaka Fujita, who handled Asachi affairs, filed a detailed report, completely cementing his ownership. Kyan Shiba didn't stay for long. Having just returned from Hueco Mundo, he had a mountain of matters awaiting his attention back at his division. Where to next, Yato? Byakuya Kachiki asked as they left the reception room. Uchiha. Yato chuckled softly. I originally planned to head back for some Jinzen training, but with Akame's situation settled, I'm in a good mood. Let's go out and get something good to eat. I'll join you. Yato intentionally teased him. If I recall correctly, the last time you stayed out all night, the head of the Kachiki gave you a thorough scolding and nearly brought out the family discipline. Byakuya stiffened his neck, attempting to look more resolute. That's exactly why you're coming to my house as a guest this time. I was going to invite you right after our spar, but Kyan Shiba showed up, and it got delayed until now. All right. Yato grinned, throwing an arm around Byakuya's shoulders. If the young master Kachiki extends an invitation, how could I possibly refuse? Over the past 6 months, Yato had frequented the Kachiki estate quite often. Since Byakuya belonged to a great noble family and lived within the Siriidii, he opted to return home every night despite having a dormitory room at the Shino Academy, effectively making him a day student. Whenever the two wanted to spar and test the fruits of their training, Yato would go to Byakuya's home to use the Kachiki clan's private training grounds. During these visits, he had even crossed paths with Yorichi Shohoin twice. By now, Yato was quite familiar with the Kachiki manner. Familiarity aside, however, being formally invited to a banquet was a first. As an ancient great noble family whose history mirrored that of the Soul Society, the Kachiki clan's extravagance was truly a sight to behold. They prepared a daikyo cuisine, grand banquet, striving for absolute perfection in taste, presentation, and meaning. It was both elegant and grounded, adhering to strict etiquette while subtly incorporating a touch of rustic charm. During the banquet, Byakuya's elders, Jinrei Kachiki and Sojin Kachiki, came over to greet Uchiha Yato in accordance with proper etiquette. Yato, Byakuya introduced them respectfully. This is my grandfather, Jinrei, and my father, Sojin. Yato hastily stood up, conversing with the two men deferentially. Yato, is it? You are quite impressive. Jinrei Kachiki stroked his snow-white beard, his fondness for the youth plainly visible. Our Byakuya speaks of you often. Tenacious, outstanding, and remarkably talented. Byakuya is a proud and impulsive boy. Thank you for looking after him. Yato quickly replied that he didn't dare claim such credit. Beside him, Sojin Kachiki also spoke with a warm smile. There is no need for false modesty. It is precisely because of young people like you that the Siriidii can continue to protect the three realms. This lieutenant of the 6th Division, who received little focus in the original story, was the kind of exceptionally handsome man who immediately caught one's eye. Sojin Kachiki possessed exquisite features. Despite his great noble lineage, he completely lacked the overbearing arrogance typical of his class. Instead, he was gentle and approachable. Coupled with his slender frame and slightly pale complexion, he possessed the distinct aura of a sickly beauty. He spoke with Yato in a soft, gentle voice for a long time, before smiling and pointing at the zanpakuto on the youth's waist. So she is Akame. Perhaps feeling he was being slightly abrupt, Sojin Kachiki offered an apologetic nod. Yato, your entry into the Shino Academy caused quite a stir. A genius capable of achieving Shirkai before even enrolling. The Godii 13 is practically salivating over you. Everyone is making bets on which division you'll join after graduation. Haha, in short, both you and your zanpakuto have become quite famous. Lord Sojin, it was merely a stroke of luck. Yato replied modestly. He unsheathed Akame, performed a quick flourish, and presented it to Sojin Kachiki. Excellent. The gentle, frail man applauded warmly. It is indeed a fine blade. As elders of high status, Jinrei and Sojin Kachiki knew their presence would only make the two young juniors uncomfortable. After instructing Byakuya to fulfill his duties as a host, they departed from the banquet. Father and son walked along the corridor, passed through the rock garden, and arrived at the innermost sleeping quarters of the Kachiki estate. The moment they arrived, Sojin Kachiki could hold on no longer. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed into a chair. He let out a few hollow laughs, a desolate sigh escaping his lips. It truly is a fine blade. Jinrei Kachiki rushed forward, hastily pulling open his son's collar. Right over a vital spot on his chest, a grievous wound that reached his internal organs seemed to have come alive, fresh blood constantly seeping from it. This lethal wound was inflicted by Akame. At that time, she didn't have a name. She was merely an Asachi. At that time, the youth gripping the zanpakuto was named Moritora Shiba. Tonight's events left Sojin Kachiki feeling somewhat dazed. He felt as though he had been transported back 3 years, to the night he ventured into Hueco Mundo alone to assassinate Moritora Shiba. Father, the ways of the world are truly unfathomable. That very Asachi has appeared before me once more, bearing witness to my impending death. Sojin, do not speak so much. Your organs cannot handle the strain. It's no use, father. When I suffered heavy injuries to kill Moritora Shiba in Hueco Mundo back then, and then eliminated that Ajuchas a few months ago, the damage to my body became irreversible. Sojin Kachiki panted for a long time, before finally catching his breath. This is an incurable wound. Moritora Shiba truly was a genius. Had he continued to grow, their family might have genuinely produced 3 captains. Jinrei Kachiki squeezed his eyes shut in anguish, unable to bear looking at the bone-deep scar on his son's body. Why did it have to come to this? Father, you understand. The frail man swallowed a mouthful of blood, slumping weakly in his chair. It wasn't because I couldn't tolerate the Shiba clan growing stronger. As fellow members of the 5 great noble families, I would have even welcomed such prosperity. That is why, when the head of the Tsuneyashiro approached me, proposing an alliance to assassinate Moritora Shiba, I categorically refused. But during that noble assembly, I coincidentally overheard a conversation between Moritora Shiba and the head of the Shiba clan. The sickly gentleman gripped the armrests tightly. A bone-chilling coldness and roiling killing intent flared within his eyes. He actually declared that he intended to free the Soul King, reshape the order of the 3 realms, and allow Hollows, humans, and Soul Reapers to live together in a free nation devoid of conflict. Such ideology is incredibly dangerous. What's even more terrifying is that the Shiba clan actually seemed capable of achieving it. If that came to pass, the three realms would be overturned. Hueco Mundo, the world of the living, and the Soul Society would fuse into one, returning to the primordial era. A world without life or death, without progress or regression. Everything the Soul King, and all of us have sacrificed, all our efforts would vanish into thin air. Having said all this, Sojin Kachiki was left gasping for air, coughing up blood incessantly. I don't have many years left, father. I am profoundly sorry for forcing you to attend your own son's funeral. Jinrei Kachiki's heart ached with profound sorrow. He spoke softly, attempting to comfort him. Sojin, you will live. I will send word to Squad Zero immediately, and have them take you to the Soul King Palace. Only the Kido there can heal you. Hearing this, Sojin Kachiki merely shook his head. There is no need, father. A life for a life, that is also a rule of the Kachiki clan. Let the matter end with me. There is no need to tell Byakuya the truth. His heart is radiant, and to his very core, he is a true noble. That is a good thing. Not like his father. Forced to rely on deceitful tricks and shadowy schemes due to a frail body. And do not seek trouble with Uchiha Yato. The Kachiki clan's magnanimity does not allow for venting our anger on a child. I only hope that through this incident, those fools from the Shiba clan will realize that the matter of the Soul King is of the utmost gravity. Rebellion is not something to be spoken of lightly. The Kachiki clan are not pedantic zealots. But we cannot sit idly by and watch the three realms be overturned. But if the deaths of myself and Moritora Shiba still fail to serve as a wake-up call to them, then we will have no choice but to follow the words of the Tsuneyashiro head. We will ally with the Shihoin and Squad Zero, and have the Shiba. He closed his eyes, speaking no more. However, though his breath was as faint as gossamer, the fierce, unyielding will in his words did not weaken in the slightest. Everything is for the sake of the Siriidii. Underscore 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 underscore. Hey guys, this is Hollowborn. I just want to ask you guys, if you like this book, please give it the Power Stone and comment on the chapter it's give this book boost in Power Stone and active ranking. And I am going to set a review goal form now on Forever Review. You got a bonus chapter. Thank you for listening. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www. com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 19. Skipping grades and combat exercises. 1559 words. Chapter 19. Skipping grades and combat exercises. Speaking of which, how many years are you planning to take to graduate? Gravestones as massive as mountains tore through the heavens. Within the dark, boundless Kemui dimension, the young boy and the girl clashed fiercely with the utmost resolve. 1 year, 2 years, either is fine. It depends on the situation. Yato replied, his attention momentarily divided, as his hands tightly gripped the blazing gunbai, slamming it ruthlessly toward Akame. The girl merely let out an, oh, her body as light and graceful as a paper crane, as she dodged the heavy strike. At the same time, the Uchiha gunbai in her own hands suddenly tilted, pressing down heavily on Yato's shoulder. Don't use the gunbai like a sledgehammer. How many times have I taught you this? Use your brain, Yato. As she spoke, Akame's eyes shifted into the three-tomo Sharingan, glaring fiercely at him. Yato instantly felt as though he were being incinerated by flames, completely unable to move. Genjutsu, Shiranui. Immediately following that, he took a solid kick from Akame. The girl showed no mercy. Unable to withstand the blow, Yato was forced to retreat to disperse the force. The two exchanged lightning-fast blows, one retreating, one advancing until they leaped onto another towering gravestone pillar. Yato's feet plowed deep trenches into the ground before he finally, barely, managed to block Akame's incoming fist. His eyes turned a brilliant crimson at that exact moment. The instant his dynamic vision multiplied exponentially, both of their speeds surged simultaneously, escalating the intensity of their battle to another level. However, even as they fought, Yato and Akame would occasionally exchange words. Sometimes it was Akame instructing Yato, and other times it was just casual banter. This was Akame's demand. As an Uchiha possessing supreme powers of observation, splitting one's attention was a fundamental skill that had to be mastered. 1 or 2 years. Don't you want to graduate as soon as possible? Break the Shino Academy's record for the fastest graduation or something. It's not like there's a reward. Besides, I came from the Rukongai, so there's a lot of basic knowledge I need to learn from scratch. That guy Byakuya has been getting more and more formidable lately. His mastery over his shurikai is becoming increasingly proficient, like an extension of his own arm. So yeah, Byakuya's Senbonzakura is definitely strong, TSK. And those cherry blossom-like blades, their form is quite beautiful. Akame suddenly bloomed into a radiant smile, so beautiful it could put the moon and flowers to shame. She leapt backward, executing a gorgeous spin in midair before landing gracefully on her feet. Uchiha Yato, on the other hand, was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. He was so exhausted he could barely speak clearly. Are we calling it a day here? Yes, let's stop here. All right then, I'll head out first. Oh, don't go, my master Yato, the girl pitched her voice into an artificially sweet, coquettish tone. Let me see you out. You really don't need to be so polite. In the next second, agonizing pain racked his body, as if he were plummeting into an abyss. Yato felt his mind go completely blank before he lost consciousness. The last thing that filled his vision was an endlessly burning, pitch-black flame. Ow, ow, ow. In the Shino Academy dormitories, Yato had been forcibly kicked out of his Jinzen meditative state. He sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, rubbing his arms to soothe his trembling skin. What did I say wrong this time to piss off that little princess? Yato smacked his head in sheer frustration, trying to recall everything he had just done. The relationship between a Soul Reaper and their Zanpakuto was truly the most bizarre bond in the world. Master and apprentice. Best friends. Father and son. Master and servant. No matter how it was defined, to a Soul Reaper, a Zanpakuto was very much a living entity with its own thoughts, not some mindless puppet. For instance, Yato had discovered that Akame would actually get jealous of other Zanpakuto. Alright, it seems I can't call Senbonzakura beautiful. In his dorm room, Yato finally figured out the root of the problem, and shook his head with a bitter smile. He took a good while to recover before standing up, taking a quick shower, and leaving his room. It was already late at night. With the day's classes over, Byakuya Kachiki had returned to his family's estate. Left alone and bored, and feeling too embarrassed to go back and kill time with Akame, Yato headed to the library. He was indeed a very hard-working academy student. And just as he had mentioned earlier, because he came from the Rukongai, Yato lacked a lot of fundamental knowledge. For example, the Hueco Mundo hierarchical lineage course had troubled Yato for a long time. It was far too complex and disorganized. Thanks to Byakuya personally tutoring him, combined with his own diligent daily studying, he was finally able to achieve a decent grade. In the dead of night at the quiet library, Yato earnestly flipped through books. Every now and then, he would take a sip of the complimentary tea provided by the Shino Academy. It was quite cozy. 5 months had already passed since he last attended the banquet at the Kachiki estate. All in all, Yato had been at the Shino Academy for nearly a year. During this time, it was safe to say he had reaped a bountiful harvest. He had completely mastered Akame's Stage 1 Shurikai, his usage of the 3-tomo Sharingan was practically second nature, and he had grown far more accustomed to wielding the blazing gunbai. In the 4 core disciplines of Zanjutsu, Hakuta, Ho-Ho, and Kido, he was among the cream of the crop at the academy. When it came to fire-based Kido in particular, he was the absolute best. Furthermore, through his relentless training, his spiritual pressure level had received a massive boost. Class 8 Rei, firmly at the level of a top 10 seated officer. Because of his exceedingly excellent grades, Headmaster Hasegawa had even specifically asked Yato if he wanted to graduate in his first year. After careful consideration, Yato had chosen to decline. There was still a wealth of knowledge he hadn't learned at the Shino Academy. Entering the Godai 13 too early would absolutely not be a good thing. Besides, he had his own personal growth plan, to complete Akame's Stage 2 Shirkai. To reach Class 6 Rei, which was equivalent to the level of a lieutenant's assistant. Yato intended to assume the position of a fourth seat, or even a third seat immediately upon graduation, becoming a high-ranking Soul Reaper within the Suriidai. Just like Yato, Byakuya also hadn't opted to graduate in a single year. The rules of the Kachiki clan dictated that such speed was far too ostentatious and incongruous with their million-year-old ancestral teachings. Furthermore, Byakuya wasn't someone who cared for empty titles, so he didn't graduate right away either. Of course, given the level of capability Yato and Byakuya possessed, strictly following the standard curriculum would also be completely unreasonable. After consulting with the academy, the two of them were slated to skip for grades in a month's time. At the start of the new term, they would be promoted directly into the graduating class, becoming sixth-year students. Graduating in 2 years, this was actually the orthodox, genius route at the Shino Academy. It maximized efficiency while still ensuring that the students didn't miss out on any of the academic curriculum. Even Toshiro Hitsugaya, the wielder of the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto in the original series, had graduated in 2 years. This perfectly aligned with Yato's plans. According to his current training speed, he would likely be able to achieve his goals of a Stage 2 Shirkai and Class 6 Rei within a year's time. However, it seems the sixth-year students in the graduating class have to undergo a live combat exercise to prove they're fully prepared to become Soul Reapers. I wonder when I'll get to go to Hueco Mundo to expand my horizons. As Yato flipped through his book, this thought popped into his head, filling him with a sense of anticipation. But what he didn't expect was that this day would arrive so quickly. The very next morning, right after their Zenjutsu class ended, Headmaster Hasegawa called Byakuya and Yato over and laid out the upcoming arrangements. The combat exercise for the incoming graduating class is scheduled for the first week of classes next month. Once you skip grades, you'll be sixth-year students, which means both of you must participate. Byakuya, Yato, the two of you are the strongest among all the students. But you must remember, an exercise is still a battlefield. In the past, there have been geniuses who tragically perished. As for what specifically you need to prepare, Yato, you can ask Byakuya more about that. A journey into Hueco Mundo leaves absolutely no room for negligence. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. A Lucky Day Bounds. Chapter 15. 10 words. Chapter 20. A Lucky Day Bounds. Chapter. The sixth-year graduating class was required to travel to Hueco Mundo for a continuous 7-day live combat exercise. This was a long-standing tradition of the Shino Academy. In past years, even newly enrolled academy students were sent to Hueco Mundo to train and experience the sight of blood. As for why that program was cancelled this year, it was naturally because of Moritora Shiba. This incredibly famous genius had perished in Hueco Mundo 3 years ago, leaving not even a corpse behind. To this day, his death remained an unsolved case. The Shino Academy bore immense pressure from the Shiba clan. Ultimately, they had no choice but to make a promise to Central 46 to control the student mortality rate, which finally spared the underclassmen from traveling to such a dangerous place. However, regardless of the circumstances, the live combat exercise in Hueco Mundo for the sixth-year students remained absolutely unshakable. From the very first graduating class featuring Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake, to the current generation with Yato Uchiha and Byakuya Kachiki, everyone had to make a trip to Hueco Mundo. Time flew by. In the new school term, Yato Uchiha successfully obtained the Academy's permission to skip directly to the 6th year, becoming what the residents of the Rukongai called a Soul Reaper in reserve. During these days, aside from his training, Yato had also made ample preparations for his journey to Hueco Mundo. Although it was only a short 7 days, the amount of supplies needed was not insignificant. Food had to be compressed for easy carrying, straw sandals needed to be specially made so that the sands of Hueco Mundo wouldn't slip through the gaps, life-saving first aid medicine had to be kept in the safest place possible, and those with the means could even purchase sandproof cloaks. The Shino Academy only provided students with the most basic supplies, just enough to ensure they could survive in Hueco Mundo for 7 days. After all, this was a trial meant to temper their willpower and souls. How could they be fully equipped? It wasn't a camping trip. Soon, the day of departure arrived. On this day, the Soul Society was cloudless. Although the early spring season brought a slight chill, accompanied by the chirping of birds, it was still brimming with life. Byakuya, today is my lucky day. At the back of the group, Yato crossed his arms and chuckled, "Look, it's been raining for the past few days, but the moment it's our turn to depart, it suddenly clears up." A lucky day? Yato, we've known each other for a year, and I've never heard you mention such a thing. I just had my fortune read. Remember that straw sandal shop you recommended? There's a stall right outside, took a left. The guy even used the 4 pillars of destiny astrology, highly professional. Yato, that seems to violate the regulations of the Godai 13. Those who wield the sword must not lightly speak of fate. I'm not a soul reaper yet, so that rule doesn't apply to me, Yato said, completely unbothered. Besides, it's just for good luck, a bit of positive psychological suggestion. I suppose. Byakuya Kachiki couldn't help but chuckle as well. When it came to his friends, the noble youth would always naturally choose to be partial. A lucky day. It truly isn't bad. However, right at that moment, a sudden burst of laughter startled the 2 boys. What are you chatting about? You 2 brats. They turned toward the source of the voice, and what entered their vision was a white haori fluttering in the air. The newcomer was a young woman of exquisite beauty. She had dark skin, golden eyes like a wildcat, and wore a white haori bearing the insignia of the 2nd Division over a skin-tight shahakusho, exuding a free-spirited yet fierce aura. This was the current 22nd head of the Shihoin clan, captain of the 2nd Division, commander-in-chief of the stealth force, and corps commander of the executive militia, the flash goddess, Uchiha Shihoin. Her arrival sparked a chorus of gasps. The staff and students of the Shino Academy scrambled to bow and offer their greetings. Every captain in the Godai 13 represented a formidable spiritual pressure capable of Bankai, and a supreme combat power that could suppress a Minos Grande with a backhand strike. However, Byakuya Kachiki was far too familiar with this woman. He merely stared at Yorichi with wide eyes, veins bulging on his forehead. If it weren't for the fact that so many people were watching, he would have long since shouted, "Demon cat," and drawn his sword to slash at her. Over the past year, Yato had seen Yorichi several times at the Kachiki estate, so they weren't strangers. He stepped forward and asked, "Captain Yorichi, are you personally leading the team for this combat exercise?" "Of course. Last time it was Captain Yukitake, and this time it's my turn. But little brother Yato, compared to the last time we met, your spiritual pressure has grown even stronger." The dark-skinned beauty stretched lazily, a smile playing on her lips. "So how about it? Come to the 2nd Division after you graduate. I'll personally guarantee you the position of 5th seat, complete with an independent office." "I am deeply honored by your high regard," Yato Uchiha replied with a bow. His etiquette was flawless, but he did not accept the offer. Oh my, this brat. Even a 5th seat isn't enough to satisfy his appetite. A glint of keen interest flashed through Yorichi Shihoin's golden brown eyes. Suddenly, her hands shot forward, grabbing both boys by their collars. Honestly, you two are the undisputed top students of this graduating class, so what are you doing hiding all the way in the back? With a wicked grin, she tossed Yato and Byakuya right to the front of the line. She then used Shuinpa to appear in front of the Senkamen and addressed the crowd. 7 days. You will be staying in Hueco Mundo for 7 days. No matter what methods you use, remember this, when you return to the starting point in 7 days, your blades must be stained with blood. The hell butterflies will record the hollows that perish by your hands. Of course, if you encounter danger, immediately flare your spiritual pressure, and someone will naturally come to your rescue. But if you return empty-handed, don't blame the academy for not letting you graduate on time, ha ha ha. Hell butterflies flew out one by one, landing on the collars of the students' uniforms. Roaring with laughter, Yoruichi Shihoin was the first to charge into the Senkamen. This wasn't Yoruichi acting crazy. As the captain class individual leading the team, she had to advance a step ahead to clear out the landing zone in Hueco Mundo, preventing any Minos Grande class entities from endangering the students' lives. At the end of the day, a combat exercise was just an exercise. Letting the graduates gain some experience was one thing, but there was no need for them to actually throw their lives away. For every exercise, the Godii 13 would dispatch a captain to be responsible for the students' safety. Naturally, Hueco Mundo was vast. Even though boundaries had been set up in advance in remote areas, the students could still run into unforeseen dangers due to being separated by great distances. To ensure absolute safety, the Siriiti would also send 3 to 4 lieutenants to act as auxiliary and backup support. Forget an ordinary Minos Grande, even a Vasto Lord would find itself in serious trouble if it ran into this lineup. The captain in charge is actually an acquaintance. This trip is in the bag. Thinking this, Yato Uchiha gleefully stepped into the Senkamen with what was practically a tourist's mindset. That fortune teller really knew his stuff. Today truly is a lucky day. In front of the Senkamen, the crowd dispersed, leaving the area empty. All the high-spirited 6th-year students had entered Hueco Mundo. However, the guards remained standing solemnly before the Senkamen, waiting for the few lieutenants assigned to bring up the rear as backup. It didn't take long before a mellow, gentle voice drifted into the guards' ears. Have Captain Shihoin and the students already departed? Yes, Lieutenant Aizen. The guard stepped aside, clearing a path toward the Senkamen. You are the first lieutenant to arrive. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. A warm smile appeared on the handsome, dignified face of the 5th Division's lieutenant. Everything is for the sake of the Siriiti. With that, he took a step inside, his silhouette vanishing in the blink of an eye. Sosuke Aizen never looked back. Every new reviews equals 1 bounds chapters. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 21, Hueco Mundo. 1407 words. Chapter 21, Hueco Mundo. Straw sandals crunched against the white gravel. Yato's eyes turned crimson, the tomo spinning as he took in everything around him. The sky was a heavy, gloomy leaden gray. Below lay an endless expanse of white desert, sparsely dotted with withered quartz trees. The entire world was a barren wasteland. However, Heido No. 4, Byakurai. Yato pointed his finger at a distant withered tree. A bright streak of pale lightning shot out, not only shattering the tree, but also blasting a deep crater into the ground where it had taken root. The power has increased by 1/3. Yato retracted his finger thoughtfully. The textbooks at the Shino Academy made it perfectly clear. The concentration of Reisher in Hueco Mundo's atmosphere significantly exceeded that of the world of the living, and the Soul Society. Being in this environment would naturally enhance the physical functions and abilities of both Hollows and Soul Reapers. Meanwhile, from the Senkamen behind him, the academy students were stepping out one after another. The group of young people marveled at the bizarre landscape of Hueco Mundo while stretching their bodies to adapt to the high racial concentration. The team leader, Uchiha, was nowhere to be seen. She was likely far off in the distance clearing out any Minos Grande. With no one temporarily managing the area in front of the Senkaman, things felt a bit chaotic. At that moment, a pale-skinned young man stepped forward. Gathered around him were 4 or 5 other students, all of them looking to him as their clear leader. The man first gave Yato a cold, curt nod, then turned respectfully toward Byakuya Kachiki beside him. "Lord Kachiki, I am Hideki Watanabe. Although slaying enemies is as easy as reaching into a bag to retrieve an item given your immense strength, forming a team would save you time and effort. The few behind me have admired you for a long time, and each has their own specialty. This one excels in Kaido, this one has an outstanding ability to sense spiritual pressure." Yato Uchiha looked at Hideki Watanabe with keen interest. "Does this guy have a problem with me? I've definitely never met him before." In truth, there was something Yato didn't know. During his time at the Shino Academy, he had become a thorn in quite a few people's sides. Hideki Watanabe came from the Suriitii and was a lower noble. After Byakuya Kachiki entered the academy, Hideki received instructions from his family to try and build a good relationship with him. Even if they couldn't become friends, running errands and acting as a subordinate would be good enough. Currying favor with the great nobles was essentially the survival strategy of the lower nobility. However, just as Hideki Watanabe was full of ambitious plans, the appearance of Yato Uchiha completely disrupted everything. Yato and Byakuya were roommates, and the only 2 true powerhouses in the entire academy. As time passed, their relationship grew closer until they were practically inseparable. Hideki Watanabe had tried incredibly hard, but he simply couldn't insert himself between them. A few times he managed to accidentally intercept Byakuya, only to receive a few perfunctory, polite words before he even had the chance to introduce himself. A year had passed without a single shred of progress. The head of the Watanabe family had scolded Hideki several times over this, and had even slashed his living allowance. Hideki Watanabe felt incredibly aggrieved, suffering in bitter silence. Naturally, his attitude toward Yato was entirely predictable. But Hideki didn't dare make it too obvious. Being at the Shino Academy together, he knew exactly how powerful Yato Uchiha was. He was terrified of pissing the guy off and taking a brutal beating. Thus, he could only maintain a cold, aloof demeanor with Yato, forming a sharp contrast to his eager and attentive attitude toward Byakuya. What he didn't expect, however, was that even after lowering his posture to the absolute minimum, Byakuya Kachiki remained unmoved. Instead of answering immediately, Byakuya glanced at Yato beside him. The meaning was self-evident. "Do as you please, Byakuya," Yato chuckled. "I was planning to head out on my own to complete the hollow hunting mission anyway." "Is that so? Be careful." "Ha, it's not like you don't know me. Even if I run into an Ajuchas, I can still get away if I can't beat it." Yato waved his hand and strode forward, soon vanishing into the desolate sands. Byakuya Kachiki turned back and decisively rejected Hideki Watanabe's invitation. "I won't trouble you. I will also be traveling alone." He paused, no longer maintaining the polite facade of a great noble. His expression darkened slightly, and a chill laced his voice. "I do not like your attitude toward my friend." With a swish, Byakuya disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving Hideki Watanabe standing there dumbfounded. 2 days later. Somewhere in the endless desert. Shikaho. A crimson fireball materialized out of thin air and slammed violently into a tiger-shaped hollow. Its massive roar kicked up dust and sand. It swiped its claws furiously, the white mask covering its face contorting from the aggressive movement. However, answering this strike was merely Yato's understated utterance, Sokatsui. The power of the Uchiha granted him a terrifying talent for fire-based Kido. Even a mid-level Kido cast without an incantation surpassed the power of the lowest-ranking seated officers in the Godai 13. Under the consecutive bombardments of Shikaho and Sokatsui, the hollow could no longer hold on. With a mournful wail, it collapsed to the ground. Yato stepped forward and cleanly snapped its spine. He didn't use his Zanpakuto. For low-level hollows of this caliber, being slain by a Zanpakuto meant they would be purified into a plus and completely disappear. 67. Yato muttered to himself as he grabbed the tiger hollow's sharp fangs and sat down beside the corpse. He closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing and balancing his spiritual pressure. It was as if he were practicing Jin-Zen. A long while later, the boy opened his eyes in confusion and let out a heavy sigh. Still nothing. Akame, his expression was laced with irritation. Come out, let's chat. I'm always here. The girl, draped in her red armor, suddenly materialized on top of the tiger hollow's corpse. You seem to be in a very foul mood. There's no need to beat around the bush between us. You should have seen everything I've done over the past 2 days. The boy's voice grew calm. Do you think my theory has any chance of being realized? What theory? Playing dumb again. The girl burst into amusement. At first it was just a soft, delicate chuckle, incredibly pleasant to the ear. But gradually, her laughter grew louder and louder until it morphed into the unbridled, maniacal laughter unique to the Uchiha. That's my Yato. You're crazy enough. But only by being like this are you worthy of wielding me. Only by being like this are you worthy of the name Uchiha. Akame's fanatical, uninhibited words echoed in Yato's mind. With me by your side, you are destined to become a captain-level Soul Reaper, command a division, and have your name forever engraved on the white pillars outside the first division, becoming a part of the Siriidi's history. But even with the strength of a captain, you cannot hope to claim the throne in the heavens. No, your ambitions go far beyond that. The limits of a Soul Reaper are not your finish line. You want to push the power of the Uchiha even further, to rival the Otsutsuki clan. In Naruto, that is revered as the Six Paths. In Bleach, it is the Hogyoku-infused Aizen, or Ichibe Hyasub of Squad Zero. Let me tell you, Yato, even I don't fully understand your current condition. She leaned in close to Yato, a beautiful smile blooming on her face. But just like you, I also thought of that particular phrase. The phrase engraved on the Uchiha stone tablet at the Naka Shrine. When two opposing forces unite, the myriad things in the universe will be attained. Every new reviews equals 1 bounds chapters 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. The Opposing Force of a Soul Reaper bounds chapter 15 73 words. Chapter 22. The Opposing Force of a Soul Reaper bounds chapter residing in the Soul Society, yet being an Uchiha, naturally meant he would have some differences from the native inhabitants. Yato was acutely aware that the power of the Uchiha had a profound impact on him. First was his appearance. His pure black eyes and hair, combined with an extremely handsome face, made him the most frequent topic of late-night discussions among the girls, even in the Siriidii, where the density of attractive men was notably high. Second was his talent. His physical capabilities were clearly vastly superior to an ordinary person's. His aptitude for fire-based Kido was so glaringly obvious that a casually tossed Sokatsui could level a building, retaining considerable power even when cast without an incantation. Thus, lately, Yato often found himself pondering, perhaps the crazy things they pulled off in Naruto are things I can replicate here. Madara Uchiha had bitten off a piece of Hashirama Senju's flesh and spent decades eventually evolving the Rinnegan. Obito Uchiha had transplanted Hashirama cells, allowing him to use his Mangekyo Sharingan frequently. To an Uchiha, this opposing force was essentially a miracle supplement. At the very least, it could enhance one's abilities; at best, it could propel them toward higher realms of power. But this was the world of Bleach. Spiritual pressure, Zanpakuto, Fullbring, Scrifts, these were the dominant forces here. And even if Yato were to turn the world of the living upside down, he'd never find the power of the Senju. So he shifted his perspective. If I can't find the opposing force of an Uchiha, then what about the opposing force of a Soul Reaper? There's plenty of that around. He was both a Soul Reaper and an Uchiha. He wasn't split in two. Theoretically, these two constitutions should be completely integrated. As for the opposing force of a Soul Reaper, Yato's immediate thought was hollows. One wore the black shahakusho, the other donned a white mask. One shared their heart with their Zanpakuto, the other lost their heart and became a monster. One became a visored, the other an Arankar. In the original story, when Ichigo Kurosaki lost his Soul Reaper powers, Kasuke Urahara gave him two choices: either become a Soul Reaper again, or degenerate into a hollow. In subtle ways, Soul Reapers and hollows seem to represent the two divergent paths of evolution for an ordinary soul. Therefore, the moment Yato Uchiha confirmed his participation in the live combat exercise, he had secretly formulated a plan. He would hunt down a few hollows in Hueco Mundo and see if he could acquire their power. The results were obvious. Every attempt had ended in failure. But Yato wasn't disheartened. With a Soul Reaper's body infused with the Uchiha bloodline, attempting to devour the opposing force was clearly an immensely difficult undertaking. He was fully mentally prepared to spend a century on it if necessary. Through constant trial and error, he would eventually achieve his goal. Mimicking the method of Jinzen still doesn't work. Somewhere in Hueco Mundo, Yato drew his Zanpakuto and purified a tiger-shaped hollow, sending it to the afterlife. He turned to Akame beside him with a bitter smile. Since we both think this is a viable path, help me brainstorm. But all I'm good at is chopping people up. 2 heads are better than 1. Let me think. Akame pressed her fingers to her temples, speaking hesitantly. Do you think it's possible that the level of these hollows is just too low? Look, all the ones you've killed are mindless, basic foot soldiers. The cores of their souls are already full of holes. They're just terrible material for experiments. I suggest you wander deeper into Hueco Mundo and catch a Minos Grande or something. It was an incredibly suicidal suggestion, but Yato's eyes lit up upon hearing it. The boundaries for the Shino Academy's live combat exercise had been clearly marked in advance. If a student approached the boundary, the hell butterfly attached to their collar would emit a faint spiritual pressure as a warning. While this ensured the student's safety, this designated area was located in a remote part of Hueco Mundo. Coupled with Yorichi Shihoin's earlier sweep, the chances of encountering a powerful Minos Grande here were abysmally low. Wandering near the boundary and pushing perhaps a few dozen kilometers deeper wasn't too difficult for Yato at his current level. At worst, it would just be slightly dangerous. Compared to the potential rewards, this minor risk was nothing. Furthermore, since he had set his sights on one day witnessing the throne in the heavens, he couldn't just play it safe forever. Otherwise, with his handsome face, he could just stroll into the red light districts and have hordes of wealthy women fighting to throw money at him to support him. Wouldn't that be an easy way to coast all the way until the end of the 1,000-year blood war? Having made up his mind, Yato Uchiha praised the girl a bit, got his bearings, and sprinted toward the boundary of the exercise zone. 2 more days passed. Yato Uchiha plummeted from high in the sky, smashing a deep crater into the desert. The immense force rattled his bones, and a coppery, sweet taste instantly welled up in his throat. In the distance, a monster roared wildly in his direction. Its body was pitch black and slender, resembling an eerie, towering building. It wore a white mask with a long, clown-like nose, and right in the center of its torso was a gaping hole larger than an ordinary human. This was a Jillian, the lowest class of Minos Grande. Although they possessed low intelligence and slow movements, they were still terrifying monsters formed by the cannibalization of over 100 hollows. The Godii 13 had even enacted a specific regulation: an ordinary, unranked squad member was permitted to flee upon encountering a Jillian alone. It certainly packs a punch. Yato Uchiha gripped his trembling left arm, stood up, and looked calmly at the Minos Grande in the distance. By this point, the Minos had stopped roaring. It didn't attack with its body, instead, it opened its maw, revealing a continuous row of razor-sharp teeth. Its lower jaw extended wider and wider until it practically reached its chest. An intensely concentrated burst of spiritual pressure gathered at the Minos' mouth, constantly compressing until it formed a crimson beam that shot toward Yato Uchiha with lightning speed. Truly a creature of low intelligence. It didn't even realize it was a trap. Yato shook his head slightly and brought his Zanpakuto, now in the form of a gunbai, up to his chest. Uchiha reflection. Having absorbed the power of the Siro, the resulting wind-type Kido was far more devastating than Yato had anticipated. An unstoppable hurricane shredded the Jillian's body to pieces, instantly snuffing out its life. The massive, clown-like nose went flying, landing on the ground and rolling unsteadily right to Yato Uchiha's feet. Without delay, the boy pressed a single hand against it. A long while passed. Just as I thought. I didn't feel a damn thing. Yato cursed under his breath. It seemed Akame's theory was most likely wrong as well. Looks like I'll need more materials and more experiments. Scientific research really is a pain in the ass. Sosuke Aizen and Kisuke Urahara are the only ones in the entire Soul Society with the brains for this. He disposed of the corpse, casually applied some medicinal ointment to his injuries, and turned to leave the area. He had been in Hueco Mundo for 4 days now. In 3 days, the academy students were required to gather at the Senkamen. Yato knew that, at least for now, there was no way to verify his theory. Having lost the desire to linger, he decided to head toward the Senkamen early, and wait to return to the Soul Society. However, just after he had sprinted for a dozen kilometers or so, an anomalous spiritual pressure suddenly appeared within his perception range. This is an Uchiha's? Yato's gaze sharpened. He immediately dropped to the ground, taking cover behind a withered tree. Simultaneously, he activated his Stage 1 Shurikai, utilizing the Sharingan to observe the distance. A Minos Grande distinctly of the Uchiha's class was roaming the area over there. It looked somewhat like a lion from the world of the living, standing roughly 3 meters tall at the shoulder. Its skin was dark brown, and its build was incredibly muscular. Even when not engaged in combat, the spiritual pressure passively leaking from it was enough to make ordinary hollows bow in submission. Yet, as Yato Uchiha watched from behind the tree with his Sharingan, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. This Uchiha's class Minos wasn't hunting, nor was it resting. Instead, it was continuously sniffing the ground, occasionally tearing up the sand with its claws in rough, frantic movements. Judging by its body language, it seemed almost. Yato Uchiha closed his eyes and quickly sifted through his memories. And this appearance? Have I seen this thing somewhere before? Every new reviews equals 1 bounds chapters 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Inviting a wolf into the den. Bounds chapter 14. 11 words. Chapter 23. Inviting a wolf into the den. Bounds chapter. Mila Rose was frantic. Her strong claws, capable of easily crushing steel, trembled with anxiety. Damn that lizard. Thinking back to the encounter yesterday, Mila Rose was consumed by a mix of guilt and fury. Because her mistress had once again refused the invitation of the king of Hueco Mundo, they had been trailed for a long time by many Minos Grandes seeking to curry favor with the ruler after leaving Las Noches. Eventually, a fierce and bloody skirmish had broken out. To protect her, her mistress had taken the full force of an attack from a lizard-type Uchiha with her own body. A mere Uchiha could not inflict a fatal wound on her mistress, naturally, but the toxins carried in those fangs were capable of paralyzing nerves and sapping strength. The situation had spiraled rapidly. In the heat of the encirclement, her mistress had taken on heavier and heavier wounds. Although they had eventually managed to break through with a desperate charge, her mistress was now immobile and hovering on the brink of consciousness. Damn that lizard and that barragan too. Mila Rose let out a low growl, continuing to dig at the ground like a maniac. There were many bits of survival wisdom in Hueco Mundo. For instance, underneath the endless white sands, one could occasionally find a strange type of stone. Grinding it up and swallowing it could neutralize most toxins. However, no matter how she sniffed around or how cratered she made the desert beneath her feet, she found absolutely nothing. Mila Rose refused to give up. She slammed her head against the ground in frustration, then raised her gaze, intent on searching elsewhere. It was then that she finally noticed an anomaly she had been ignoring. In the distance, there seemed to be a spiritual pressure that had been observing her. "Who's there?" She let out a low roar, her mane bristling. She crouched low, limbs tensed in a combat stance. "Get out here." After a silence that didn't last long, a figure slowly emerged. "What are you?" Mila Rose bared her fangs and approached the stranger. In her perception, the entity opposite her was a truly bizarre hollow. It resembled an amphibian, its skin devoid of the typical scales, replaced by a layer of mucous membrane. A white, triangular mask was perched on its head, and its massive, bulbous eyes shone as brightly as lanterns. "Don't be impulsive," Yato Uchiha said calmly. "I don't want any trouble. I'm leaving right now." Within his crimson eyes, the three Tomo were spinning rapidly. "Just like this, Yato," Akame's voice resonated in his mind. "The spiritual pressure of an Ajuchas isn't much higher than yours. Genjutsu is enough to make her see an illusion, but remember to avoid combat at all costs. This illusion will shatter the moment it's touched." Outside, Mila Rose let out a muffled grunt and relaxed. In Hueco Mundo, a hellhole filled with nothing but bloodthirsty maniacs, encountering an Ajuchas one could actually hold a conversation with was incredibly rare. However, his spiritual pressure seemed quite weak. Did he just evolve into an Ajuchas? Mila Rose secretly assessed the hollow opposite her, and a sudden thought popped into her head. She blurted out, "Your name?" Mila Rose asked from a position of superiority. Her spiritual pressure was higher than his. In the survival of the fittest world of Hueco Mundo, this attitude wasn't just acceptable, it was standard protocol. "Salamander," Yato replied with a wicked sense of humor. "Salamander Hanzo. What a strange name. This creature a salamander, is it a lizard?" "It looks like one. Both are cold-blooded animals, we're distant relatives, I suppose. And salamanders also have poison glands. Highly toxic." Mila Rose's lion-like head bobbed up and down. She moved a bit closer, her massive frame exuding a powerful sense of oppression. "Come with me. To a certain place." Yato Uchiha retreated half a step, keeping his composure. "I said it already, I don't want any trouble. I'm not going to do anything to you. It's just that a friend of mine was hurt by a lizard's toxin, and is still very weak. It just so happens that a lizard is a distant relative of yours. But I don't know how to cure toxins either." Yato utilized Genjutsu, controlling the image of the salamander hollow to display an expression of refusal. "I don't want to get involved in your business. Don't worry, I'll head east the moment I leave and won't look back." Yet, he didn't know that this cautious demeanor only served to make Mila Rose feel more at ease. He wasn't reckless, he was afraid of death, and he even spoke with a hint of sophistication. Wasn't this the doctor the heavens had sent to save her mistress? "Don't worry. Once the deed is done, we'll help you find a few Ajuchas for you to devour." Mila Rose cajoled him, ending with a hint of a threat. "You can refuse, I won't force you. Just dig out your poison glands and hand them to me, and you can leave." "I don't even have those organs, you idiot." Yato sighed inwardly, knowing the other party's attitude was resolute. Under normal circumstances, he could escape even if he couldn't win, but he had just engaged in a skirmish with a Jillian. His spiritual pressure and soul were nowhere near their peak, and his speed was only at about 70% of his full capacity. It seemed he had no choice but to go. Seeing the salamander-type hollow nod, Mila Rose's massive lion head revealed a satisfied expression. "Walk beside me. You are not allowed to leave my sight." With no other choice, Yato had to follow Mila Rose and head off into the distance. The direction they were traveling happened to be the exact opposite of the live combat exercise perimeter. For a Soul Reaper, the cardinal directions in Hueco Mundo were notoriously difficult to distinguish. Everywhere was filled with identical deserts and quartz-like withered trees. Everything looked the same. The pair walked further and further away, finally arriving beneath a massive hill. The sound of explosions drifted from afar. Spiritual pressure howled through the air along with the violent wind, and the faint, unmistakable scent of blood hung in the air. They've caught up after all. Mila Rose flicked her tail nervously and urged Yato forward. "Don't worry. That's my companions engaging the pursuers. You just need to handle the detox, and then you can leave." Before Yato could reply, she slammed her body into a massive boulder, revealing a cave entrance hidden behind it. "Watch your words and actions or the consequences. You should know." Mila Rose gave one final warning before entering first. Yato followed closely behind. It didn't take long before they reached a spacious stone chamber. In the center of the chamber lay a person. She was, of course, not human, yet she possessed the incredibly graceful lines and form of a human woman. Her entire body was covered in white, keratin-like bone armor, revealing only the upper half of her face and her eyes. She had tawny skin and golden hair that fell to her shoulders. Those jade-green eyes were like pools of ice, carrying an innate coldness and detachment. She was none other than the future third Espada, the Vasto Lord-class Super Hollow, Tyr Harabel. Harabel spoke. Her voice was raspy, laden with the weakness of one who had suffered a grievous injury. "Where are Apache and Sunday through Sunday? They seem to be engaging the pursuers." Mila Rose was overjoyed, gently touching the tip of Harabel's foot with her nose. "Are you able to move?" Harabel didn't answer. She merely turned her head and looked at Yato. Those jade-green eyes held a look of profound confusion and scrutiny. This gaze did not fall upon the salamander-type hollow, instead, it pierced through the illusion, focusing squarely on the boy's handsome face. "Just as I thought." Yato sighed in his heart. The disparity in spiritual pressure is too vast. A 3-tomo genjutsu just won't work. Every new reviews equals 1 bounds chapters 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. A Grand Escape in Hueco Mundo. 1468 words. Chapter 24. A Grand Escape in Hueco Mundo. Inside the rudimentary stone chamber of the cave, Mila Rose was making her introduction with exuberant enthusiasm. "Lady Harabel, take a look at this Uchiha. Doesn't he look exactly like a lizard?" "I already asked. He has poison glands too. I'm quite certain he can cure the toxins in your body. As long as you're no longer weakened, with your constitution, you'll surely be able to walk again in no time. When that happens, why would we need to hide from those sycophantic pursuers? However, I did make him a promise. Once the deed is done, I have to give him a few Uchiha class Minos Grande to devour. So maybe we can just knock those pursuers unconscious." "Lady Harabel, why aren't you saying anything?" The energetic lion's voice trailed off, growing smaller and smaller. Even someone as thick-skulled as she could tell that the atmosphere had turned completely bizarre. Harabel retracted her gaze and wearily closed her eyes. It was a long while before she spoke, her tone indifferent. "Hueco Mundo does not welcome Soul Reapers." "A Soul Reaper?" Mila Rose's lion eyes widened to the size of saucers, whipping her head around as if she had just seen a ghost. Having his true identity exposed, Yato Uchiha stopped maintaining the genjutsu. With a soft pop, the tall, handsome boy appeared within the stone cave. You bastard! Soul Reaper! You actually tricked me! Mila Rose bellowed, her lion's roar vibrating against Yato's eardrums. The boy drew his Zanpakuto, and, while weathering the impact of the Uchiha's spiritual pressure, slowly backed toward the cave's entrance. You only have yourself to blame for this, Yato said helplessly. I told you I didn't want to get involved in your business. All Soul Reapers deserve to die. So you want to fight? I'll entertain you. The boy pointed behind Mila Rose. But it looks like that one is about to kick the bucket. The lion-type Minos abruptly froze and looked back. In the next instant, her face contorted, her eyes practically tearing at the corners. Lying on the ground, Harabelle had somehow been caught in the deadly grip of a massive maw. Its jagged, razor-sharp teeth had pierced through her skin and flesh, churning her internal organs into a mangled mess. You bastard, Aarg! Mila Rose instantly went berserk, completely losing her mind as she charged at the massive maw like a lunatic. Even if I die, I'm taking you down with me, Lady Harabelle. However, right at that moment, a painfully familiar voice sounded by her ear. Calm down, Rose. It was Harabelle. Though her voice was weak, it clearly hadn't reached the point of being on death's door. You fell for it again. The lion Minos froze in place. The illusion dissolved, and the grotesque maw vanished completely. The blonde Vasto Lord was still lying there, perfectly intact. Mila Rose looked back blankly. Sure enough, the despicable Soul Reaper was nowhere to be seen. Lady Harabelle, Mila Rose lowered her head in sheer frustration, overwhelmed by anxiety and guilt. Your subordinate has disappointed you. That appears to be his Zanpakuto's ability. Is it an illusion type? How very rare. Harabelle paused, suddenly hesitating for an inexplicable reason. Never mind. My lady, what did you say? Do not concern yourself with that Soul Reaper. Rose, do you feel it? Sunday through Sunday, an Apache's spiritual pressures are plummeting. Lady Harabelle, it seems those pursuers have reinforcements. Go help them, Rose. But in your current condition, you need someone to stay by your side. This is an order, Francesca Mila Rose. The blonde Minos spoke her subordinate's full name, her tone leaving absolutely no room for refusal. Sunday through Sunday, an Apache won't be able to hold out for much longer. Yes, Lady Harabelle. Unable to dissuade her, Mila Rose softly accepted the order. However, just as she was leaving the stone chamber, Mila Rose abruptly stopped, her tone exceedingly solemn. Once, twice, I fell for that Soul Reaper's illusion techniques. But I swear to you, there will absolutely not be a third time. Harabelle looked up at the ceiling in exasperation, truly feeling a sense of deep exhaustion. I believe you, Rose. The lion Minos strode out of the cave, racing toward the distant battlefield. Inside the stone chamber, only Harabelle lay in silence. A long while later, she suddenly huffed softly at the empty air, Come out. Come out. Harabelle's voice carried a profound weariness. Rose is already far away. Even if she wanted to turn back, it would be too late. Footsteps echoed from a corner. The boy's silhouette slowly emerged from the shadows. Your subordinate. Is she perhaps a little lacking up here? Yato pointed at his head, not even having the heart to finish the sentence. She's not stupid. She just loses her sense of reason when it concerns my safety. All right then. So what will you do now? I really was just dragged here by your reckless subordinate. I'm actually trying to get back to the Soul Society as soon as possible. Yato waved his hand dismissively. The Siriidi's rules are different from the Quincy's. We don't absolutely have to eradicate you down to the last trace. Besides, you're a Vasto Lord. To be honest, even in this situation, I wouldn't dare get too close. You really, it truly is just a coincidence. Just then, a massive clap of thunder interrupted their conversation. Yato looked toward the cave entrance, frowning slightly. In his perception, 3 spiritual pressures were deteriorating rapidly. Harabelle's jade eyes clouded with melancholy, her beautiful face seemingly coated in a layer of frost. Soul Reaper. Take me away. What did you say? The shift was so sudden that Yato was left dumbfounded. Or you can kill me instead. With great effort, she raised an arm, pulling back a corner of the bone armor on her chest, and pointed directly at her heart. Use your Zanpakuto. Pierce it in right here, separate the ribs, and shred my heart. Yato Uchiha stared at her blankly, suddenly realizing what Harabelle meant. You plan to sacrifice yourself so your subordinates can escape. Harabelle's voice remained low and hoarse. Even at the most critical juncture, she maintained her calm and restraint. Rose, Sunday through Sunday, and Apache, the 3 of them intend to sacrifice their lives to hold off the pursuers and buy me time to escape. As long as my spiritual pressure is here, they will not leave. The pursuit of sacrifice inevitably demands a price. Therefore, let me become the price of this sacrifice. Yato's expression turned extremely serious. He caressed the blade of Akame, stepped forward and spoke, enunciating every word clearly. In the Soul Society, what is advocated is that the subordinate sacrifices for the superior. A Vasto Lord is an existence that even captain-class Soul Reapers must respect. Dying for Uchichas is not something people would ever comprehend. Oh, is that so? But I am Tear Harabelle. The blonde beauty seemed to smile faintly. I am a hollow, feared by all. Yato Uchiha was clearly stunned for a moment. People who are usually silent and aloof look incredibly beautiful when they smile. So, Tear Harabelle, is this the kind of sacrifice you revere? You are correct. If I kill you and bring back your bone armor, the Siriitii will reward me handsomely. According to regulations, a Soul Reaper who slays a Vasto Lord will be promoted 8 ranks, up to a maximum of lieutenant, and will be credited with 50 major merits. If they have a family or descendants, they will even be ennobled as a lower noble by Central 46 to highlight their martial valor. Are you ready? Harabelle did not speak. She simply closed her eyes in gratification, prepared to welcome the Soul Reaper's blade. However, the pain and sacrifice she anticipated never arrived. Instead, she felt herself being lifted up. But it's a pity that I won't be getting any of those rewards, because you see, I'm not actually an official Soul Reaper yet. She smelled the boy's scent, felt his body heat, and heard his voice laced with amusement. We've been talking for so long, and I haven't even introduced myself. How ungentlemanly of me. My apologies. Yato Uchiha. 6th-year student at the Shino Academy. He bounced the Vasto Lord in his arms slightly, adjusting to the extra weight. Let's start our escape, Harabelle. Every new reviews equals 1 bounds chapters. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Beneath the Pallid Moon bonus chapter. 1448 words. Chapter 25. Beneath the Pallid Moon bonus chapter. Yato Uchiha tried out a variety of carrying positions, before concluding that when it came to fleeing with someone, a piggyback ride was definitely the most practical. Although Harabelle was tall and slender, making her easy to carry in his arms or over his shoulder, she had not yet become an Arankar. Her body still bore the glaring traits of a Minos Grande. For instance, everything below her right elbow was a massive broadsword, wide enough to act as a shield. Given this physical trait, Yato truly had no choice but to carry her on his back. Under the pallid, hook-like crescent moon, the two swiftly left the cave entrance. In the distance, the spiritual pressures of Harabelle's 3 subordinates flared violently. They were giving it their all to hold off the enemy, buying precious escape time for the master they served. I'm not familiar with this place, Yato said, glancing at the blonde hair brushing against his cheek. It tickled his skin. Which direction should we head? Anywhere, as long as it's away from the moon. Harabel's voice was still incredibly weak. Directly below it is Los Noches. All the strong in Hueco Mundo gather there. All right, I'll just improvise. A single tomo materialized in Yato's eyes. With his current level of spiritual pressure, maintaining this state wouldn't drain him too much. He scanned his surroundings, picked a direction, and broke into a mad dash with Harabel on his back. The monotonous desert scenery blurred past them. With the aid of the Sharingan, Yato's bodily control elevated to a new level. His feet bounded across the sand without leaving a single footprint. Time slipped away rapidly. Yato was fully immersed in their high-speed escape, until he felt a warm liquid trickling down his back. Only then did he slowly come to a halt. Behind him, Harabel was once again drenched in blood. She was already suffering from grievous wounds. The bones in her body were practically pulverized, requiring her to lay flat and rest, otherwise, Mila rose, and the others wouldn't have kept her lying down to begin with. But now, being jostled around on Yato's back during their escape, her injuries could no longer be suppressed. Blood constantly seeped through her skin, leaving her in a truly miserable state. You could have at least said something, Big Sis Harabel. It would only hinder you. You Vasto lords are way too stubborn. Yato shook his head. He found a concealed depression beneath a sand dune, and gently set the blonde woman down. I need to heal you first. Yato placed his hands over Harabel's abdomen and pressed down gently. I'll tell you this up front, my grades in Kaido are pretty terrible. The treatment might come with a little bit of pain, so just bear with it. Harabel's fingers twitched violently, instinctively gripping Yato's shoulders. The excruciating pain forced a low groan from her lips, causing her slender waist to arch upward. If it weren't for the fact that she actually felt her condition improving slightly, she would have assumed Yato was blasting offensive Kido directly into her body. Harabel panted heavily. You call this a little bit of pain? Judging by your reaction, it does look like it hurts a bit, Yato said, looking rather embarrassed. No wonder the Kaido instructor gave me the lowest possible score. I was wondering why a muscular guy like him was reduced to tears after I healed him. But don't worry, the results are guaranteed. As the boy spoke, he rummaged through his pack and pulled out a small item. Want a piece of candy? All living creatures like sweet things. He coaxed her as if soothing a child. Eat it, and it won't hurt any more. Hand it over. Harabel glared at Yato with her jade eyes, feeling that this young soul reaper was truly a bizarre creature. The Vasto Lord Minos tilted her head, managing to eat the piece of candy through whatever method her mask allowed. The Kaido treatment continued, keeping a steady stream of pain layered over Harabel. Barely able to endure it, she started a conversation with Yato to distract herself. Soul Reaper, your eyes are very unique. You mean these? Yato chuckled, flashing his Sharingan. You've got a good eye. The red color is definitely pretty, and the tomo inside even spin around the pupil. I am referring to your original eyes. Those pitch-black eyes before you released your Shirkai. Harabel's voice was very soft. They are very resolute, completely devoid of fear. It looks as if you have no one you care about, yet simultaneously, as if you care about everything. You are quite unlike any of the Soul Reapers I have encountered before. Yato Uchiha paused slightly. Are you implying my eyes look like a hollow's? The vast majority of hollows are extreme and insane. You are very rational. Rational enough to heal a Vasto Lord class Minos Grande, huh? If word of this ever leaked to the Suriitii, I'd be dragged to the Sokayaku and executed. If that day truly comes, I will go save you. We're getting a bit off topic here, Big Sis Harabel. Besides, the Godii 13 has a massive roster of masters who possess Bankai. You've heard of Captain Commander Yamamoto, haven't you? That old man is ridiculously overpowered. Ryujin Jaka would burn you to ash. That is fine, too. The moonlight washed over Harabel's face. Her expression was faint, as if stating the most ordinary of facts. We will die together. Yato opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. He felt this entire trip to Hueco Mundo was utterly baffling. Not only had he saved Haribel and fled with her on his back, but he had also received a vow to die together from this vasto lord class Minos Grande. Tyr Haribel's dedication to the concept of sacrifice truly ran deep. Perhaps to her, this kind of fierce, reckless devotion was the only way to fill the hole in her chest. By now, Haribel had adapted to the pain of the Kaido treatment. She let go of Yato's shoulders and gazed silently at the pallid moon. A quiet night over the white sands, with a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. The black-haired Soul Reaper and the blonde Hollow sat facing each other in silence, neither able to guess the thoughts running through the other's mind. Yet, both Yato and Haribel felt that the current atmosphere wasn't bad at all. At the very least, in this moment, a gentle breeze brushed past them, carrying neither blistering heat nor freezing cold. Ahem, well. After a long while, Yato cleared his throat and lifted his hands. Treatment's finished. This is the best I can do. How do you feel? Haribel remained aloof and indifferent. Hearing his words, she merely gave a slight nod. Then, supporting her body with her free hand and resting her broadsword arm on the ground, she unsteadily rose to her feet. I can move around a little. Aside from the agonizing side effects, your proficiency with Kaido is indeed very high. That's good. Yato let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a bit hopeful. How much of your combat power have you recovered? Haribel narrowed her eyes, carefully assessing the feedback from her muscles and nerves. Less than 5%. But handling an ordinary Ajuchas won't be a problem. Yato Uchiha burst into laughter. His laugh sounded a bit wicked, but given his exceptionally striking features, Haribel didn't find it annoying in the slightest. Perfect timing. I was just thinking that if the treatment didn't work out, we'd have to keep running. So, will you hide? Or are we doing this together? Let's do it together. Yato closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the three tomo in his crimson eyes were spinning madly. When it comes to playing a support role from the sidelines, my abilities are second to none. Don't drag me down, Soul Reaper. You should be a bit more polite to the guy who just saved your life, Hollow. The two bickered bizarrely for a moment, then simultaneously turned their gazes into the distance. Plumes of thick smoke were already rising from the distant desert. Multiple spiritual pressures were converging and overlapping there, exuding an undisguised malice. The pursuers had arrived. Every new reviews equals 1 bounds chapters 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 26, Stage 2 Shirkai. Bonus Chapter 13 30 words. Chapter 26, Stage 2 Shirkai. Bonus Chapter. Yato Uchiha had finally witnessed just how savage the inhabitants of Hueco Mundo truly were. As the small legion of pursuers closed in, the Minos Grande leading the pack roared, Haribel, do you still refuse to bow to Lord Barragan? The blonde Vasto Lord offered no reply. She merely raised her massive broadsword and cast a frigid glare at her adversary. Without another word, the two sides clashed. In an instant, a rain of blood drenched the sky, and severed limbs plummeted from above. Two of the pursuing Ajuchas class Minos were pulverized by overwhelming force, dying with agonized wails. Even grievously injured, Haribel remained a Vasto Lord at her core. As long as she could move, instantly slaying an ordinary Ajuchas was well within her capabilities. Unfortunately, this was Hueco Mundo. The Minos hungered for evolutionary ascension above all else, their desire to devour superseded reason. Facing a Vasto Lord whose combat prowess was barely a fraction of its peak, the prospect of an immediate evolution by consuming her was a temptation the Ajuchas simply could not resist. You idiots! Stop clumping together. Flank her, the lead Uchiha bellowed, taking command of the skirmish. Simultaneously, he bounded across the air, launching himself skyward like a coiled spring. Clasping his massive arms together, he brought them down toward Haribel with a vicious smash. His appearance was strikingly similar to a silverback gorilla. White, chain-like bone structures protruded from his skin, running down his spine to a tail. Standing and imposing 30 meters tall, he resembled a small mountain. Such immense weight crashing down from that altitude, coupled with his vaunted innate brute strength, resulted in a strike of unfathomable destructive power. As the leader of the pursuers, he possessed not only intellect but also combat capabilities at the very zenith of the Uchiha class. A deafening impact, like muffled thunder, echoed across the desert. Haribel's slender frame was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. She smashed straight through an entire sand dune, plowing a trench hundreds of meters long into the earth. The blonde Minos coughed up a mouthful of blood, but the dire situation afforded her no time to catch her breath. She swung her broadsword once more, violently swatting away several incoming Uchiha. How terrifying! Is this the power of a Vasta lord? She can barely stand, yet she still maintains this level of combat strength. In the distance, the gorilla-type Minos landed. A profound sense of dread flashed deep within his eyes as he watched Haribel fight desperately. His own condition was far from ideal. His all-out clash with Haribel had successfully sent her flying, but in exchange, one of his arms had been severed by her broadsword, blood cascading from the stump like a waterfall. However, this is where you end. Following a sickening squelch, skin, flesh, and bone regenerated with savage speed. In the blink of an eye, the severed arm was completely restored. High-speed regeneration. Even among Uchiha-class Minos, such an ability was exceedingly rare. He flexed his newly grown arm, calculating his remaining spiritual pressure. He slowly bent his knees, preparing to repeat his earlier tactic and launch another aerial assault. Yet, in the very next moment, the gorilla-type Uchiha caught sight of something from the corner of his eye. It was a towering skeleton draped in a voluminous, dark purple robe, leaving only its skull and bony fingers exposed. A golden crown rested upon its head, and its hollow eye sockets resembled abyssal pools, sending shivers down the spine. Your Majesty! Terrified out of his wits, the gorilla-type Minos abandoned all thoughts of Haribel. He turned and threw himself to his knees before the figure. To think you would come personally, this lowly one is terrified. Please wait but a moment, and I shall present Haribel's head to you. Such loyalty! The king of Hueco Mundo's voice was deep and intimidating. Come closer. Yes, your Majesty. The gorilla-type Minos prostrated himself, keeping his head bowed low. He felt Emperor Baragon's skeletal fingers gently stroke his head. You have done well. After you kill Haribel, I shall bestow her corpse upon you and... Overcome with excitement, the gorilla-type Uchiha fought the urge to roar in triumph. He pricked up his ears, eager to hear the rest of His Majesty's decree. His wish was granted, he heard it loud and clear. Heido number 73, Soren Sokatsui. A violent eruption of flames materialized out of thin air, instantly engulfing the Minos' 30-meter-tall frame. The searing heat tore through his bones and nerves, destroying his body faster than his high-speed regeneration could repair it. You're not His Majesty. As the flames consumed his life, the gorilla-type Minos unleashed an unimaginable ferocity. You're a soul reaper. With his dying breath, he raised his fist and drove it fiercely toward his attacker. Yato's brow twitched violently as he sensed the imminent danger. In a flash, he morphed his Zanpakuto into the Uchiha gunbai and raised it defensively. Although the gunbai couldn't reflect physical attacks, it still mitigated the brunt of the force. Even so, Yato clearly heard the sound of his own ribs snapping. He was sent flying backward. Mid-air he barely managed to right himself, tensing his muscles as he prepared for the brutal impact of landing. However, the agonizing crash he expected never came. Instead, he collided with a soft body. It was Haribel. She had dashed over and caught Yato. The two of them tumbled across the sand in a tangled heap. Even with a cushion, the impact was excruciating for Yato. Seeing stars, he staggered to his feet, suddenly noticing that his surroundings had grown strangely dark. He looked up, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. The pursuing Uchichas had tightly encircled them. Their massive, grotesque figures completely blocked out the cold light of the crescent moon, plunging the area into darkness. The death of their leader and comrade hadn't deterred them, it had only stoked their savagery. "Leave, Soul Reaper." Behind him, Harabel leaned heavily on her broadsword, struggling to remain upright. "Their target is my Vasto Lord body. It has nothing to do with you. I will unleash an indiscriminate attack to blast open a path. When I do, seize the opportunity and what about you? Do not concern yourself with me." The blonde Minos paused, her tone softening almost into a plea. "Leave, Yato Uchiha. In Hueco Mundo, a grievously injured Minos will be devoured. This is the cycle of power. Just like the wild grass in the world of the living, no matter what, it will always grow back. Big sis, if you say things like that, how could I possibly have the nerve to run away on my own?" The boy shot a sideways glance at Harabel, then jutted his chin toward the charred corpse in the distance. "What do you think of my fire-based Keto? It is powerful, far exceeding your current level of spiritual pressure, but it's not enough. Just as you said, to burn away the wild grass, one must use flames that bring absolute destruction." Yato gently caressed the tsuba of his Zanpakuto. "Akame, I think our relationship is ready to enter the next stage, don't you?" His spiritual pressure surged violently, vaulting to a new height. Within his crimson eyes, the three Tomo spun with unprecedented ferocity until they merged, violently dispersing to form a new pattern. They were a pair of six-pointed Mangekyo Sharingan, red patterns set against a black backdrop. He closed his eyes, adapting to this newfound power. In the next moment, a trail of bloody tears slid down his cheeks. Every new reviews equals 1 bounds chapters. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 27, Black Flames. 1403 words. Chapter 27, Black Flames. Before reincarnating, Yato had heard a saying: "A change of environment can spur new growth." This statement likely held true in the world of Bleach as well. Although he had been in Hueco Mundo for barely 5 days, the boy had still benefited immensely. The unique atmosphere and desert, the spiritual pressure that was entirely different from the Soul Society, the prolonged contact with Minos Grande, especially a Vasto Lord like Harabel. The compounding of these various factors had constantly stimulated Yato's soul, drastically shortening the time required to achieve his Stage 2 Shirkai. The power of the Uchiha once again opened its arms to him. Within his eyes, the six-pointed star with red patterns on a black background slowly rotated in tandem with the fluctuations of his spiritual pressure. A trail of crimson blood trickled from the corner of his eye, slid down Yato's cheek, and landed on the white sands of Hueco Mundo with a soft drip. This sound was like a signal, heralding the birth of a terrifying monster into the world. Yato opened his left eye and slowly uttered a single word. Amaterasu. There were no superfluous movements, no need for exaggerated hand seals, and no special incantations. He simply opened his eye and looked at a mass of Uchichas. In the next moment, wherever his gaze focused, a cluster of black flames erupted. The excruciating pain of the severe burns continuously gnawed at the Uchichas. Unable to suppress his agonized wails, he slammed his body against the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. However, these black flames not only possessed a terrifyingly high temperature, but they also clung to the Minos like maggots in a corpse. No matter what he did, they could not be put out. Instead, they burned ever brighter, engulfing the skin and bone armor covering his entire body. He rolled around in agony and shrieked in despair until he was reduced to a charred husk. The entire process lasted for less than 10 seconds. During this brief window, the slaughter had already expanded to encompass all the other Uchichas. With his left eye wide open, Yato gently turned his head. As his gaze swept across the enemies one by one, the flames of Amaterasu manifested abruptly, clinging to their bodies. The inextinguishable, searing heat transformed into a scythe that harvested life, devouring these Minos Grande one by one. At a certain point, Yato finally closed his left eye. Within the darkness, the Mangekyo first regressed into the three-tomo state, and finally reverted to his pure black eyes. By now, there were no other living creatures left around him and Haribel. Those ferocious, roaring Minos Grande had all been burned to ash by the black flames. Only scattered, charred, and cracked bones remained to silently testify that they had ever existed. Just as I expected, using it for the first time hurts a lot. Yato shook his head, feeling as though ants were gnawing at his nerves. Due to the severe depletion of his spiritual pressure, a wave of dizziness washed over him. No longer able to hold on, he fell backward. Haribel caught him in her arms. "You don't have much spiritual pressure left." The blonde Minos clumsily stroked the boy's head. Since this was her first time taking care of someone, she subconsciously held him tighter and tighter. "You need to sleep. So you're trying to choke me unconscious. Loosen your grip, big sis Haribel." Yato pointed helplessly at his own throat. "You're crushing my windpipe." Haribel hurriedly lessened her strength, holding Yato without moving recklessly. After witnessing the boy slaughter the Uchichas with such powerful and ruthless means, she did not display any negative emotions. At most, she was merely shocked that Yato possessed a stage 2 shuriken. Killing and being eaten were the fundamental themes of Hueco Mundo under Baragon's rule. Haribel was long accustomed to it. Yato lay in her arms for a short while before patting her arm, signaling that he wanted to get up. "Where do we run to next?" Yato asked as he took out healing ointment from his pack, and applied it to his body. Haribel thought for a moment, then shook her head. "There is no need. That Minos from earlier was named Rhys Gallagher. He was already the strongest Uchichas under Baragon's command. With this group of pursuers annihilated, Los Noches will not send anyone else to throw away their lives. Won't they deploy a Vasto Lord? Those powerful entities, even if they follow Baragon's orders, wouldn't bother with such a troublesome task. Furthermore, they would also fear my dying counterattack." The boy's eyes brightened, a smile breaking across his face. "So you're out of danger now?" A complex emotion flashed through Haribel's emerald eyes. She turned her head away, directly puncturing the hidden meaning in Yato's words. "Soul Reaper, you are leaving Hueco Mundo." For some reason, the boy suddenly felt a bit awkward. "Like I said from the very beginning, I'm not a Soul Reaper yet. I'm a 6th-year student at the Shino Academy, essentially a reservist who hasn't graduated. Do you understand?" He pulled out his identification tag and showed it to her. For a student, being late or leaving early is a massive terror. What if, and I'm just saying what if I don't make it back to the Senkamen within the specified time? The Academy will deduct my points. They might not even let me graduate on time. The Siriiti will not do that, Haribel said coldly. At your age, you are already very strong. You achieved top honors in all 4 disciplines, Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido. You are destined to join the Gotei 13. How do you know my grades? I don't remember telling you about that. Your identification tag. In a rare display, the blonde beauty slightly furrowed her elegant brows, revealing a hint of petulant anger. I know how to read. All right then, you're an educated Minos Grande. Yato scratched his head with a bitter smile. Just as he was about to say something else, Haribel waved her hand to interrupt him. Since you must return to the Soul Society, let us part ways here. She took a deep look at Yato's ID tag, as if trying to imprint all the information on it into her mind. Furthermore, I do not know how Rose and the others are faring. I need to return to the cave. Harabelle reached out and brushed the strands of hair clinging to her neck behind her back. She turned her head, no longer looking at Yato. Then, her customary hoarse voice drifted into the boy's ears. My promise still stands, Yato Uchiha. You saved me, and so I will help you. But remember this, I am still a resident of Hueco Mundo. If war breaks out with the Soul Society again, then the next time we meet, we will be enemies. Soul Reaper. Harabelle's graceful, slender silhouette quickly vanished into the blowing sands. Looking in the direction she had left, Yato remained silent for a long time, before muttering to himself in exasperation. What a cliché way to say goodbye, big sis Harabelle. Aren't you going to chase after her? With a soft pop, the crimson-eyed girl clad in Sengoku-era red armor appeared beside him. Chase after her, hug her, kiss her, and tell her no. Even if the Soul Society is your enemy, my chest, Yato Uchiha's chest, will forever be your safe haven. And then, you can reach your hand. The boy hurriedly interrupted Akame's nonsense, shooting her a fierce glare. Did I burn your brain out when I used Amaterasu just now? She's a Vasto lord. You want me to risk my life just to hug her? Only those who dare to dream, and dare to act achieve great results, my man. Stop pissing me off. Yato's brow twitched violently as he couldn't help but rub his forehead. I just used the left eye ocular jutsu of my stage 2 Shurikai, and I still haven't recovered. Damn it, I never knew that using Amaterasu would hurt this much. Every new reviews equals 1 bounds chapters 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. The First Meeting Bounds Chapter 16 75 words Chapter 28. The First Meeting Bounds Chapter, Open your eye, let me see. The girl observed carefully for a good while before speaking. It is quite bloodshot, but that's merely the rupture and dilation of the conjunctival blood vessels. You should recover with a bit of rest. What's important now is... Yato, tell me, is your vision affected in any way? No, Yato replied with absolute certainty. It's still just as clear as before. 100%. Why would I lie to you? The two locked eyes for a long moment, then broke into smiles in perfect, tacit understanding. The Mangekyo activated through his Shurikai did not cause any deterioration to his vision. Until today, neither Yato, the reincarnated Soul Reaper, nor Akame, the Zanpakuto spirit, had been completely certain about this. They had both been afraid that some ridiculous, unforeseen complication might arise when the time came. This was the world of Bleach. If using the Mangekyo Sharingan led to blindness, where was he supposed to go dig up the eyeballs of other Uchiha clan members? Fortunately, the Mangekyo unleashed through the release of his Zanpakuto did not bring about such a troubling dilemma. This trip to Hueco Mundo had truly yielded a bountiful harvest for Yato. Slaying hollows and completing the Academy's assigned mission was as easy as breathing for him, so that naturally went without saying. He had become acquainted with Harabelle, giving him a connection in Hueco Mundo that laid the groundwork for his potential future, opposing force-devouring plan. His spiritual pressure had elevated, and he had stepped into the realm of the Stage 2 Shurikai a full year ahead of his anticipated schedule. This afforded him ample time to hone his Shurikai, further solidifying his certainty of securing a high-ranking seated officer position upon graduation. Yato carefully mentally reviewed his experiences over the past few days. Feeling that nothing had been overlooked, he swallowed a pill. This was a development of the 4th Division designed to suit the nerves, perfectly suited for his current condition. After resting for a few minutes, the pain in his eye and head eased. Yato patted Akame, which hung at his waist, and began walking toward the area where the Senkaman was located. Of course, since he was still in Hueco Mundo, he couldn't just stroll leisurely as if on a field trip. He intermittently activated his Sharingan to keep a vigilant watch on his surroundings while maintaining a respectable travel speed. Facts quickly proved that his caution was entirely justified. Who's there? Beside a withered quartz tree, Yato stopped in his tracks, drew his Zanpakuto, and pointed it toward a spot where the spiritual pressure fluctuations were abnormal. Not coming out? Fine then, Hado number 70. Hey, wait. Yato-kun, it's me. A rather awkward voice echoed from the other side of a small hill. A pale-skinned young man, accompanied by a dozen or so others, emerged from their hiding place. They were a mix of young men and women, all roughly the same age, and like Yato, they all wore the uniform of the Shino Academy. Hideki Watanabe. Yato frowned, recognizing the lower noble who had been so eager to curry favor with Byakuya Kachiki. What are you all doing hiding here? Ambushing hollows, Yato-kun. For some reason, Hideki Watanabe's attitude was leagues better than when they had first arrived in Hueco Mundo. He bowed with the poise of a noble, using honorifics with every sentence. We do not possess Yato-kun's martial prowess. Up until now, we've only managed to kill 8 hollows. 4 of us are still empty-handed. I'm sure you are aware of the Academy's rules, Yato-kun. Every student must score at least 1 kill. But isn't this outside the designated exercise zone? Aren't you afraid of running into a Minos Grande? Yato-kun, nearly all the hollows inside the zone have already been wiped out by the other students. We had no choice but to take the risk and come out here, constantly concealing our tracks. All right, you definitely need to be careful operating out here. Yato nodded, his attitude softening slightly. Out of habit, he swept a glance over his surroundings. Gripping his blade inward, he prepared to take his leave and head back to the Senkamen. Yet, it was this very glance that caused his movement to sheath his sword to abruptly freeze. Far off in the distance lay the battlefield where he and Haribel had fought together against the Uchiha's legion. From where he stood, it only looked like a few blurry, dark specks. It was very far away, practically pushing the absolute limits of the naked eye's visual range. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for these dozen or so people to know what had just transpired there. Byakuya Kachiki seemed to have mentioned once that Watanabe of the 6 Eyes was a lower noble renowned for his spiritual pressure perception, possessing senses far sharper than an ordinary person's. Could I have been exposed? The entire process of me helping Haribel. Yato Uchiha gently stroked Akame's tsuba, abruptly lifting his head. His Sharingan meticulously scrutinized the group opposite him. His borderline freakish dynamic vision and ability to capture minuscule details revealed the subconscious reactions of every single one of the dozen academy students with crystal clarity. Hideki Watanabe's breathing hitched for a fraction of a second, and his nostrils flared by about 0.3 millimeters. The girl beside him maintained a neutral expression, but her abdomen was trembling at a frequency of 15 times per second. The large guy in the middle had his hands clasped behind his back. Judging by the tremors in his shoulder muscles, his knuckles were definitely moving frantically. Was he signaling the people behind him? A chilling glint flashed across his crimson Sharingan. There is definitely a problem. The hand resting on his hilt shifted from pushing the blade into gripping it firmly. Akame was drawn once again. The atmosphere instantly turned deadly, and a suffocating silence spread. Yato-kun, what's wrong? Hideki Watanabe forced a stiff smile, attempting to defuse the tension. We're all classmates from the Shino Academy. Even if I was disrespectful in the past, there's no need to point a sword at us. Where were you all an hour ago? We were right around here, ambushing hollows, is that so? Yato Uchiha suddenly let out a scoffing laugh. Then why is your voice shaking, Hideki Watanabe? The young noble's face seemed to pale even further, and he stammered, desperately trying to explain himself. The students behind him lacked even his composure. The faces of many twisted with malice, and veins popped on their hands as they covertly gripped their Zanpakuto. Yato sighed silently and closed his eyes. Given the situation, there was no need to ask any further. They had seen him helping Haribel. They had seen the black flames of his stage 2 Shirkai. That was why they were exhibiting all these signs of fear and hesitation. Could he gamble on them keeping their mouths shut and taking this secret to their graves out of classmate solidarity, never reporting it to Central 46? What a joke. Colluding with a hollow was a capital offense punishable by execution. How could he possibly entrust his life to the hands of others? What was he supposed to do with them? In its Stage 2 Shirkai, Akame still couldn't utilize Koto Amatsukami. He couldn't permanently alter their wills and memories. And even if they swore an oath to secrecy, he wouldn't dare believe them. Therefore, should he kill them? Kill them. I have to. Yato Uchiha's spiritual pressure coalesced into a terrifying aura, like a looming tsunami. If I'm going to kill them, it must be clean. Behead them, cut out their tongues, and leave them no chance to leave a message using Kido. Finally, I have to cover it all up with Amaterasu. An unimaginably sharp killing intent ran rampant within Yato's heart. At a certain moment, his spiritual pressure erupted entirely. He instantly activated his Mangekyo and opened his eyes. The six-pointed stars, red patterns against a black backdrop, were utterly devoid of emotion. Just as Yato prepared to act according to his plan to kill Hideki Watanabe first, and leave the group leaderless, he abruptly froze in place. Because before he could even make a move, Hideki Watanabe's head had already separated from his neck. No, it wasn't just Hideki Watanabe. The dozen or so Shino Academy students behind him had all been effortlessly crushed by an abrupt, unseen slash. Whether noble or commoner, they were all plunged into eternal darkness in the span of a single breath. Separating muscle and sinew, pulverizing bone, and severing the soul. The method of killing was clean, elegant, and borderline artistic. In less than half a second, over a dozen Academy students were entirely wiped out. In the next instant, a sound like tearing fabric ripped through the air. Sosuke Aizen materialized at the scene. Yato-kun. His voice was mellow and soothing, like that of a steady, approachable schoolteacher. Long, powerful fingers glided across Kyoka Sogetsu's blade, cleanly wiping away the blood. Hesitation will dull your Zanpakuto. The lieutenant of the 5th Division lightly pushed up the black-framed glasses resting on the bridge of his nose. He gazed at the six-pointed Mangekyo in the boy's eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. A truly magnificent spiritual pressure. To think that in a mere year since the incident with the Horiuchi family, you have managed to refine yourself to such a degree. Now then. Aizen swept his gaze across the surrounding corpses, then cast a look into the far distance where the Ajuchas had perished, before speaking with a tone of keen interest. What do you propose we do next, Yato-kun? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The Third Power 1408 words. Chapter 29. The Third Power. Yato had always fantasized about what his first meeting with Sosuke Aizen would be like. Perhaps it would be during a mission, after officially joining the Godai 13. Perhaps it would be during a captain's lecture at the Shino Academy. Or perhaps it would simply be crossing paths on a street in the Siriidii lined with officers' estates, exchanging a brief, acknowledging nod. But no matter what, it absolutely shouldn't have been like today. The scent of blood, the stench of death, wafted into Yato Uchiha's nose. He could feel his pupils constricting involuntarily. Did this guy see the entire process of me helping Haribel? Did Hideki Watanabe and his group really just happen to be here? And he mentioned Horiuchi just now. Does that mean he noticed me a year ago? Calm down. Calm down. Yato pressed his hand against Akame's tsuba, the tip of his blade aimed straight at the man opposite him. Lieutenant of the 5th Division, Sosuke Aizen. The man's expression remained perfectly gentle. I am truly flattered, Yato-kun, that you actually know my name. Identifying every captain class individual in the Godai 13 is part of the general education at the Shino Academy, The boy paused, his voice laced with a cold edge. Lieutenant Aizen, murdering academy students without cause is a heinous crime. According to the laws of the Suriitii, you should be executed. How truly loyal you are, Yado-kun. Sosuke Aizen gently stroked the Zanpakuto in his hand before sheathing it, his tone remaining incredibly patient and warm. Loyal enough to fight bloody battles for a Vasto Lord, and loyal enough to want to slaughter the academy students who witnessed the entire process. Furthermore, Yado-kun, who do you think Central 46 would believe? A lieutenant like myself, or a Shino Academy student hailing from the Rukongai? They would believe me. Yado Uchiha's shoulders dropped imperceptibly. Because you won't get the chance to return to the Suriitii. His feet gouged deep craters into the ground where he stood before his body shot forward like a javelin. His blade struck with vicious intent, roaring with the fury of thunder. No matter what, he had to exchange blows with Sosuke Aizen. It was the only solution Yado could think of when trapped in this deadly predicament. Aside from knowing the plot, the greatest advantage of a reincarnated person was their grasp of the original characters' personalities. Sosuke Aizen. This was a man who essentially drove the main plot of the Bleach universe, the undisputed, most popular antagonist of the series. A terrifyingly immense spiritual pressure, combat capabilities that had reached the absolute zenith in Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido, the bizarre and unfathomable complete hypnosis, a calm, meticulous, and mature mind. He was practically flawless, perfect in every conceivable way. But even a man like this still had a flaw in his personality. And that was... Sosuke Aizen was far too arrogant. He was powerful, yet profoundly lonely. On the surface, he was gentle and polite, yet beneath it all, he looked down on absolutely everyone. If you complied with his every whim, Aizen would consider it only natural. But if you displayed a strong, distinct personality and extraordinary traits, Aizen wouldn't be stingy with his praise either. Furthermore, Yado Uchiha was keenly aware that the current gap in strength between him and Aizen was simply astronomical. If Aizen truly wanted to kill him, there was absolutely no way he could survive. Moreover, this guy had been observing him for an entire year. He had specifically come all the way to Hueco Mundo, set up various schemes, and gone through so much trouble. It couldn't possibly be just to stab him in the back, right? So, screw it. Attack first, ask questions later. In a flash of lightning, Yado had closed the distance to stand directly in front of Aizen. Unleashing a master-level Zanjutsu technique, he thrust upward with savage force. The ferocity of the speed and the brutality of the thrust had already surpassed the level of an ordinary seated officer. A fleeting glint of appreciation rippled through the depths of Sosuke Aizen's gentle eyes. Then, the man extended two fingers and, as if caressing a lover, caught the lightning-fast Zanpakuto between them. The movement was soft, yet it carried the weight of a mountain. The muscles in Yado's arms bulged, and he released his spiritual pressure wildly in an attempt to pull his Zanpakuto free, but it didn't budge an inch. Young people are truly impulsive, Aizen shook his head with a sigh. Attacking a lieutenant is also a capital offense, you know. He abruptly released his two fingers and lightly flicked his arm, tapping Yado squarely on the chest. Yado Uchiha felt as though several of his ribs had snapped. The sheer force of the impact rattled his heart. Agony flared as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and was sent hurtling backward at an even greater speed. Yet, even as he plummeted backward at terminal velocity, entirely unable to control his own body, the six-pointed Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes continued to blaze with a brilliant light. His left eye was thoroughly bloodshot, and crimson fluid streamed down his cheek. Amaterasu. Accompanying Yado's low shout, black flames materialized precisely where his gaze was focused. However, these inextinguishable flames abruptly came to a dead halt a mere 2 meters away from Sosuke Aizen, unable to advance any further, as if they were burning against an invisible pane of glass. Only then did the word Aizen uttered reach Yado's ears. Yet, this casually cast Heido number 81, executed without an incantation, perfectly blocked the flames of Amaterasu. The release of these peculiar flames is certainly rapid. It is a pity, however, that they lack directional variation. Aizen's words drifted from behind the Danku barrier. How will you overcome this weakness, Yado-kun? The boy didn't reply. He merely half-kneeled on the ground and exhaled a heavy breath of foul air. In the next moment, he opened his right eye. The black flames, which previously had no distinct form, suddenly underwent a transformation. They were no longer just blindly burning. Instead, they morphed into a colossal, menacing claw that violently stretched forward. The exact instant it sensed the boundary of the Danku barrier, it underwent a secondary transformation, shaping itself into a spear that shot straight toward Aizen. You were indeed prepared for this. Sosuke. Aizen nodded in satisfaction. His tone was so gentle it didn't even sound like he was in a life-or-death struggle. Instead, he sounded like a schoolteacher praising a bright student. Accompanying his praise, he finally drew his Zanpakuto. The blade named Kyoka Suigetsu revealed a fraction of its sharp edge. An immense spiritual pressure erupted in an instant, only to vanish just as quickly, so fleeting it almost felt like an illusion. The flames of Amaterasu were effortlessly snuffed out by a spiritual pressure as oppressive as the abyss. Massive, crisscrossing scars appeared on the earth, as if punished by the gods themselves. A battle between soul reapers is, fundamentally, a clash of spiritual pressure. Holding his Zanpakuto, Aizen slowly walked toward Yado Uchiha. Yado-kun, could you perhaps entertain me a little more? The boy remained silent for a moment. He stared intensely at the moon opposite him, sighing inwardly. As expected of Sosuke Aizen. Even as a lieutenant, his spiritual pressure is already this tyrannical. Class 3 Rei. No, it has to be even higher. With a sigh, Yado Uchiha squeezed out every last drop of his remaining strength. Facing a powerhouse of Aizen's caliber, he offered his utmost respect. His eyes widened, and the six-pointed Mangekyo spun once more. This time, however, no black flames appeared. After achieving his Stage 2 Shirkai, Yado gained access to two Mangekyo ocular jutsu. His left eye housed Amaterasu, and his right eye housed Kagutsuchi. One released inextinguishable black flames, while the other freely manipulated them. They complemented each other perfectly. But the true might of the Uchiha Mangekyo was absolutely not limited to just two extra ocular jutsu. When both eyes were awakened, a third power was born. And that was 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Please take care of me, Lieutenant Aizen. 1640 words. Chapter 30. Please take care of me, Lieutenant Aizen. Hueco Mundo, a fractured and mottled land. Sosuke Aizen halted his steps, looking at the handsome boy opposite him. The feeling of his spiritual pressure has changed. Is it Bankai? No, that's not it. His Rei level is somewhere between Class 6 and Class 7. Even compared to an ordinary lieutenant, he is more than a notch below. With this level of spiritual pressure, it is absolutely impossible to perform Bankai. So it is a multi-stage Shirkai. You truly put me in a difficult position, Yado-kun. Aizen spoke, still using that gentle tone that felt as soothing as a spring breeze. It seems I need to readjust and crush you with non-lethal force. Yado Uchiha didn't reply. He merely gripped his Zanpakuto tightly with both hands and charged once more. He didn't use the fire-based Kido he was so proud of, and Aizen didn't use Danku. The two simply collided head-on. The ground beneath their feet wailed. Akame and Kyoka Sogetsu pushed dead against each other, neither willing to yield a single inch. Right at that moment, the space surrounding Yado suddenly underwent a transformation. Ribs as thick as an adult's thigh grew out of the void, wrapping the boy inside like a cage of armor, burning with a purple, searing aura. A similarly massive skeletal arm extended from the side of the ribs. Raising high into the air, it clenched into a fist and viciously smashed toward Sosuke Aizen's undefended head. Aizen didn't retreat half a step. Instead, he switched to holding his sword with one hand, raised his free hand over his head, and forcefully met the fist of Susanoo head-on. The mellow and elegant man paused slightly, looking down at his feet, revealing a look of surprise for the very first time. Just a moment ago, when Aizen had erupted with his tyrannical spiritual pressure to extinguish the black flames, this patch of desert had sunk several meters, becoming incredibly compact and hard. But now, after blocking Susanoo's arm, countless tiny cracks had splintered beneath Aizen's feet. A power worthy of respect, Yado-kun. Aizen looked at the six-pointed Mangekyo in the boy's eyes and sighed admiringly. However, this is where it ends. As he spoke, Kyoka Suigetsu's blade swung violently to the side, knocking Akame away, before slashing swiftly downward toward Yado Uchiha. A completely different echelon of power burst forth from the blade. The skeletal frame of Susanoo was like paper, severed in an instant. Kyoka Suigetsu followed through, slicing into the boy's chest and ruthlessly pinning him to the ground. Amidst the rampaging spiritual pressure, the excruciating pain was unbearable for Yado. Unable to maintain Susanoo's initial state, the skeleton and arm vanished without a trace. He gasped heavily for air, grasping Kyoka Suigetsu's blade with both hands, but he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. Slowly, Yado stopped struggling. Because he realized that aside from the agonizing pain, and a temporary inability to muster his strength, he seemed to be mostly fine. Yado quickly understood what had happened. When Sosuke Aizen blocked Susanoo's arm, he had precisely gauged the upper limits of Susanoo's initial state. Then, he added a mere fraction of force on top of that limit, just enough to cleanly break through the skeletal armor. He had intentionally avoided all vital organs, allowing the blade to pierce through his body along the gaps. It could be said that this was a completely one-sided, crushing defeat. If he had wanted to, Aizen could have chopped Yado into pieces in a thousandth of a second. But he didn't. I'll pin you here for a while. Aizen let go of the Zanpakuto's hilt. After all, young people nowadays are far too impulsive. Lieutenant Aizen, kill me or torture me, do as you please. Don't be so careless with your life, Yado-kun. The man casually adjusted his black-framed glasses, suddenly asking with a hint of curiosity, is it only a skeleton and an arm? Yado froze slightly, realizing what Aizen was asking. He thought for a moment before replying, my spiritual pressure is insufficient. I can't harness Susanoo's full power. With a Class 7 Rei, I can only manifest a few ribs and an arm. There is more to come. That's inevitable, isn't it? Just like a human, right now it's only bones. Later on, it will grow flesh, blood, and a nervous system, and finally, it will don armor. I just don't know what level of Rei that will require. Aizen nodded thoughtfully. Seeing that Yado had no intention of resisting, he swiftly pulled Kyoka Suigetsu out with a swing. The boy hissed, drawing in a sharp breath of cold air, but he didn't express any dissatisfaction, nor did he try to run. Instead, he simply sat on the ground, took out some ointment, and applied it to his wound. Watching Yado Uchiha's performance, Aizen felt a growing sense of satisfaction. The annihilation of the Horiuchi clan a year ago had been handled by a team he personally led. That night, Aizen had discovered a spiritual pressure that, although weak, was incredibly resilient and untamed. Following that, he investigated in secret and successfully traced the source of that spiritual pressure to Yado Uchiha. After a long period of observation, Sosuke Aizen had planned to visit Hueco Mundo in person to conduct a comprehensive test on Yado. The results far exceeded his expectations. After entering Hueco Mundo, Yado had killed many Minos Grande, and seemed highly interested in the power of hollows. When his act of helping a Vasto Lord was exposed, he immediately revealed a chilling killing intent, preparing to silence his classmates from the Shino Academy without hesitation. In his clash with Aizen himself, he had displayed an astonishing multi-stage shuriken. Furthermore, upon recognizing the sheer, insurmountable disparity in their power, he didn't foolishly choose to flee. Instead, he respectfully referred to him as Lieutenant Aizen at every turn. Thus, a complete character portrait of Yado Uchiha, was finally sketched out in Aizen's mind. A highly talented young man destined to become a captain-class figure, perhaps even capable of catching a glimpse of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's zenith. Someone who harbored no reservations about using the power of hollows to elevate himself. He possessed absolutely no loyalty to the Suriitii. He dared to shatter rules and slaughter anyone who stood in his path, yet he also understood the shifting tides, was remarkably intelligent, and had concealed his boundless ambition flawlessly while at the Shino Academy. Yato Uchiha, an incredibly rare and sharp blade, a peerless steed seldom seen in this world. Aizen was never afraid of his subordinates being too strong. His only fear was that those beneath him were too weak and dull-witted to keep up with his footsteps. Currently, although he had amassed a large group of pawns willing to die for him, almost none of them were truly worthy of his gaze. Even the blind Kanaim Tozen was merely considered mediocre in Aizen's eyes, a tool he forced himself to use while holding his nose. Of course, the sharper the blade, the easier it was to cut oneself, the faster the steed, the more likely it was to buck and kick. Amidst a myriad of swirling thoughts, Sosuke Aizen reached out his broad, welcoming hand to the boy sitting on the ground. I am Sosuke Aizen. Someday in the future, I will ascend to the heavens and sit upon the throne. I hope that when that time comes, I will have someone like you standing behind me. Heaven and earth seemed to fall utterly silent at this moment. Such treasonous, world-shaking words failed to elicit a single trace of panic or cowering from either of them. In this world, countless living beings were destined to be mere stepping stones. Only a select few truly possessed the audacity to be kings. Yato Uchiha didn't make Aizen wait long. He reached out and firmly grasped the other's hand. Captain Aizen. Ah, Yato-kun, you must call me lieutenant. Aizen smiled warmly, pointing to the lieutenant's badge on his arm. Following the rules of the Suriitii is our solemn duty as Soul Reapers, is it not? Naturally. Yato smoothly adapted, stepping back half a pace and bowing slightly. Please take care of me from now on, Lieutenant Aizen. Aizen gently patted Yato's shoulder, signaling that he didn't need to concern himself with empty formalities. From beginning to end, Sosuke Aizen never explicitly stated what his grand plan was, nor did he detail the bloody, treacherous path that following him would entail. When dealing with ambitious and intelligent men, some things simply didn't need to be said out loud. However, the mellow, handsome man's mind flashed with the image of the boy's dark, fathomless eyes. Yato Uchiha, where exactly will your ambition stop? Captain class? Or perhaps even higher? Or, like me, do you also covet that throne in the heavens? If you also desire to become the king of this world, then perhaps one day, the very blade I have so carefully cultivated will turn around and thrust itself toward my heart. But it is truly strange. Even when considering such a possibility, I don't feel the slightest trace of resentment. If such a future truly exists. Sosuke Aizen's long, powerful fingers gently trailed across his zanpakuto. Kyoka Sojetsu let out a melodious, clear ring akin to the elegant sound of a lute, yet vibrating with the heavy cadence of a war drum. I look forward to that day, Yato Uchiha. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The Incident and the Inquiry. 1461 words. Chapter 31. The Incident and the Inquiry. Yato Uchiha. Do you promise that every word you are about to say will be the unvarnished truth, with no omissions? Of course. In the dimly lit room, the middle-aged Soul Reaper nodded, his tone stern. Then, Yato Uchiha, please recount once more everything you witnessed in Hueco Mundo. The door creaked open. A female Soul Reaper with braided hair, a pretty face, but an aloof expression pushed open the door to the inquiry room without hesitation. Lieutenant Yatamaru. Why are you? You can leave. I will be taking over the final inquiry regarding Yato Uchiha. Yes, Lieutenant. The middle-aged Soul Reaper obeyed and left, pulling the door shut behind him. Lisa Yadamara sat across from Yato. She unpinned her lieutenant's badge and placed it on the table with a soft clack. Lieutenant Yadamaru. Yato Uchiha nodded slightly in a gesture of respect. The female Soul Reaper pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose, her mind swiftly reviewing the boy's complete file. Originated from the 62nd district of the East Rukongai, achieved top honors in all 4 disciplines, Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido. His Zanpakudo is suspected to be of the extremely rare multi-stage release type, no prior disciplinary infractions, personality is sharp yet restrained. Lisa Yadamara scoffed right to Yato's face. You flawless geniuses are always the hardest ones to deal with. Yato caught the slip of information in her words. Are you saying Byakuya Kachiki is being subjected to special treatment, just like me? Lieutenant Marekio Omida of the 2nd Division will be conducting Byakuya Kachiki's final inquiry. Oh my, you're certainly being strict with me and old Byakuya. This is for your protection, and a mark of respect. Lisa Yadamara scrutinized the boy, capturing every minuscule shift in his expression. Given the talents you and Byakuya Kachiki possess, you will instantly become high-ranking seated officers upon graduation. You are the future of the Suriitii. Furthermore, within Hueco Mundo, only you and Byakuya Kachiki possess the capability to continuously slaughter 53 sixth-year students. Now then, please recount all your experiences in Hueco Mundo once more, Yato Uchiha. The boy sighed and began reciting the lengthy fabrication once again. Over the past few days, he had lost count of how many times he had repeated this story. And he was certain the Soul Reaper sitting across from him had read the written records of these statements numerous times as well. Yet, Lisa Yadamara remained incredibly attentive. Her delicate jawline rose and fell slightly as the story unfolded, looking exactly like a diligent student listening intently to a lecture. After miraculously managing to achieve my Stage 2 Shurkai, I killed those Ajuchas and returned to the designated exercise zone. Byakuya had also returned by then. I chatted with him for a bit before we both sat down to meditate and adjust our breathing. When it was time to return to the Soul Society, it was obvious that not everyone had made it back. Captain Shihoin left the area several times, and her expression grew quite frightening. Finally, we passed through the Senkamen, returned to the Soul Society, and were subsequently brought here. After finishing this long monologue, Yato Uchiha felt his mouth run dry. He picked up the teacup on the table and downed it in several large gulps. Lisa Yadamara took her notes and compared them with Yato's previous statements. Aside from a few negligible discrepancies, the core narrative remained consistent. Very well, Yato Uchiha. The 3-day inquiry process is now officially concluded. The female lieutenant pointed toward the door. You may leave. Make sure to get some rest. Yes, Lieutenant Yadamaru. The boy set down his teacup, stood up, and grasped the door handle. As he pulled the door open, Yato abruptly froze in his tracks, pausing before stepping out of the inquiry room. Standing right outside the door was a man. He looked to be in his 40s, sporting a faint, bluish stubble, and wearing a straw hat. A pink, flowered haori was draped over a white one, giving him an air of carefree nonchalance. This man was none other than the captain of the 8th Division, Shunsui Kairaku. Captain Kairaku. The boy stood at attention like an obedient student. So you're Yato Uchiha, huh? Shunsui Kairaku chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. You look even more handsome in person than in your portraits. You praise me too much, Captain Kairaku. Say, young man, which division are you planning to join after graduation? I haven't really thought about it yet. Come join the 8th Division. Shunsui Kairaku slung an arm around the boy's shoulders and leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. When the time comes, we can go drinking in the red light district together. There are plenty of wealthy, beautiful women there. When they see you, they'll definitely fight over who gets to foot the bill. Behind them, Lisa Yadamaru, her face darkened with exasperation, rapped her knuckles loudly against the table. She glared at her captain, her eyes brimming with disdain. Oh dear, our Lisa is angry. Shunsui Kayaraka feigned terror, raising his hands in surrender. Yato, let's chat later, yeah. Yes, Captain Kayaraku. The boy remained as respectful as ever, slowly taking his leave. In the quiet inquiry room, only the captain and lieutenant of the 8th Division remained. Truly terrifying. The young people these days. Shunsui Kayaraka sat in the chair Yato had just vacated, tipping his straw hat down to cover his face. A multi-stage release type Zanpakuto, HM. It seems the day we old-timers have to retire and return to the countryside isn't too far off. Seeing her captain finally show a sliver of seriousness, Lisa Yatomura picked up the report and voiced her analysis. There are no issues with Yato Uchiha. Throughout the entire inquiry process, he appeared exceptionally forthright, though he does seem somewhat overly apathetic regarding the deaths of his classmates. However, considering he skipped grades to join the graduating class, this is somewhat understandable. Byakuya Kachiki next door has displayed a similar attitude. Shunsui Kayaraku offered no response. The shadow cast by his straw hat completely obscured his expression, making it seem as though he had fallen asleep. Lisa paid him no mind and continued speaking. Therefore, I will issue a joint report with the 6th and 2nd Divisions, presenting the findings of this investigation to the 1st Division. The 6th-year student mortality incident that occurred 3 days ago was a consequence of wandering too deeply into Hueco Mundo and encountering a sudden, coordinated ambush by Minos Grande. It was not a man-made disaster. On a related note, Yato Uchiha also encountered an Ajuchas class Minos Grande. However, he successfully achieved his Stage 2 Shirkai and slaughtered them all. This inadvertently corroborates our deduction there were indeed Ajuchas roaming outside the designated exercise zone. This incident resulted in the deaths of 53 Academy students. It is a deeply agonizing security failure, just like 3 years ago. Captain, this is the unanimous conclusion reached by myself, Lieutenant Sojin Kachiki of the 6th Division, and Lieutenant Murekio Omida of the 2nd Division. If you have no objections, I will head to the 1st Division. The purportedly dozing Shunsui Kayaraka suddenly pressed down on his straw hat and spoke softly, just like 3 years ago. I recall that during the Shino Academy's live combat exercise that year, the second son of the Shiba clan met his end in the jaws of a Minos Grande. Captain, it was Moritora Shiba. Lisa Yatomura paused, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Are you implying? Nothing at all. The thought merely crossed my mind, that's all. Shunsui Kayaraka suddenly chuckled. All right, your work here is done. Make sure you look lively when you go see old man Yama, otherwise I'll be the one getting yelled at again. Yes, Captain. Lisa Yatomura nodded. She gathered the documents and prepared to leave. However, just as her fingertips brushed the door handle, she heard her captain's voice once more. Oh right, Lisa. One more thing. Which lieutenants were tasked with acting as the rearguard and backup support for this exercise? They were Shinasuke Yamada of the 4th Division, Sosuke Aizen of the 5th Division, and Hiyori Saragaki of the 12th Division. The man named Shunsui Kayaraka closed his eyes, the faces and personalities of those 3 lieutenants surfacing in his mind. Lisa called out softly a few times, but received no further response. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel please consider leaving a review, that's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The name of the Uchiha 1428 words. Chapter 32. The name of the Uchiha. By the time Yato Uchiha returned to his dormitory at the Shino Academy, it was already afternoon. The room remained neat and pristine, it seemed someone had specifically cleaned it for him. The boy lay down on his bed, feeling a wave of exhaustion. He called out his Zanpakuto's name. I want to see you. In the next moment, space warped, and Yato appeared within his inner world. Things seemed to have changed here. The already dusky sky had grown even darker. A fiery, crimson redness poured forth from the massive stone monument, transforming into a sea of blood that submerged the earth. Honestly, every time I come here, I'm a little taken aback. Yato fished a small stone out of his pocket, and skipped it toward the distant darkness like a stone on water. Is my inner world really this gloomy? The stone plunged into the sea of blood, kicking up a splash. But coming here today, things seem even worse. He let out a complicated sigh. Is my mood really this terrible? It's practically drowned this entire world in a sea of blood. It's not that bad, actually. Akame stomped her feet, producing a sharp clack-clack sound. We still have a place to stand, don't we? You certainly know how to find the silver lining. Yato paused, a flicker of apology flashing through his dark eyes. I'm sorry. I still wavered. 53 Academy students. Aside from Hideki Watanabe's group, all the rest were killed by Sosuke Aizen. It was probably to conduct his holification experiments on Soul Reapers, right? I didn't ask, and he didn't tell me. When he suddenly appeared back there, I had no choice but to play along and submit to him. But now that I'm following Sosuke Aizen, it's inevitable that I'll get blood on my hands. I had already braced myself for this, but I still wavered. Perhaps exposing Aizen directly to the Siriidii would be the better choice. But after thinking it over and over, I rejected that possibility. Yato Uchiha's handsome face gradually grew calm. As he poured out his innermost thoughts to Akame, the emotion known as wavering vanished from his inner world. Yet, the sea of blood beneath their feet did not dry up. Instead, it abruptly began to churn and boil, growing even more savage, like flames about to erupt. I need Aizen. I need the Hogyoku. I need the secrets of holification. The opposing force. When the time comes to claim everything, the one who ascends to the throne in the heavens won't be Sosuke Aizen. It will be me. I will rewrite this world with my own will. He turned his head, his tone gentle. No matter what happens, you will stay by my side, won't you? The girl in the crimson armor gently caressed Yato's face, as if holding the most precious jewel in the world. You and I are forever one. Whether you ultimately forge a new world and crown yourself king, or you are condemned to the depths of Muken. It seems that even if I find myself in purgatory, I can still wield my blade and walk forward. Yato gave a carefree laugh, his expression returning to normal. It'll probably be a few more hours before this sea of blood recedes. Otherwise, it would be pretty disgusting for you to live here all by yourself with it being so damp. With that, he leapt off the top of the stone monument. There were many ways to leave one's inner world, plummeting at high speed was one of them. Within the Kamui-like inner dimension, only the girl remained. What a fool! Akame hugged her knees as she sat on the edge of the massive gravestone, looking down at the boundless sea of blood. There is not a single blade in existence that does not thirst for blood. For a very rare change, Yato Uchiha went several consecutive days without training. His 7-day trip to Hueco Mundo, first fleeing with Haribel, then clashing with Sosuke Aizen, had severely depleted his stamina and spiritual pressure, even if the latter was a completely one-sided crushing. Therefore he specifically asked for leave and spent a few days vacationing in Junranon, the first district of the West Rukongai, a famous resort area. Yato had quite a relaxing time because he discovered that he was receiving special treatment in Junranon. He received discounts at tea houses, the owners of the delicatessens would throw in extra portions, and when he passed by children on the street, he was met with gazes full of reverence. Yato Uchiha was gradually making a name for himself. The reason was quite obvious. Over the past few days, many of the events that had transpired in Hueco Mundo had spread throughout the Soul Society. The deaths of the 53 Academy students, the sudden ambush by the Minos Grande, the Shino Academy's subsequent special review and ensuing reforms. And the most staggering revelation of all, the Shino Academy's genius, Yato Uchiha, possessed a Zanpakuto named Akame that belonged to the extremely rare multi-stage release category. The release of this news caused quite a stir. In the Soul Society, a Zanpakuto was a crucial component of a Soul Reaper's combat capability. Keto type, direct attack type, elemental manipulation type, biological manifestation type. They were incredibly diverse, and any type could potentially produce top-tier powerhouses. Strictly speaking, there was no inherent superiority among them. However, there were always one or two types that could be considered extraordinary from birth. For instance, the dual type, which could loosely be categorized as a subtype. Captain Shunsui Kayaraku of the 8th Divisions, Kaiten Kayakatsu, and Captain Jushiro Yukitake of the 13th Divisions, Sojio no Kodawari, were the only two paired Zanpakuto currently in the Soul Society. And even rarer than the dual type was the multi-stage release type. Throughout the recorded history of the Soul Society, a Zanpakuto capable of multiple stages of release deriving new abilities with every shurikai was something that only appeared once in a millennium. The last time one had surfaced was during the founding days of the Gotei 13. Following the death of that particular founding captain, this type of Zanpakuto had vanished for a very long time. But now, the sudden meteoric rise of Yado Uchiha had filled this void. The multi-stage release type Zanpakuto, Akame, was currently the only one of its kind in existence. This title was far more resounding than Shino Academy Genius. Many residents of the Rakangai, and even many Soul Reapers, believed that as long as Yado Uchiha did not die young, he was absolutely destined to become a captain-class entity in the future. Of course, fame brought convenience, but it also brought annoyance. After the initial novelty wore off, Yado quickly grew tired of the overly attentive stares from others, so he ended his vacation early and returned to the Siriidii. Changes had also occurred at the Shino Academy. 3 years ago, Mori Torashiba had died in Hueco Mundo. Now, over 50 academy students had lost their lives. Headmaster Hasegawa bore a tremendous amount of pressure. Central 46 had even issued a severe interrogation: did the current Shino Academy actually possess the capability to cultivate qualified Soul Reapers? Following a period of intense bickering, political maneuvering, and compromises, the Academy implemented reforms in certain areas. For example, they increased the hours for Kaido classes, raised the grading weight for emergency response skills, and mandated that additional protective details be assigned during live combat exercises in Hueco Mundo. Yado Uchiha was actually quite in favor of these reforms. Although it was a place meant to train a militant force, the Shino Academy was ultimately an educational institution, ensuring adequate protection was a given. In the days that followed, Yado smoothly transitioned back into his training routine: sparring matches, Kido practice, reviewing foundational knowledge. These academic tasks once again consumed his schedule. During this period, many seated officers from the Gotei 13 visited the academy to silently observe Yado from afar. Occasionally, they would even chat with him, clearly intending to court him to join their respective divisions upon his graduation. To all this, Yado simply went with the flow, not showing any particular eagerness toward any specific division. And so, time rapidly slipped away amidst his training. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Yado's graduation season. 1530 words. Chapter 33. Yado's graduation season. 1 year later. The Shino Academy's martial arts arena was packed to the brim. Students and teachers from all 6 grades had gathered here almost in their entirety. They stared intently at the center of the arena, using their skin to feel the tearing sensation of spiritual pressures clashing. Tonight was the final academy duel between Yado Uchiha and Byakuya Kachiki. In just a few days, this batch of 6th-year students would officially graduate and go their separate ways. In the future, it would likely be very difficult to witness a duel between such geniuses again. The battle inside the arena had reached a fever pitch. Cherry blossoms filled the sky. Tiny, countless blades surrounded Yado Uchiha, continuously grinding and slicing. Even the tough hide of an Ajuchas class Minos Grande would be reduced to minced meat within seconds under this assault. However, such a ferocious offensive couldn't even sever a single hair on Yato's head. Because a skeletal frame burning with a purple aura was blocking the tens of thousands of cherry blossom blades from the outside. Byakuya Kachiki was already very familiar with the sight before him. His spiritual pressure erupted, and the cherry blossom swirled, completely enveloping the skeletal frame of Susanoo along with the boy inside. From a distance, it looked as if Yato Uchiha had been encased in a pink coffin. Carriage of thunder, bridge of a spinning wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo number 61. Byakuya chanted rapidly, pointing from afar toward the cherry blossom coffin, Rikujo Koro. 6 beams of light pierced through the gaps in the cherry blossom blades, pinning Susanoo down, and binding Yato in place. Even for Byakuya Kachiki, under such intense spiritual pressure consumption, his lips couldn't help but turn pale. But he didn't dare to rest. Instead, he took a deep breath, and after a few seconds of silence, began a slow incantation. Limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting star unseen by heaven, the road that sheds light. With every word Byakuya Kachiki chanted, his face grew a shade paler, and his lips began to tremble, as if he were burning his very life force. And as he chanted, the surrounding students and teachers couldn't help but gasp in shock. The reason was simple. The Kido Byakuya Kachiki was chanting was none other than the Super Heido ranked 91st, Senju Kojoten Taiho. Due to its immense power and the extreme difficulty of casting it, even though Byakuya Kachiki had now reached a class 5 Rei equivalent to an ordinary lieutenant and had his family's profound legacy to draw upon, he still had to be extremely careful, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Using Senbenzakura and a high-level Bakudo to suppress Yato's Susanoo, and then bombarding it with a devastating Heido, this was the combat strategy Byakuya Kachiki had devised. Firstly, although Susanoo was incredibly powerful, it was relatively cumbersome and incapable of high-speed movement, making a restraint-based approach a viable counter. Secondly, using the Shurikai's cherry blossom blades as a smokescreen could block Yato's line of sight, preventing him from looking directly at Byakuya, and defending against a genjutsu attack. Although the strategy was simple, being able to execute these 2 steps was something not even an ordinary seated officer in the Godai 13 could pull off, let alone a student at the Shino Academy. Yato, you should be making your move by now. If it's you, you shouldn't let me finish my incantation. Despite thinking this, Byakuya Kachiki's tongue didn't stop for a fraction of a second. The incantation for Senju Kojoten Taiho had reached its final stage. However, right at that moment, a muffled boom echoed from the tightly bound Susanoo. Bone after bone materialized from the void. This time, it wasn't just curved ribs that appeared, but also teeth, a skull, a sternum, clavicles, humeri. The upper half of a giant skeleton descended with a thunderous crash. This power was as overwhelming as a massive mountain. It shattered Rikujo Koro, and the tens of thousands of cherry blossom blades were blown away by the ensuing hurricane. Incredible power, Yato, but it's too late. Having estimated the distance between them, Byakuya Kachiki didn't retreat. Instead, he chose to continue releasing the Kido. Threads of light gathered in the noble youth's palm. He extended his arm straight out, pointing from afar at Yato Uchiha, Heido number 91, Senju. Yato also didn't flee. He cast an appreciative glance at Byakuya Kachiki. The giant skeleton enveloping him then made its move. Its massive, coarse arms stretched backward, 5 fingers loosely gripping the air. Its other hand reached forward, forming the perfect angle to generate force, looking like an ancient deity about to hurl a javelin of thunder. Yato didn't have thunder, but he had fire. Amaterasu. Kagutsuchi. The 6-pointed Mangekyo spun rapidly. A 5-meter-long javelin of black flames was tightly gripped by Susanoo's skeletal hand. In the next moment, before Byakuya Kachiki could successfully unleash Senju Kojoten Taiho, the spear of Amaterasu hurled by Susanoo whistled past his ear. It tore through the air, shattered stone pillars and pierced through buildings. It wasn't until it crossed the entire martial arts arena, and blasted away half of the teaching building on the opposite side, that the spear of Amaterasu finally slammed into the ground, blasting a deep crater. Feeling the searing heat lingering near his ear, Byakuya Kuchiki took a deep breath and deactivated his shurikai. You shouldn't have surrounded me with Senbonzakura. Yado Uchiha shrugged, using the power of his right eye to recall the burning black flames from afar. Although your intention was to seal off my genjutsu, doing so also blocked your own line of sight. You couldn't see what I was doing inside. Roughly a year had passed since the live combat exercise in Hueco Mundo concluded. Over the past year, in the duels between Yado and Byakuya Kuchiki, Yado had won far more than he had lost. Susanoo, unlocked after achieving his Stage 2 shurikai, severely countered Zanpakuto like Senbonzakura, which possessed slightly weaker single-target attack power. Although Byakuya Kuchiki had specifically intensified his training in advanced Kido and managed to clinch a few victories, for the vast majority of the time, he was completely helpless against Susanoo. The two summarized the fight as they left the martial arts arena, under the respectful gazes of the academy students. Only the Shino Academy staff, looking at the collapsed and burning building, wanted to weep but had no tears left to shed. Thank goodness they're finally graduating. We've been repairing buildings every single day lately. Our budget requests are about to be denied. Yado and Byakuya parted ways at the dormitory. While packing his things alone, Yado occasionally glanced out the window at the blooming trees, feeling quite emotional. With graduation approaching, all the courses at the Shino Academy had concluded. The final assessments were finished, and the grades had been distributed. For the next few days, there was nothing else to do but wait for their assignments from the Siriidi. To complete all the Shino Academy courses in just 2 years and graduate with top honors in all 4 disciplines of Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido, it was nothing short of genius. More importantly, Yado had long since accomplished the goals he had set for himself, and had even surpassed them by quite a margin. In terms of spiritual pressure, he had reached a Class 6 Rei, attaining the level of a lieutenant's assistant. He had mastered the usage of his Zanpakuto's Stage 2 shurikai. Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi were as natural as moving his own limbs, his manipulation of the black flames was incredibly adept, and Susanoo could now manifest its entire upper half skeleton. Unexpectedly, his Kido proficiency had also seen a massive boost. His understanding of incantations had improved by leaps and bounds compared to a year ago. He could even make minute adjustments to his Kido casting based on the condition of his own soul, exploring deeper levels of technique. For this, he had Sosuke Aizen to thank. Aizen would occasionally impart relevant knowledge to Yado Uchiha. As the premier Kido master in the Soul Society, even just a few words from him inevitably struck right at the core essence, benefiting the boy immensely. Yado Uchiha finished packing his dorm room and lay down on his bed. I wonder which division the Siriidi wants to send me to. Normally, I'd probably go to the 10th division, which is responsible for patrols and public security. But the 3rd division, which specializes in support, isn't bad either. Come to think of it, wouldn't the Kido Corps actually suit me best? There's barely any work on regular days, so I could slack off. However, what Yado didn't know was that while his thoughts were wandering, a discussion deciding his destination was taking place within the 1st Division barracks. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Assignment 13. 30 words. Chapter 34. Assignment. In summary, the subjugation force will depart in 5 days. Using the anchor point as the center, they will expand outward for 150 spirit miles and slaughter every last hollow. Such ruthless measures are absolutely necessary to strike fear into that insignificant rat who crowned himself the king of Hueco Mundo. The old man pounded his walking stick heavily against the floor, producing a dull, resonant thud. The core of the expeditionary force will be composed of the 11th Division, with Kenpachi Kiganjo serving as the corps commander. Are there any other opinions? A solemn silence fell over the 1st Division barracks. The only sound was the heavy panting of the belligerent and cruel Kenpachi Kiganjo, his dark face flushed red with excitement. The old man nodded, his face devoid of much expression. His face was deeply lined with wrinkles, and his cheekbones were quite prominent. He was bald, save for 2 intersecting scars forming a cross on the right side of his forehead. His remarkably long, white eyebrows and beard were bound with purple ribbons. Solemn, rigid, and overwhelmingly powerful, this old man standing here was the anchor for everyone present, a living fossil of the Soul Society. Once he made a decision, no one dared to question it. Even here, at the captain's meeting. Even though the 12 Soul Reapers standing on either side of him were all formidably powerful captains. Because his name was Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, captain of the 1st Division, and captain commander of the Godei 13. Now then, let us discuss the assignments of those 2 young men. Captain Commander Yamamoto paused, a hint of sentimentality in his tone. To graduate in the same year, and both possessing such outstanding talent. The last time I witnessed such a scene was several centuries ago, when Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake graduated. The little one from the Kuchiki clan will naturally go to the 6th Division. As for that Yato Uchiha, which of you is interested? This was the final matter on the agenda for today's captain's meeting. Since it didn't involve declarations of war and slaughter, the atmosphere instantly relaxed. Captain Commander, Shunsui Kairaku raised his hand. Although he reined himself in considerably, his tone still carried a hint of nonchalance. Could you assign him to me? The 8th Division is currently short a 4th seat. Shunsui, are you also interested in the boy, Yato? At the very end of the line, Yorichi Shihoin chuckled. Let him come to our 2nd Division, we'll also offer a 4th seat. Captain Shihoin, you suddenly interjecting like this puts me in quite a difficult position. Shunsui Kairaku tipped his straw hat lower, hiding his bright eyes in the shadows. In that case, I'll just have to offer the 3rd seat position. Handing over the 3rd seat of the 8th Division to Yato Uchiha right after he graduates. Isn't that a bit too fast, Captain Kairaku? Not at all. While our Lisa is certainly very capable, I'm afraid she'll have a hard time reaching the captain class level. With Yato Uchiha around, I might even be able to retire early and go fishing, ha ha ha. The 8th Division captain, clad in his floral haori, smiled and looked at Yorichi. So Captain Shihoin, do you wish to match that? Yorichi's eyebrow twitched, and she secretly gritted her teeth, knowing she definitely couldn't outbid Shunsui Kairaku. The 2 ND Division's situation was unique. Successive captains were always the head of the Shihoin clan, and as a reward for their loyal service as lower nobles, the lieutenant position was perpetually in the pocket of the Omida family. For instance, the current lieutenant of the 2nd Division was the head of the Omida family, Murekio Omida. And the current 3rd seat of the 2nd Division was Kasuke Urahara. Even someone with Kasuke Urahara's talents had to yield to these rules, let alone a fresh graduate like Yato Uchiha. Helpless, Yorichi Shihoin could only huff as if conceding defeat, turning her head away to avoid looking at that annoying Shunsui Kairaku. At that moment, Jushiro Yukitake, standing diagonally from Shunsui, also shook his head with a bitter smile. I really can't out-scheme you, Shunsui. Yukitake, were you also planning to? I had prepared a 4th seat position, but that's obviously not enough anymore. If only Kyan would agree to become the lieutenant, then the 3rd seat position would open up. Haha, you can just wait for the next genius, Yukitake. Shunsui Kairaku chatted playfully with his old friend before sweeping his gaze around the room. When a genius like Yato Uchiha entered the Godei 13, he had to be offered a high-ranking seated officer position. A 3rd, 4th, or 5th seat would all suffice. Excluding the 1st Division, among the captains standing here, only 5 divisions had such vacancies. Kenpachi Kiganjo of the 11th Division was already entirely consumed by the fervor of war, and had no mind for such matters. The 4th Division was the medical corps. The 6th Division was the nobility corps. None of these were suitable fits. Therefore, his only real competitors were the 2nd and 13th Divisions. Having completely figured out the underlying dynamics, Shunsui Kairaku felt victory was already in his grasp. Before the meeting even started, he had even told Lisa Yatamaru to hurry up and clean out the third seat's office. It seems you have all finished discussing the matter. Captain Commander Yamamoto lightly tapped his walking stick and looked at Shunsui Kairaku. Then, I shall announce Yato Uchiha's assignment. Shunsui Kairaku rubbed his eyes. He thought he saw a flicker of mischievousness in his teacher's gaze. He will go to the 12th Division to serve as the third seat. Shunsui Kairaku clutched his chest in dramatic agony, feeling that as old man Yamamoto got older, he was becoming more and more scheming, deliberately making a fool out of him. Hoo! Upon hearing this, the captain of the 12th Division let out an exaggeratedly long whine. She had long, wavy, pinkish-purple hair, wore black lipstick, and had 2 dimples on her cheeks. Her smile was radiant, and she exuded a boisterous, carefree demeanor. Even in the Suriitii, which boasted numerous beauties, she stood out remarkably. This was the captain of the 12th Division, Kiryu Hikifune. Captain Commander. Her voice was loud, and her phrasing was decidedly unrefined, completely lacking the self-awareness one might expect of a beautiful woman. But we already have a third seat in the 12th Division. Shusuke Rai. Did you forget? Shusuke Rai, is it? Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto grunted in acknowledgement. His transfer request has been approved. Starting tomorrow, he will join the Kido Corps as an assistant to Vice Kido Chief Hachijin Ashoda. After the meeting is over, I'll have little Hiyori bring Yato Uchiha to the 12th Division. Kiryu Hikifune obediently lowered her head to look at her feet, though she couldn't actually see them, subtly expressing her dissatisfaction. Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto coughed drily. Given that she was a captain whose seniority was second only to himself and Retsu Unohana, he couldn't be overly unreasonable with her. Kiryu Hikifune. I'm here, Captain Commander. Shusuke Rai has always yearned to join the Kido Corps. This is merely allowing him to fulfill his wish. Furthermore, I am sending Yato Uchiha to you because I hope you will continue to cultivate him. The old man paused, then continued softly, using your newly developed techniques and your spiritual pressure. Kiryu Hikifune's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. For the first time since the meeting began, a serious, thoughtful expression crossed her face. Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake exchanged a brief glance, both catching the astonishment in the other's eyes. Old man Yama is taking that young man very seriously. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Third seat of the 12th Division, Yato Uchiha. 1407 words. Chapter 35. Third seat of the 12th Division, Yato Uchiha. Where is he? Yato Uchiha. A crisp, sharp voice drifted into the boy's ears. He sat up groggily, staring blankly at the faintly brightening sky. That guy named Yato Uchiha is in here, right? Why yes, Lieutenant Sargaki. Should we perhaps? Stop dawdling, you're so annoying. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Hiyori Sargaki, sporting her signature blonde pigtails, strutted in with remarkable arrogance, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Where's that guy named Yato Uchiha? Hurry up and get out of bed, you're coming with me too." Before she could finish her sentence, she abruptly leaned backward, drawing the zanpakuto she carried on her back and leveling it across her chest. In the very next instant, a Minos Grande's claw slammed down on her zanpakuto. It had 6 limbs, 2 heads, and resembled a monstrous tiger-leopard hybrid. A white mask covered its grotesque face, and its ravenous, brutal spiritual pressure was unleashed without any restraint. "Anajuchas?" Hiyori Sargaki gasped, sucking in a sharp breath of cold air. There's actually a Minos Grande inside the Suriitii. Countless possibilities churned in her mind. Intruders? A traitor within? Has Hueco Mundo launched an attack on the Soul Society? However, her years of combat instincts kicked in precisely at this moment. Her body's subconscious reactions overrode her chaotic thoughts. Hiyori Saragaki slapped the tsuba of her sword heavily, her spiritual pressure erupting. Chop clean, Kubikirioriki. A massive, serrated cleaver materialized in Hiyori's hands. An upward thrust, a twist of her waist, and a downward smash all executed in one fluid, seamless motion. Her counterattack was smooth and completely unhindered. This was the result of a superb technique tempered through thousands of battles. Yet, this ferocious cleaving strike only hit the floorboards. Aside from causing the dormitory building to shake violently a couple of times, it achieved absolutely nothing else. Hiyori Saragaki looked up blankly and saw the handsome, black-haired boy. Within his crimson eyes, the eerily captivating Tomo were slowly dissipating. Yado Uchiha's reputation was quite prominent. The fact that he possessed Akame, the only existing, multi-stage release, type Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, and the general nature of its abilities were vaguely known to many. Hiyori Saragaki quickly figured out what had just happened. "You bastard!" She practically jumped in anger, her blonde pigtails bouncing up and down. "You dare to attack a lieutenant? Who kicks down a door under normal circumstances?" Yado shrugged, completely unbothered. "I thought it was a Ryoka." "You bastard! Ugly freak!" Hiyori Saragaki cursed, baring her teeth, and waving her claws. But the insults she hurled had absolutely zero effect on Yado. Even Yado felt that he could certainly be a bastard sometimes. His head full of thick black hair had absolutely nothing to do with that word. Ugly freak. The Uchiha clan might have been arrogant, tragic, and utterly insane, but they were never ugly. Seeing that their first meeting was far from harmonious, the Shino Academy staff member, who had guided Hiyori here, hurriedly spoke up, using some light-hearted banter to defuse the tension. Eventually, Hiyori's expression softened slightly. She lifted her chin and produced a letter of appointment. "Yado Uchiha, the higher-ups have appointed you as the third seat of the 12th Division. Pack your things and come with me. The captain is waiting for you at the barracks." "Understood." Yado straightened his expression and respectfully received the letter with both hands, following protocol. To be appointed as a third seat immediately upon graduation, this was a truly staggering level of high regard. Typically, only the heirs to the three great noble families, the Shiba, Shihoin, and Kachiki, received such treatment. In the organizational structure of the Gotei 13, captains possessed absolute authority and essentially held dictatorial power within their divisions. Lieutenants, on the other hand, were required to assist the captains, relay orders, and manage numerous trivial matters. They were the traditional second-in-command. As for the third seat, they were not considered part of the captain class hierarchy. However, unlike the lower-seated officers, the third seat was also referred to as the lieutenant's assistant, meaning their role was to aid the lieutenant in their duties. The individual in this position was the undisputed candidate for the captain class. Currently, Kaion Shiba and Kisuke Urahara, and later Toshiro Hitsugaya, all served as third seats before being promoted to lieutenant, or even directly to captain. The Siriidii truly functioned on a might makes right principle. If you had the capability, you could rise. If you could hack the captain of the 11th Division to pieces with your sword, you became the next Kenpachi. After accepting the letter of appointment, everything that followed went smoothly. As for his luggage, being a single young man, Yado Uchiha truly didn't have much. He had already finished packing the night before. After entrusting the academy staff to deliver his luggage to the 12th Division barracks, Yado, carrying only his Zanpakuto, followed Hiyori Saragaki out. They walked in silence. Hiyori Saragaki was still sulking, and as Yado watched the lieutenant's blonde pigtails bobbing up and down in front of him, he found it inexplicably amusing. The 12th Division barracks were located in the northern district of the Siriitii, near the Hakudaman Whiteway Gate. In this era, although the Shinigami Research and Development Institute had not yet been established, the duties of the 12th Division were originally spiritual tool and new technology development. This required extensive experimentation and frequent excursions to gather materials. For convenience of access, their barracks were situated here. The barracks complex as a whole was a massive, circular structure. It wasn't particularly beautiful, but it possessed the clean and efficient aesthetic unique to researchers. Soul Reapers clad in black kimono bustled about. Upon seeing Hiyori Saragaki, they would stop to bow, stealing curious glances at the boy trailing behind her. The news that Yado Uchiha was going to be the new third seat had already spread through the 12th Division's communication channels late last night. Although Hiyori Saragaki had a terrible temper and was prone to anger and fighting, she was still quite responsible when it came to her work. She led Yado into the barracks, introducing him to the layout of the place. The building right in the middle is the captain's office. The two buildings next to it are the offices for the lieutenant, and the third seat, yours, is on the right. If you go out the perimeter wall and head north, you'll reach the Hakudaman. Ordinary squad members need to apply for permission to leave the Siriiti, but you can just use your third seat identification tag. This is a special privilege granted to us in the 12th Division. Directly beneath where we're standing right now is a massive laboratory. Its volume is roughly 3 times the size of the surface buildings. The researchers love spending all their time down there. However, it seems to me that, just like me, you don't have much interest in that sort of stuff. But you should at least go down there occasionally to check on things, treat it like a patrol. The 12th Division doesn't have as many strict rules as the 1st Division, but we're not as undisciplined as the 11th Division either. As a seated officer, you must lead by example. For instance, don't use genjutsu on your lieutenant. Let's go. It's getting late, we need to go see Captain Hikifune. Hiyori pointed to a specific location. Those are the seated officer quarters assigned to you. The lieutenant and the third seat are both very busy, and will frequently stay overnight. Go get changed. There wasn't much inside the quarters. Aside from basic furniture, there was only a set of shahakusho. Yado splashed some water on his face, changed into the shahakusho, and headed toward the captain's office. While still outside, he heard a bright, cheerful voice. Little Hiyori, I told you not to casually provoke people. That's a multi-stage release type Zanpakuto, haha. Is that little Yado? Inside the captain's office, Kiryu Hikifune sensed the unfamiliar spiritual pressure. Yes, Captain, Yado Uchiha responded respectfully. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Doubts and Perilous Undertakings. 1420 words. Chapter 36, Doubts and Perilous Undertakings. It seems the Kiryu Hikifune of this era is the beautiful version. This was Yado Uchiha's first thought upon opening the door. He then planted the scabbard of Akame against the floor and knelt on one knee in salute. Captain Hikifune. Little Yado. Kiryu Hikifune smiled broadly and waved at him. I've heard your name for quite some time now. You really are handsome. You must be very popular with the girls at the Shino Academy, right? You joke, Captain Hikifune. Don't be so stiff, little Yado. As a seated officer, this is only proper. Seeing the boy act this way, Hiyori Saragaki, standing beside him, secretly curled her lip and rolled her eyes inwardly. So in your mind, the captain is the only one in our division worthy of respect, huh? But in front of Kiryu Hikifune, Hiyori Saragaki shelved her foul temper. She walked obediently to the captain's side, her voice carrying a natural intimacy and trust. Captain, what kind of work are you going to assign to him? The purple-haired woman recalled the captain commander's instructions from yesterday and thought for a moment. Little Yado, what are you good at? Fighting and killing. The boy pointed to his eyes. Furthermore, my Zanpakuto's ability is perfectly suited for extracting information. Kiryu Hikifune gave an exaggerated thumbs up. Unfortunately, our division specializes in research and leans more towards administrative work. How about this? Starting today, you will be responsible for my personal security whenever I go out. Hiyori pouted in dissatisfaction. Aren't I usually the one in charge of that? Jealous little Hiyori is so cute, Kiryu Hikifune beamed mischievously, grabbing the lieutenant and pulling her face right into her ample, bouncy chest. Give little Yato a chance, won't you? Hiyori Saragaki's face turned beet red, and she mumbled incoherently, unable to form a complete sentence. Yato Uchiha maintained his perfect composure, keeping his eyes forward and his mouth shut, acting completely oblivious. After having her fun teasing her lieutenant, Kiryu Hikifune returned her attention to Yato. Her gaze lingered on the blade of Akame. Let me touch that tsuba, little Yato. The boy paused slightly. This wasn't an incredibly rude request, so he held the scabbard and offered the hilt to Kiryu Hikifune. The purple-haired woman's fingertips lightly brushed across the cold tsuba, her touch as gentle as a breeze. This feeling, it really is the multi-stage release type. She narrowed her eyes, seemingly lost in some old memory. It's been many years since I've encountered one. Oh right, little Yato. Kiryu Hikifune retracted her hand, adjusting her posture to settle more comfortably into her recliner. Since you excel at combat, it's inevitable that you'll spar with others and injuries are unavoidable. You know where to go to get treated after you're injured, right? Understood, Captain Hikifune. Top student Yato Uchiha had the regulations memorized perfectly. High-ranking seated officers of the 7th seat, or above in the Godii 13, are entitled to receive the best medical care at the 4th Division's Special Treatment Facility. In the event of life-threatening injuries, the lieutenant or even the captain of the 4th Division will personally. Don't go to the 4th Division. Our 12th Division's underground laboratory is equipped with the most scientifically advanced medical instruments in the entire Soul Society, and our medicine supply is fully stocked. We can even harvest ingredients and synthesize remedies on the spot. Kiryu Hikifune subtly emphasized her words. So try your best not to go to the 4th Division. As you command, Captain Hikifune. Yato Uchiha naturally complied. As he lowered his eyes, a doubt formed in his mind. Is there a rift between the 12th Division and the 4th Division? Does Kiryu Hikifune have a personal conflict with Retsu Unohana? And so, Yato Uchiha's life as a Soul Reaper officially began. The duties of a 3rd seat were busier than he had imagined. Given Hiyori's personality, she was an excellent brawler but could hardly be called an outstanding lieutenant. She might be able to mingle and joke around with her subordinates, but that didn't help her manage the division. Therefore, during his first month, when Yato Uchiha flawlessly executed his escort missions and firmly brought the lower-seated officers into line, Kiryu Hikifune's eyes practically lit up. She transferred some of the authority that originally belonged to Hiyori Saragaki over to Yato. This included managing the internal shift schedules, compiling the reports required for the captain's meetings, and coordinating the capture of biological test subjects for the underground laboratory. After the initial overwhelming rush, by his 3rd month, Yato Uchiha was able to handle all his duties with ease and efficiency. Hiyori had no objections to this whatsoever. She wasn't enthusiastic about authority to begin with. On the contrary, because of Yato's arrival, she had more free time to do her own things, like going to the 5th Division to chat and goof off with Shinji Hirako. Of course, Yato didn't neglect his training either. He didn't miss a single day of his mandatory practice in Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido. During this period, he would also find people to spar with. This was quite simple. The 11th Division was entirely composed of battle-crazed maniacs who never refused a challenge. Even if Yato hacked an 11th Division member until they were covered in blood, they would still give him a thumbs up and shout, "What a fast blade, 3rd seat Uchiha. I'm gonna pass out for a bit but let's fight again when I wake up." They would then spew a mouthful of blood and be carted off to the 4th Division. In his spare time, Yato would also invite Byakuya Kachiki out for meals. Occasionally, Yorichi Shihoin would tag along, bringing Kisuke Urahara. She would dramatically lament how Kiryu Hikifune had stolen the genius 4th seat from her 2nd Division, using it as an excuse to mooch drinks, which always made the veins on Byakuya's forehead throb. Furthermore, characters who had appeared in the original story such as Kensei Muguruma, Mashiro Kuna, and Rojuro Otaribashi Yato had met at least once or twice. Time slowly passed by in these daily routines. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had passed since Yato became the third seat. Late one night, Yato opened his eyes, snapping out of his Jinzen meditative state. He checked the pendulum clock on the wall, put on his clothes, and walked out of his quarters. A thick fog blanketed the night, so dense he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. The only things vaguely visible were the blurry lights of signal flares fired by the 10th Division patrols, who were responsible for the Siriidi's security. Yato headed north with the ease of familiar routine. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the northern gate of the Siriidii, the Hakutamon. Even in the dead of night, a towering giant stood guard here. He was roughly 10 meters tall, his muscles knotted, and his lips incredibly thick. He was unbelievably strong. This was a hero meticulously selected from the Rukongai, the guardian of the Hakutamon, Danzamaru. In the dense fog, Danzamaru's ears twitched for a split second, picking up a sound. Who's there? His eyes widened as he searched carefully, but he only saw a tumbleweed being blown away by the night wind. Honestly, those guys in the 4th Division haven't been doing a very good job cleaning up lately. Danzamaru tugged at the thick coat draped over his shoulders and paid it no more mind. Right beside him, Yato Uchiha passed straight through the gate, the crimson glow in his eyes remaining unextinguished for a long time. He quietly moved away from Danzamaru and slipped right past a patrol squad. The hem of his shahakusho fluttered in the wind, but in the eyes of everyone present, they only saw a blade of grass dancing in the breeze. Yato's speed increased. Once he cleared the 1st district of the North Rukongai, he moved like lightning, soon arriving in a forest. Beside a sapling roughly the thickness of a bowl, a dark-skinned, blind-seated officer from the 9th Division was already waiting. Tozen, Yato chuckled lightly. Shall we begin? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 37, Holification Experiments. 1489 words. Chapter 37, Holification Experiments. Kaname Tozen stood silently, almost entirely blended into the dark night. His eyes were half-closed, and his frame was gaunt. He looked less like the esteemed 5th seat of the 9th Division, and more like a ghost wandering the Soul Society. After Kakyo was murdered by Tokunada Tsuneyashiro, revenge became Kaname Tozen's sole motivation for living. Yato-kun. The blind-seated officer bowed slightly. Without much small talk, he turned and led the way. One used a casual address, while the other employed honorifics. The disparity in their status was immediately apparent. This wasn't merely the difference between a 3rd seat and a 5th seat. It was a clear indication that within Sosuke Aizen's faction, Yato Uchiha held a higher position than Kaname Tozen. Even with Tozen's seniority, he couldn't ignore Aizen's blatant high regard and favoritism toward Yato. Shrouded by the dense fog of the night, the two spent most of their time traveling, exchanging only a few brief words. Both were high-ranking seated officers with astonishing running speed and endurance, so they reached their destination swiftly. This is Tatsuhara, the 31st district of the North Rukongai. Relying on his perception of spiritual pressure, Kaname Tozen pointed into the distance. The experiment will be conducted in that ravine. TSK, the 31st district has decent security. Won't this be too conspicuous? They aren't local residents. Our subordinates specifically captured them from Kusajishi, and transported them here under the cover of darkness. Yato Uchiha nodded, asking no further questions. Upon entering the ravine, they found roughly a dozen people tied up with their hands behind their backs in a hastily constructed shack. Black cloth was wrapped around their heads, blindfolding them and covering their ears. Kaname Tozen dug into the ground somewhere within the shack and pulled out a silver case. Yato-kun. Thank you. Yato Uchiha accepted the items Kaname Tozen handed him, an exquisitely crafted bone respirator mask, and a pair of protective goggles. Kaname Tozen also donned his protective gear before drawing a blade from the silver case. The blade flashed, slicing a gash into one person's skin. Yato Uchiha watched clearly. The moment the wound appeared, the rapier in the air shuddered violently, forcefully shoving their way into the person's body in an erratic, chaotic manner. It broke down and their blood settled into their bones, merged with their internal organs, and finally resonated deep within their soul. Aarg! The victim began to roar in agony. A white, tar-like substance violently spewed from their eyes, mouth, nose, and ears, attempting to solidify and form a mask. This was the spiritual pressure of a hollow, the mask of a hollow. He was on the verge of transforming from an ordinary soul into a hollow. However, right at the critical tipping point of the transformation, the fluctuating spiritual pressure suddenly flatlined. Like a balloon stretched past its limit, the person abruptly vanished, completely disintegrating into rapier. Only a pile of empty clothes and socks remained where he once stood. Yato's Sharingan spun madly, elevating his dynamic vision to terrifying heights. He wrote rapidly, documenting every minute change. This person was a vagabond swordsman and bounty hunter from Kosajishi. Kaname Tozen rested the tip of his blade on the empty clothes. Class 20 Rei, with strong bones and muscles. After being expelled from the Shino Academy, he descended down a path of sin, entirely devoid of honor. Sounds like you're trying to find an excuse for slaughter, Tozen. No, Yato-kun, I am merely reciting his life story. Furthermore, the blind fifth seat's tone was eerily calm, lacking the slightest fluctuation. Slaughter carried out in the name of a great cause is justice. The holification experiments continued. Yato Uchiha simply sat down, entirely focused on his note-taking. Documenting every detail of the holification process was the task Sosuke Aizen had assigned to Yato. The Sharingan was perfectly suited for this job. The blade capable of forcing a soul to transition into a hollow was also one of Aizen's proudest creations. It was said to be forged by compressing the souls of soul reapers and hollows together, forcibly embedding the resulting crystal deep within an Asachi. As long as the blade broke the skin and made contact with blood, it would forcibly trigger holification. Relying on Kyoka Suigetsu, his heaven-defying intellect, and his overwhelming martial prowess, Sosuke Aizen had already established a massive underground organization. Yet, currently, only Yato Uchiha and Kaname Tozen possessed the clearance to access its core secrets. Therefore, Yato was practically juggling multiple roles. He had to bury himself in the work of a third seat, while simultaneously finding the time to complete Aizen's assignments. By the time the night was half over, Kaname Tozen had finished all the experiments. He used flames to burn the empty clothes and socks clean, leaving absolutely no trace behind. The protective goggles, masks, the holification blade, and the experimental logs were all stored back in the silver case and buried underground. In a few hours, a dedicated team would come to retrieve them and transfer them to a secure location. With tonight's mission complete, Yato let out a yawn and said casually, "Tozen, we're heading back. Want to go together?" "No, Yato-kun. There is a prison under the jurisdiction of the 9th Division nearby. The inmates have been restless the past 2 days, so I am going to check on them." Yato Uchiha chuckled lightly. This was the downside of being a double agent. You had to perform well in both of your jobs. You couldn't manage it without some serious capability. He bid farewell to Kaname Tozen and retraced his steps. The fog was still dense. Akame maintained its stage 1 shurikai, the 3 tomo spinning steadily in Yato's eyes. Along the way, he encountered scattered 10th Division patrol members. However, due to the Sharingan's genjutsu, these people only saw rubble and weeds, entirely unable to pierce through Yato's illusion to see his true form. Finally, the boy arrived outside the Hakudaman, prepared to enter the Suriidai. At that moment, a patrol squad happened to be walking right toward him. Led by a low-ranking seated officer with 2 unranked squad members flanking him, it was a standard 3-man squad. With his tomo spinning, Yato strode right past them. But abruptly he stopped. A soft sigh drifted out from the dense fog. Are you surprised? You clearly saw me, yet your comrades walked right past as if I wasn't there. Yato received no response. Drop the act. A bloodthirsty glint surged in the depths of the boy's eyes. This wasn't the crimson of the Sharingan, but an icy, palpable killing intent. You controlled your facial expression perfectly, but your pupils have been constantly constricting. Even though it's incredibly minute, with these eyes of mine, I can still see it. The squad member on the left side of the three-man patrol squad trembled slightly. However, he didn't turn his head, but continued to follow his seated officer, walking outward. Because he knew that stopping meant exposing Yato Uchiha's disguise. Facing a third seat renowned as a genius, the squad member knew their small squad was doomed. I apologize, but under these circumstances, I can't exactly let you leave. Yato's voice continued to drift through the night, piercing the squad member's ears. Is this the ability of your Zanpakuto? Bending light, observing your surroundings through a different medium. Because of the heavy fog tonight, you've kept this ability active the entire time. It just so happens to perfectly counter my eyes. It seems we're both quite unlucky. Yato Uchiha gently stroked his Zanpakuto and slowly drew it. Akame let out a melodious hum, vibrating with excitement at the impending slaughter. Third seat of the 12th Division, Yato Uchiha. He settled into a flawless combat stance, his expression completely calm. State your name, squad member. Outside the Siriitii, amidst the dense fog of the late night, under the astonished gazes of his comrades, the young squad member shouted his name, at the top of his lungs. I am Kazunobu Sasaki. Squad leader Yano, immediately below the. He spoke incredibly fast, his reaction time swift, desperately trying to get his comrade to fire off a signal flare before it was too late. But no matter how fast his voice was, it could never outpace the blade of Akame. Just as I thought, Yato Uchiha's tone was deeply solemn. Anyone with Ichi in their name is truly a formidable man. The blade flashed, the killing intent was as swift and stunning as a startled swan. Amidst a spray of blood, the battle ended in an instant. The night remained as profound as ever. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Kiryu Hikifion's Cuisine. 1385 words. Chapter 38, Kiryu Hikifion's Cuisine. The next day, Yato Uchiha was jolted awake by Hiyori Saragaki's loud, grating voice. Hey, hey, hey. Could you not stand on my bed? Yato said through a yawn. You're a girl, you know. You should at least try to maintain your image occasionally, Lieutenant Saragaki. Ugly freak, none of your business. Hiyori remained as unreasonable as ever. Assembly. Yato put on his clothes, quickly washed his face, and followed Hiyori into the captain's office. Inside the spacious room, the high-ranking seated officers of the 12th Division were seated on the floor. Kiryu Hikifion's beautiful face looked somewhat lethargic. Little Hiyori, little Yato. You're here. The lieutenant and the third seat responded respectfully. Kiryu Hikifion picked up a towel, soaked it in cold water, and slapped it onto her face. Her voice sounded muffled. The expeditionary force in Hueco Mundo has encountered unexpected trouble. Over the next few days, the majority of the 11th Division will pass through the Senkamen to provide reinforcements in Hueco Mundo. Therefore, we need to draft strong individuals from other divisions to take over the 11th Division's duties. Yato Uchiha, tomorrow you will report to the 11th Division barracks. As for when you'll return, that is temporarily uncertain. It might take a few months. Yato Uchiha had no objections and respectfully accepted the order. Beside him, Hiyori Saragaki wore a miserable expression. With the third seat away on an assignment, her workload was guaranteed to increase significantly. Also, all of you need to be careful lately. The purple-haired captain's tone turned serious. Because a massive portion of the 11th Division has gone to Hueco Mundo to fight, many bugs have crawled into the Soul Society. Over these past few days, there have been successive reports of squad members, and even seated officers, going missing. Try to travel in groups as much as possible. That's all. Dismissed. Oh right. Yato, you stay behind. The seated officers filed out one by one, leaving only the boy. Captain, having worked under her for over half a year, Yato was quite familiar with Kiryu Hikifune. He asked curiously, what kind of trouble did the 11th Division run into in Hueco Mundo? Don't tell me it's that king of Hueco Mundo. What king of Hueco Mundo? It's that damn fat pig. The purple-haired woman didn't hold back her curses. A dignified captain of the 11th Division, the current Kenpachi, completely ignored the operational plan and arbitrarily expanded the combat zone, forcing the Siriidii to send reinforcements. This battle is escalating rapidly. Who knows how many Soul Reapers will have to be sacrificed? Little Yato, remember this, every single Kenpachi is a lunatic. Stay far away from them. Don't be angry, Captain. Seeing his boss like this, Yato instinctively tried to comfort her. After all, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Those sacrificed Soul Reapers. That's not what I'm angry about. The purple-haired woman stretched lazily, her exquisite curves faintly visible beneath her shahakusho. The balance of souls between the three realms cannot be broken. If too many Soul Reapers die in battle, we have to eradicate a corresponding number of hollows. We might even have to suppress the population of souls in the world of the living. It's so annoying. Yato abruptly froze. He carefully studied the beautiful, lethargic captain in front of him, capturing Kiryu Hikifune's underlying thought process for the very first time. 900 years ago, during the era when Yawatch led the Quincy's to invade the Soul Society, Kiryu Hikifune was already a rising star. Although she wasn't selected as a captain during the founding of the original Godii 13, she had served as a lieutenant in one of the divisions, fighting bloody battles alongside the Siriidi's absolute top-tier powerhouses. Later on, annihilating invading enemies, massacring the entire Quincy tribe, suppressing Ryoka and rebels countless times. Having sat in the captain's seat for 800 years, she had truly witnessed far too much life and death. Kiryu Hikifune might be a good person, but in her eyes, hollows, Soul Reapers, and the world of the living had long since mutated into mere tools for balance. In the original story, when the Quincy's invaded Hueco Mundo and slaughtered a massive number of hollows, Mayuri Kuratsuchi ordered the complete purification of the Rukongai residents in a specific district to maintain the balance of souls. Although the method was incredibly cold-blooded, it received the tacit approval of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. It could be said that while the current status quo, the separation of the three realms, and the concealment of hell maintained long-term stability, it also bred many grotesque and twisted realities. Whether this was ultimately good or bad, Yato couldn't figure out. These were matters that only an omnipotent god truly seated upon the throne could fully comprehend. Let's not talk about that damn fat pig anymore, Kiryu Hikifune let out a long sigh. Come with me, little Yato. She pulled the towel off her face, opened a hidden door behind her desk, and walked in. Yato followed. Before he even reached the end of the passage, he couldn't help but sniff the air. Smells good, doesn't it? The purple-haired captain stepped aside, revealing the spread on the table. Beef stewed in red wine, mushroom pot with milk cap, baked escargot, gold leaf sea urchin sushi. I poured my heart and soul into every single dish. She paused, her smile holding a profound meaning, and my spiritual pressure. Yato's gaze swept across the array of delicacies, finally understanding why Kiryu Hikifune looked so drained. As the Soul Reaper who invented the artificial soul, Hikifune's understanding of souls stood at the very pinnacle of the Soul Society. She could even expend massive amounts of spiritual pressure, utilizing unfathomable techniques, to create cuisine infused with the very essence of a soul. Thank you very much, Captain Hikifune. Yato Uchiha bowed to the purple-haired woman with the utmost formality before sitting down at the chair. He consumed the dishes imbued with mysterious power one by one. Although her limbs felt weak and her spiritual pressure was nearing rock bottom, seeing someone so reverently eating the food she had painstakingly prepared couldn't help but make Kiryu-Hikifion's lips curl upward. "Eat slowly, little Yato," she sat beside him, smiling as she conversed with her subordinate. "My spiritual pressure is different from others. The Captain Commander's spiritual pressure is like an eternally burning sun. Retsu Unohana's spiritual pressure can practically plunge people into an endless hell of death, and Captain Saito, Kiryu-Hikifion's eyes seemed to dim for a moment, but the change was fleeting, too fast to catch. Oh, your generation probably doesn't know her. She was the founding captain of the 6th Division 900 years ago. Her spiritual pressure was as unpredictable as a hurricane over the ocean. As for my spiritual pressure, it can catalyze the souls of others. Through the medium of cuisine, my spiritual pressure is broken down into a peculiar type of nutrient, somewhat akin to organic soil. When my spiritual pressure and yours intertwine, it will eventually catalyze a new spiritual pressure. As for how much stronger you'll become, I don't know. It depends on your luck." The development of the artificial soul was also inspired by the unique properties of my own spiritual pressure. Yato Uchiha sensed that the captain sitting beside him seemed somewhat melancholic. Although he didn't know where this sorrow stemmed from, nor how to comfort her, Yato knew he could just eat with more gusto. This behavior was the absolute best way to win a chef's favor, bar none. Eventually, the entire table of cuisine was polished off. "Just stay here for today, and adapt to your entirely new spiritual pressure." Kiryu-Hikifion patted the boy on the shoulder. "This meal was an order from Captain Commander Yamamoto. He seems to think very highly of you. It's truly strange. I've known him for nearly 1,000 years, and it's extremely rare to see Captain Commander Yamamoto take the initiative like this. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 39, Class 5 Ray. 1462 words. Chapter 39, Class 5 Ray I. Behind the hidden door of the captain's office, Yato Uchiha sat cross-legged, quietly meditating and sensing the changes within his body. There was no intense reaction as he had anticipated, no scorching heat, throbbing headache, or unbearable agony. It merely felt like a gentle breeze brushing against his face, cool and refreshing, as if raindrops were falling on his skin. It nourished him silently, like a gentle spring rain. As he consumed the cuisine, the power Kiryu-Hikifion had infused within it transformed into the most primal essence of a soul, nourishing Yato. His spiritual pressure grew robustly in this newly formed soil, finally shattering his limitations and stepping into the next echelon. At a certain moment, Yato abruptly opened his eyes. The six-pointed Mangekyo emitted a faint, eerie glow. Black flames danced joyously in the palm of his hand, morphing into a lotus flower one second and a sparrow the next. His manipulation of Kagutsuchi and Amaterasu had reached its zenith. Similarly, if he were to manifest Susanoo at this moment, the skeletal giant would not only possess flesh and skin, but it would also don a layer of armor and be capable of wielding its unique weapons. These massive, sweeping enhancements were all due to one single reason: Yato currently possessed a Class 5 Rei. In the general consensus of the Soul Society, a Class 5 Rei was a massive hurdle. Within the organizational structure of the Gotei 13, only captains and lieutenants were considered part of the captain class. Among them, the Rei levels of lieutenants typically hovered between Class 4 and Class 5. Captains, who were capable of performing Bankai, generally possessed a Class 3 Rei. Breaking through from a Class 6 to a Class 5 Rei involved not merely an exponential leap in volume, but also a massive enhancement in the qualitative nature of one's spiritual pressure. Class 5 Rei was a very distinct dividing line. Excluding the great nobles who possessed immense innate spiritual pressure, ordinary soul reapers had to spend a grueling amount of time tempering their souls before they could even hope to touch this threshold. Yado Uchiha's innate talent regarding spiritual pressure wasn't particularly outstanding. He initially assumed he would need to train for at least another 10 years before having a chance to breach this boundary. Yet, he never imagined that a mere 8 months after graduation, his spiritual pressure level would reach the caliber of a lieutenant. I owe Captain Hikafian quite a favor, and perhaps Captain Commander Yamamoto as well. Yado Uchiha sighed and stood up. His muscles ached slightly. Rubbing his arms, he walked out of the hidden room. Kiryu Hikafian was nowhere to be seen outside. After a moment's thought, Yado didn't go out of his way to find her. Instead, he returned to his third-seat quarters, took a shower, and went to sleep. Because of the temporary draft, Kiryu Hikafian had specifically granted Yado a day off, giving him the perfect opportunity to rest. He slept through the day and straight into the night. By the time he woke up, it was already the next day. Yado briefly freshened up before heading to the 11th Division barracks. The 11th Division was situated on an expansive, open plain on the eastern side of the Siriiti. As a division exclusively dedicated to combat, they were responsible for frontline offensives. Consequently, everyone from the captain down to the lowest unranked squad member was a fierce, battle-hardened warrior quick to draw their blade truly brimming with martial virtue. This place was usually bustling with noise and activity. In the center of the 11th Division barracks were several large, open-air sparring arenas. Anyone seeking a fight could step into the ring, regardless of their background or which division they belonged to. From this perspective, the 11th and 4th Divisions were the least exclusive in the Godii 13. Today, however, the 11th Division compound was quite desolate. The normally boisterous sparring arenas were entirely empty. I am the third seat of the 12th Division, Yado Uchiha. The boy approached the guards at the gate. Following the orders of the 1st Division, I have come to provide you with support. After a brief check, the guards welcomed Yado inside, having him sit in the reception room first. It wasn't long before a burly man, heavily bandaged from head to toe, hobbled into the room on a crutch. Third seat Yado, I apologize for my appearance. Looking like this is truly. Yado Uchiha scrutinized him several times, before barely managing to recognize him by the contours of his face. Ninth seat Akihiro Takeda. It's me, third seat Yado. Your eyes truly are sharp. If I don't speak, nobody else can tell who I am. Well, no kidding, Yado Uchiha said, exasperated. When we sparred in the arena last month, you were as thin as a rail. We haven't seen each other in 30 days, how did you get this huge? It's not huge, it's fat. The 9th seat of the 11th Division lowered his head, his voice growing softer and softer. I accompanied the captain on the expedition to Hueco Mundo, and sustained severe injuries. I almost died. I was only brought back to the Siriiti last week. Didn't you go to the 4th Division for treatment? It's strange, really. Their medicine works incredibly well, but the side effect is that all the muscles in my body swelled up. I'm practically inflating like a balloon now, looking different every single day. Yado Uchiha chuckled inwardly. Knowing this guy was accustomed to acting like a tyrant, he had probably bullied the 4th Division members quite a bit in the past. Their doctors were definitely making him suffer a little on purpose. Third seat Yado, let's get down to business. Akihiro Takeda also knew exactly what was going on. He scratched his head sheepishly and unfurled a map. Currently, over 70% of our 11th Division squad members are in Hueco Mundo, rendering us unable to fulfill our primary combat duties. Therefore, we submitted a request to the 1st Division, asking for formidable seated officers to come and provide support. Yado Uchiha fell deep in thought. Has it been very turbulent lately? Are battles breaking out in the Soul Society? Third seat Yado, the situation is incredibly dire. Akihiro Takeda was an interesting character. After being covertly taught a lesson by the 4th Division, he had become much more well-behaved, and his speech had even grown more refined. Just as a massive portion of our division departed for Hueco Mundo, Ryoka infiltrated. Normally, when a situation like this occurs, we would take the lead, with the 2nd and 10th Divisions acting as support to hunt them down. However, due to our current lack of manpower, we've engaged them several times without gaining the upper hand. The captain commander was furious. He convened a captain's meeting, officially designating these Ryoka as villains, and ordered all members of the Godai 13 to prepare for battle. He even authorized the captain class to release their Zanpakuto. Wait a minute. Yado Uchiha frowned and interrupted him. How could I not know about something this major? That shouldn't be the case. Yesterday, the 9th Division broadcasted the captain commander's address using Tentikura. All right then. Yado Uchiha clicked his tongue softly. Yesterday, he had been dead to the world, completely disconnected from the outside. Continue, 9th seat Takeda. Understood. So in summary, the powerful seated officers coming to provide support will all be deployed to deal with these Ryoka. You will be stationed at specific locations, granted operational freedom, and instructed to await the signal to annihilate these villains in one fell swoop. Understood. Where am I being stationed? Mount Ketsudo, located in Zaraki, the 80th district of the North Rukongai. Yado Uchiha was slightly taken aback, thinking of a certain absolute powerhouse, who was currently roaming wild out there. He had a vague feeling that this mission might encounter a few hiccups. Give me the map and the detailed mission brief. Thank you for your hard work, 3rd seat Uchiha. Oh right, there is one more minor detail. Akihiro Takeda smiled. For the 4 garrisons positioned in the cardinal directions this time, if it's a lieutenant, they will guard the location alone. But if it's a 3rd seat, they will be paired up. So you're saying I have a partner? I heard you two even know each other. It's Kai and Shiba, the 3rd seat of the 13th Division. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. An ominous beginning. 1497 words. Chapter 40. An ominous beginning. Eat up, Yado. The valiant young man handed over an exquisitely crafted food box. Don't hold back. Thank you, Senior Kyan. Yado Uchiha offered a respectful bow and opened the lid. Crystal clear, meticulously arranged raw fish and shrimp, perfectly seared Wagyu beef radiating a savory aroma, and verdant green vegetables that looked as if they had just been plucked from the garden. This is far too lavish, Senior Kyan, the boy said with a bitter smile. Honestly, I'd be perfectly fine just munching on some onigiri. How could I allow that? I even specifically instructed the chef to make today's dishes a bit salter, to better suit your taste. Then I won't hold back. Yado Uchiha sat side by side with Kai and Shiba, and began enjoying the meal, occasionally looking up at the sparse, low-slung buildings in the distance. This was Yado's 2nd month stationed at Mount Ketsudo in the Zaraki district, and also his 2nd month working alongside Kyan. Kai and Shiba was incredibly friendly, and took great care of Yado Uchiha in every aspect. He even went so far as to instruct his family's stewards to meticulously cater to Yado's culinary preferences, ensuring no corners were cut. Yado knew that although Kai and Shiba was renowned for his passionate and generous nature, treating him this well carried a hint of extending his love for his brother. After all, the Zanpakuto Yado wielded was essentially half a memento of Kyan's younger brother, Moritora Shiba. It was only natural that seeing the blade would evoke thoughts of its previous owner. And so, in this desolate, god-forsaken corner of the Rukongai, the two got along famously. Their lives here were arguably more comfortable than before. At the very least, they didn't have to deal with mountains of division paperwork. After finishing lunch, they set aside the food box bearing the Shiba clan crest and began stretching their limbs. Where are we starting today, Senior Kyan? You head from south to north, I'll go in the opposite direction. If you encounter any Ryoka, flare your spiritual pressure, and I'll be there to support you immediately. Understood, Yado replied softly. This arrangement subtly reflected Kyan's continuous care for Yado. Given that this was the 80th district of the North Rukongai, heading from south to north away from the absolute edge, and toward the Siriitii was inherently slightly safer. Move out. We'll rendezvous in the center of the Zaraki district in 4 hours. The moment the words left his mouth, the figures of Yato and Kyan vanished from the mountaintop. After living here for a month, the boy had become quite familiar with the Zaraki district. It didn't take him long to reach the southernmost edge. His eyes turned crimson, and a single tomo materialized in each eye. To avoid alerting the enemy, Yato wasn't wearing a shahakusho. Instead, he wore a loose-fitting blue kosode and hakama, resembling the typical ronin commonly seen in the Zaraki district. As for the zanpakuto in his hand, there was absolutely no need to hide it. In Zaraki, carrying a weapon was mandatory when leaving the house. Even old ladies lugged around massive broadswords when they went grocery shopping. Chewing on a blade of grass, Yato carried Akame over his shoulder and strolled lazily, blending in perfectly with the local residents. In less than an hour, he encountered 5 separate brawls, all of which escalated to drawn blades and drawn blood. One unfortunate fellow had his femoral artery slashed and lay twitching on the ground. It was clear he wasn't going to make it. No one cared, and no one intervened. As the governing body of the Soul Society, the Siriitii rarely dispatched Soul Reapers to any Rukongai district numbered above 70, instead leaving them to fend for themselves. As for the reason, a few years ago, when Yato was in the 61st district preparing for the Shino Academy entrance exam, he had learned the standard textbook answer to this question. Due to the arduous nature of cultivating Soul Reapers and a mortality rate as high as 5% annually, we cannot spare the manpower to deploy personnel to chaotic regions. However, the nobility will fulfill their managerial responsibilities in these areas. But now, having been a Soul Reaper for over half a year, Yato knew the standard answer was utter bullshit. The true reason was that the Siriitii considered the deaths of Rukongai residents to be an essential part of the soul cycle. Otherwise, given the incredibly long lifespan of souls, the population in the Soul Society would inevitably bloat to unsustainable levels. This would easily shatter the balance between the 3 realms, leading to the sequential collapse of Hueco Mundo, the world of the living, and the Soul Society. Although cruel, it was undeniably an effective method for maintaining the balance of souls across the 3 realms. Consequently, under intentional or unintentional negligence, the Rukongai districts numbered above 70 became lawless lands where violent criminals ran rampant, even breeding underground organizations like black markets. Of course, the current state of affairs here had nothing to do with Yato. He and Kyan Shiba's sole purpose in coming to Zaraki was to root out the Ryoka, or wait for the rendezvous signal to execute a coordinated annihilation of the group. Walking along the uneven streets of the Zaraki district with his sword over his shoulder, Yato's pace wasn't particularly fast, but thanks to his Sharingan, he could still perceive any unusual spiritual pressures. Yato had done this every single day for the past month. Although he was patient, he had yet to find a single lead. However, he understood that for this group of Ryoka to dare infiltrate the Siriitii, they had to be highly capable. Impatience would yield nothing. As he conducted his leisurely patrol, time slowly slipped away. By the time the sky began to darken, Yato had approached the center of the Zaraki district. He could already faintly see the designated meeting spot he had agreed upon with Kyan Shiba in the distance. Right at that moment, however, Yato's pupils constricted imperceptibly. 100 meters diagonally ahead, a young man was drinking water at a small tea stall. He was quite tall and had an ordinary face, looking no different from any other idler on the street. Yet, through Yato's Sharingan, the young man's skin appeared to be wreathed in a layer of flames, flickering in tandem with his movements. His spiritual pressure level wasn't low. Class 9 Rei. Or perhaps Class 8. Yato's hand locked onto Akame's tsuba. Without a moment's hesitation, he closed the 100-meter gap in a single bound, drawing his blade and slashing downward. In a godforsaken place like the Zaraki district, there was no tradition of identifying oneself to request cooperation. Vagabonds and warriors refused to be governed. If you wanted to interrogate someone, you had to beat them into submission first. The blade tore through the air, emitting a low hum. It was as if the young man drinking water had eyes in the back of his head. He tossed aside his tea bowl, spun around, and delivered a horizontal slash, his blade colliding perfectly with Akame. The instant the blades clashed, the corners of Yato Uchiha's mouth curled upward. This sensation, it's a Zanpakuto. He really is a Ryoka. It matches the intel. After killing members of the Godai 13, they're actually stealing and using their Zanpakuto. As his thoughts raced, Yato abruptly dropped his shoulder, increasing his force by 30%, intending to completely overpower his opponent. Unfortunately, the young Ryoka's response was also flawless. His body suddenly went limp like a willow branch, slipping past the edge of Yato's blade while simultaneously executing a lightning-fast counterslash. The entire evasion and counterattack formed a sharp, seamless maneuver, a textbook response. No, that's not just textbook. A specific memory flashed through Yato Uchiha's mind. Your body must be like duckweed on water, yet your blade must borrow the momentum to counterattack. Remember, this Zanjutsu technique is called willow hairpin. This was exactly what the Zanjutsu instructor had said during a secret technique class for the 6th-year graduating class a year ago. This is a literal technique from the Shino Academy textbooks. Yato's heart abruptly sank, realizing that this group of Ryoka was likely not just a simple band of intruders. Ryoka, the boy said, enunciating every word. Who taught you that move? The young man didn't utter a word, merely glaring fiercely at Yato. Very well. It seems you truly are part of the Ryoka gang the captain commander branded as villains. Yato Uchiha chuckled lightly, his voice suddenly turning freezing cold. Then I'll just break your arms and legs, and let you explain yourself to the First Division. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. A powerhouse from 900 years ago. 1544 words. Chapter 41. A powerhouse from 900 years ago. The contents of the Shino Academy's textbooks weren't actually that extensive. However, from the initial drafting to the final proofreading, every single step was strictly overseen by experienced Zanjutsu masters. They weeded out the superfluous and retained only the essence, adhering strictly to a philosophy of quality over quantity. Even if the textbooks were to leak to the outside world, without the secret, hands-on instruction from the academy, anyone attempting to use the techniques would merely capture the outward form, completely lacking the core essence. Furthermore, it made no sense for dropouts, or those unable to graduate to become Ryoka. If they simply became guards for noble families, they could easily secure a comfortable life without having to worry about basic necessities. There's something wrong with this guy. Yato Uchiha snorted coldly. The tomo in his eyes split into three, and his speed instantly spiked. The young Ryoka dropped low and rolled, but failed to completely dodge Yato's attack. Having no other choice, he spun around and braced his stolen blade to block the incoming cleave. The Ryoka grunted as both he and his blade were ruthlessly pinned down. Under the oppressive weight of the immense force, his entire body sank into the ground. His bones groaned under the strain, and he could hear the agonizing protest of his wrists as blood gushed from the webbing between his thumbs and forefingers. The Ryoka knew perfectly well that at any moment, his weapon could be knocked away, and he would be cleaved cleanly in two. Yet, despite this, he gritted his teeth and held on, desperately searching for an opening. But Yato wouldn't give him any. With a cold sneer, he savagely raised his knee and stomped down viciously. With the explosive power of a Class 5 Rai, he stomped a deep crater into the ground. The resulting shockwave kicked up a storm of dust and debris, blowing the surrounding Zaraki residents far away. Taking the full brunt of the strike, the young Ryoka was in a thoroughly miserable state. His lower body was a mangled mess of flesh and blood, his bones shattered to pieces. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, he lost consciousness and slumped limply to the ground. In the end, it was a stolen Zanpakuto. Unable to achieve Shirkai, his combat prowess was vastly inferior to even an ordinary seated officer. Bakudo number 4, Heinawa. Yato Uchiha spoke flatly. A rope formed of concentrated light materialized and securely bound the unconscious Ryoka's wrists. He hoisted the severely injured, unconscious man onto his shoulder, preparing to leave the area and rendezvous with Kai and Shiba. However, after taking only 2 steps, Yato Uchiha froze in his tracks. A powerful, unfamiliar entity had just entered the range of his spiritual pressure perception. Ahead, from within the slowly settling dust, a middle-aged man walked out at a leisurely pace. His features were relatively handsome, and combined with his graying temples, he exuded the aura of a weather-beaten ronin. Unfortunately, a horrifying scar stretched from his right temple all the way down to his jaw, cutting straight across his face. The scar tissue was raised and twisted, looking exactly like a grotesque centipede. Just looking at that scar, Yato could easily imagine the kind of vicious, life-or-death battles the man had survived. "You there? Soul Reaper," the middle-aged man spoke, unexpectedly polite. "Could you return my comrade to me?" Yato Uchiha tilted his head and smirked coldly, the implication self-evident. "Ryoka, you've come to the wrong place." Knowing the man was highly likely the leader of the intruders, Yato held his ground, intending to stall for time and wait for Kai and Shiba's backup. This is the Soul Society, the jurisdiction of the Siriidii. Intruders have only one path before them, death. The middle-aged man suddenly let out a soft chuckle. "Tell me then, Soul Reaper, what is my designation?" "My designation?" Knowing Captain Commander Yamamoto's temperament, he absolutely must have given our group of Ryoka a name. "What are we called?" "I like that name." The Ryoka leader rolled his neck, his tone turning serious. "Won't you consider my suggestion?" Yato licked the corner of his mouth, and his eyes morphed into the 6-pointed Mangekyo Sharingan. "Very well then," the middle-aged man sighed and stated his name, Hanzo Mochizuki. 3rd seat of the 12th Division, Yato Uchiha. The boy tossed the Ryoka on his shoulder aside. As his spiritual pressure boiled, Akame slowly slid out of its scabbard. "You're only a 3rd seat. Judging by your spiritual pressure, I thought you'd be a lieutenant." The middle-aged man's voice abruptly cut off. The air tore apart. Moving at an absurd, incomprehensible speed, his face stretched into a blur, contorting into something sharp and bizarre. By the time Yato's Mangekyo managed to track the man's figure again, he was already standing mere inches away. Those hands, which had clearly weathered countless battles, gently rested upon the blade of Yato's Zanpakuto. He had actually closed the distance to Yato with unimaginable, blistering speed and grasped the sharp edge of the blade barehanded. However, Hanzo Mochizuki didn't follow up with any attack. Instead, he seemed completely crushed by a profound sorrow, staring despairingly at Yato's Zanpakuto. "Captain Saito, so it turns out you truly are already." Yato Uchiha's voice was freezing cold as he muttered the name of his Zanpakuto. To any Soul Reaper, having an enemy grab hold of their Zanpakuto was the ultimate provocation and a display of utter contempt. Having lived in the Siriidii for nearly 3 years, Yato Uchiha had inevitably been influenced by this mindset. More importantly, the enemy's speed far exceeded his expectations. Amidst his shock and horror, Yato knew he had to unleash his full power. A massive Susanoo abruptly enveloped Yato Uchiha. Fueled by his Class 5 Rei, Susanoo grew flesh and skin, and formidable armor draped over its body, making it look like a wrathful deity. Hanzo Mochizuki was blasted away by Susanoo's emergence, but even as he smashed through several buildings, his eyes remained dead fixed on the Zanpakuto in Yato's hand. No matter how powerful a Soul Reaper was, when their mind wavered, their combat prowess would plummet instantly. Yato's Mangekyo spun furiously. Susanoo roared at the heavens, slightly lowered its head, and raised both of its massive arms. A longbow, blazing with a purple aura, materialized in Susanoo's hands. It raised the bow and drew the string back until it formed a perfect full moon. A black arrow, over 10 meters long, rested against the bowstring. This was the arrow of Amaterasu. Galvanized by Kagetsuchi, it had been concentrated to its absolute limit. Yato shouted in a low voice. Susanoo released the bowstring, and the arrow of Amaterasu roared as it shot forward. It crossed the distance of nearly 100 meters in a flash. Even with the Mangekyo's dynamic vision, Yato Uchiha could only perceive a blurry black streak. In the next moment, a pillar of black fire erupted into the sky. The searing heat, combined with Susanoo's majestic, overwhelming physical force, caused this strike to tear the earth asunder, resembling a natural disaster. A light drizzle began to fall. The extreme heat on the ground vaporized moisture into the sky, forming rain that washed away the swirling dust and debris. Yato panted heavily, his Mangekyo reverting to the three-tomo state. The situation just now had been far too terrifying. He hadn't held back, going all out. That single arrow of Amaterasu had drained fully half of his spiritual pressure. Yet, the result was far from satisfactory. Just what kind of monster are you, Hanzo Mochizuki? Yato sighed under his breath. Watching the Ryoka leader slowly pick himself up from the rubble, Yato finally understood why Captain Commander Yamamoto had issued the order authorizing the captain class to release their Zanpakuto. With powerhouses of this caliber among the enemy, they absolutely needed to be treated with the utmost caution. However, as Hanzo Mochizuki walked out of the ruins, he was in no rush to counterattack. He wiped the blood from his forehead, his tone returning to a state of calm. In every generation of Soul Reapers, there is only one Kenpachi. Likewise, in every generation of Zanpakuto, there will only ever be one multi-stage release type in existence. When I saw your blade earlier, Akame, you called it. I immediately knew that the rumor was true. Captain Saito is indeed dead. Hanzo Mochizuki's voice radiated a bitter, profound sorrow. It seems I won't need to go to Muken to rescue you after all, Captain. Yato Uchiha closed his eyes briefly, seizing the opportunity to adjust his breathing and physical condition. The boy naturally knew who the Captain Saito, the Ryoka leader, spoke of was. Before his own meteoric rise, she was the previous Soul Reaper to possess a multi-stage release type Zanpakuto. The founding captain of the 6th Division in the original Godiai 13, Furofushi Saito. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. An approaching storm. 1408 words. Chapter 42. An approaching storm. 900 years ago, Yawach, the king of the Quincy's, led his army in an invasion of the Soul Society, very nearly breaching the Soul King Palace itself. It was during that critical juncture that Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto established the original Godiai 13. Through bloody, desperate battles, they managed to annihilate the invading enemy forces entirely. Today, 900 years later, of those 13 illustrious founding captains, only Shigekuni Yamamoto remained. The rest had all been buried beneath the dust of history. Even the name, Yuichiro Unohana, had gradually faded into obscurity. Furofushi Saito, the founding captain of the 6th Division, a dual grandmaster of Zanjutsu and Shuinpa, the wielder of the multi-stage release type Zanpakuto, Kurofukuro, the violent, twin-tailed terror who dared to engage in close-quarters brawls with Vasta lords. In the current Soul Society, stories of her past could only be found within the Great Spirit Book Gallery. Yet today, from the mouth of a Ryoka branded a villain, Yato had heard this very name. More importantly, judging from their brief exchange of blows just now, the man opposite him was incredibly formidable. Yato knew with absolute certainty that he could not win in a fight against him. So your purpose in coming to the Soul Society is to find Captain Saito. The boy suppressed the discomfort of his depleted spiritual power, trying his best to soften his tone. I truly don't know if there can only ever be one multi-stage Zanpakuto per era. But could you perhaps tell me your relationship with Captain Saito? Hanzo Mochizuki remained silent for a moment, seemingly lost in distant memories. 900 years ago, Captain Saito served as the founding captain of the 6th Division. I was her third seat. So you are a senior from the 6th Division, Yato said, carefully choosing his words. Could there be some misunderstanding regarding your designation as Ryoka? The current Gotei 13 is largely unfamiliar with the founding captains and seated officers. Perhaps you could try speaking with Captain Commander Yamamoto. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Hanzo Mochizuki let out a grim chuckle. Kid, do you know who is responsible for leaving me looking like this? He pointed to the grotesque scar on his face. As he laughed and spoke, the ugly mark deformed and twisted with his facial movements. Koko Gonryo Rikyu. Chojiro Sasaki might only have mediocre skills, but his Bankai certainly packs a punch. Yato Uchiha's brow twitched violently, he somewhat regretted his earlier words. He truly hadn't expected that this group of Ryoka could be tied to an event of such magnitude, an event that even involved Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Thinking about it now, the 1st Division branding them villains seemed to subtly imply something far deeper. Yato's thoughts raced. He pulled his spiritual pressure into his toes and his eyes, contemplating whether he should take a gamble, use genjutsu for a dirty trick, and seize the opportunity to escape. However, what he didn't know was that Hanzo Mochizuki's attention was no longer on him. Several powerful spiritual pressures are rushing this way. Must be Tentikura. And there's an old acquaintance. The Ryoka leader shook his head. He picked up his unconscious young subordinate, briefly checked his condition, and his expression softened slightly. Injured but not crippled. Kid named Uchiha, you didn't resort to bullying the weak. Very well, I shall spare your life as well. Before his voice even faded, he vanished without a trace. Such blazing speed in Shuinpa. Yato had only ever seen it from Yorichi Shihoin. The boy let out a long sigh, his muscles finally relaxing. This Ryoka leader was truly terrifying. His seniority ran deep, and his capabilities were far too formidable. He wasn't someone Yato could handle at his current level. He just didn't know what Hanzo Mochizuki's true purpose for invading the Soul Society was. Was there a personal vendetta between him and Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's 1st Division, or was it something else? Just as Yato's thoughts were running wild, a massive spiritual pressure landed nearby. The boy was stunned. The new arrival had purple hair, and an exquisite figure. It was none other than Kiryu Hikifune. At this moment, Kiryu Hikifune's face no longer bore its usual radiant smile. Instead, she looked stormy, her lips pressed tightly together. Where is Hanzo Mochizuki? I apologize, Captain. His Shuinpa was too fast. There's no need to blame yourself, little Yato. The purple-haired beauty sighed softly. Big Sis Furofushi Saito was a dual grandmaster of Zanjutsu and Shuinpa. During that era, I was utterly obsessed with Kendo. Conversely, Hanzo received her guidance in Shuinpa. Seeing Yato's bewildered expression, Kiryu Hikifune offered a bitter smile and explained, 900 years ago, when Captain Saito formed the 6th Division, I was her lieutenant. Hanzo Mochizuki served as the 3rd seat. Come to think of it, back then, Hanzo was just a crybaby brat. The moon shone brightly amidst a scattering of stars. Late at night, at the peak of Mount Ketsudo in the Zaraki district, Kai and Shiba and Yato Uchiha sat side by side, staring blankly at the dense forest in the distance. This afternoon, upon sensing Yato's erupting spiritual pressure, Kai and Shiba had rushed to the scene without a moment's pause. He had even used Tentikura along the way to call for backup. But by the time he reached Yato, the dust had long since settled. Senior Kaian. Yato stroked the intricate pattern on Akame's hilt and suddenly spoke. Could you tell me the story of the founding captain of the 6th Division, Furofushi Saito? I really don't know anything about that. Kaian Shiba scratched his head, his handsome face filled with apology. For generations, the Shiba clan has been in charge of the pathway to the Soul King Palace. We don't have much interest in anything else. As for events from that long ago, I imagine only those directly involved, and the Great Spirit Book Gallery would have the clearest picture. All right then. Yato sighed in the darkness, a faint sense of anxiety lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. A few hours ago, he had compiled a detailed report of the day's skirmish and submitted it to the First Division. Of course, the report conveniently omitted a few harmless statements, such as the mention of Lieutenant Chojiro Sasakai's Bankai. The Siriidi's reaction had been exceptionally drastic. That afternoon, the First Division had issued 3 consecutive embargoes. The 4 massive gates at the cardinal directions of the Siriidii all dropped heavily into place, and the Godii 13th state of readiness visibly spiked. Following Hanzo Mochizuki's brief appearance, the atmosphere had grown increasingly tense and deadly. A storm was approaching. "Say, Yato." Kai and Shiba suddenly spoke, sounding somewhat uneasy. "Why do I feel a bit cold?" Yato Uchiha offered a bitter smile. "I feel the same way, Senior Kaien." Stationed at the absolute front lines, their chances of encountering the Ryoka were far greater than that of ordinary squad members. Even with their combined strength, they had to keep their nerves taut and treat the situation with the utmost seriousness. "Yato, from now on, we must take turns keeping watch. At least one of us needs to stay awake at all times." "No problem, Senior Kaien," Yato thought for a moment before continuing. "Is there any way we can call for more reinforcements? With just the 2 of us here, if we run into that guy Hanzo Mochizuki again, we're definitely dead. With the current situation, if we go through the official channels, our request will probably just be shot down by the First Division." Kai and Shiba gritted his teeth. "How about this? I'll have my family send some experts over. But don't get your hopes up too high, the strongest among them will probably only be around our level. Having some is better than having none." Halfway through his sentence, the boy suddenly thought of something, his expression turning pensive. "Senior Kaien, perhaps we won't need to ask your family for reinforcements. I think I might have another way." In the darkness, Yato's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "I've heard there's a guy in the Zaraki district who's a pretty good fighter." 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. A Beautiful Friendship, Forged in Blood. 1411 words. Chapter 43. A beautiful friendship, forged in blood. Even though the Siriidi's alert level had been raised to its absolute maximum, the Zaraki district, the 80th district of the North Rukonga, remained its usual hellish self. Chaotic and lawless. Vagabonds and swordsmen roamed the streets, carrying their blades with fierce expressions, looking as if they were ready to erupt into bloody violence at any moment. Yato Uchiha and Kai and Shiba walked side by side, their clothing style blending perfectly with the Zaraki district's atmosphere, making them look like a pair you didn't want to mess with. "Since that guy is so strong, why didn't he go to the Shino Academy?" Kai and Shiba asked, a piece of grass clamped in the corner of his mouth, giving him a more uninhibited air than usual. "Wouldn't it be better to receive formal training and become part of the Godii 13? Because you can't just casually hack people to pieces at the Shino Academy," Yato chuckled. "Senior Kaien, I originally hail from the 62nd district of the East Rukongai. Even though it's quite far away, tales of this guy still reached our ears. A man who revels in slaughter, feeds on combat, and cannot go a single day without seeing blood. Sounds like quite a nasty piece of work. Once we meet him, we might even have to fight him first." "What's his name?" "He has no name. People simply call him Zaraki." Kaien's handsome face showed a hint of hesitation, but he eventually made up his mind, his tone turning grave. "Yato, I'm saying this up front, even if he's willing to help, we can't just let him throw his life away for nothing, and we absolutely cannot use him as bait. Even if he's a vicious thug from the Zaraki district, protecting the Siriidii is, fundamentally, our responsibility as Soul Reapers." Yato Uchiha paused for a moment before agreeing. Hanging around someone like Kai and Shiba was actually very reassuring. He was upright and honorable, possessing the deep sense of pride expected of a great noble and a Soul Reaper. Even if he wasn't a perfect moral saint, at the very least, you never had to worry about Kai and Shiba stabbing you in the back. The two continued to walk and chat, venturing deeper into the district. Locating a beast born for battle like him wasn't actually that difficult. All they had to do was follow the chaos, wherever it was the most lawless and raucous, wherever there was a bloody skirmish, there was a high probability they would find their target. When the sun reached its highest point, Yato and Kayan arrived at a certain street. A typical, everyday Zaraki district slaughter was currently taking place here. It was impossible to tell how many factions were involved in the brawl. Onlookers could only see blood spraying and teeth flying as agonizing screams and furious roars blended together to form a chilling symphony. A man and a little girl sat quietly under the shade of a tree not far away, watching the battle with utterly bored expressions. The man had wild, unkempt hair and a robust, muscular physique. A scar ran across his left eye, and he naturally exuded a fierce, violent aura, as if a savage beast had taken human form. The little girl, on the other hand, was exquisitely delicate, with a natural rosy flush on her cheeks and pink hair, looking exceptionally cute. Is that him? Kai and Shiba's pupils contracted. Even from a distance, just looking at him sent a shiver down his spine, a feeling that practically pierced his skin. This guy is definitely strong. Yato, should we just... Exactly, Senior Kayan. It's time for us to ask for help. I'll reveal my identity and have an open and honest conversation with him. There's no need for that, Senior. Yato grinned wickedly, his eyes turning crimson in an instant. For fierce beasts, sharp claws and fangs are the best means of communication. With a tap of his toes, his spiritual pressure erupted, leaving a shallow crater where he stood. Akame was drawn from its scabbard. As he charged, power concentrated on the blade's edge. Aided by the Sharingan's phenomenal dynamic vision, even while charging at such high speed, Akame's blade wouldn't deviate by even 0.1 millimeters. Yato's voice lingered where he previously stood, while his physical form had already materialized right in front of Zaraki. Yato's Zanpakuto hacked into the man's shoulder. The force he used was so immense that the large tree the man was leaning against was snapped in two from the shockwave. The upper trunk flew dozens of meters away, crashing into a nearby building. However, this slash, powerful enough to sever the spine of a Minos Grande, became lodged firmly in Zaraki's shoulder blade. It couldn't advance a single inch further, nor could it be easily pulled out. The pink-haired Yuichiro Kusajishi suddenly bloomed into a bright, innocent smile. Someone has come to make friends with you. Aren't you happy, Ken-chan? Zaraki didn't answer Yuichiro's question. Because an overwhelming surge of euphoria and excitement had flooded his heart. He could smell the metallic tang of his own blood, he could feel the sharp pain of his opponent's blade biting into his flesh. This scent. It drove him mad. This pain, it intoxicated him. This feeling. Killa Award. Zaraki let out a roar like a savage beast. The muscles in his shoulder instantly locked down tight, clamping onto Akame like a vice. In the next moment, he swung his right arm, bringing his jagged, chipped Zanpakuto down toward Yato in a vicious, sweeping arc. Even before the blade landed, Yato could feel the overwhelming, absolute power contained within the strike. It was completely devoid of any refined Zanjutsu technique. It was the most primal, most brutal swing imaginable. The six-pointed Mangekyo spun rapidly in his eyes. As a soul reaper who possessed Genjutsu, no one knew better than Yato what the optimal response strategy was in this situation. First, use Genjutsu to throw off the accuracy of his slash. Step to the side to dodge and open up distance. Then, unleash Amaterasu and kite him from afar. Without a doubt, this was the perfect strategy to defeat his enemy. But Yato had no intention of using it. He hadn't come here to engage in a death match with this combat maniac, Zaraki, nor did he need to fight until one of them was dead. He was here to persuade Zaraki to come with him, and Kai and Shiba to face the potential Ryoka attack. In a sense, the little girl, Yuichiro Kusajishi, was absolutely right. Yato's purpose in coming here was indeed to make friends. Some people made friends through long-term interaction, some made friends over drinks and meals, some made friends by sharing life-or-death experiences. But as for Zaraki, making friends without drawing blood was just impolite. The corners of Yato Uchiha's mouth curled upward, his smile looking somewhat savage. He didn't dodge. Instead, he manifested the skeletal frame of Susanoo. The ribs, burning with a purple aura, enveloped him as he brazenly took the hit head-on. Zaraki's slash landed on Susanoo's skeletal armor. The Zanpakuto, having weathered countless slaughters, cleaved right through the sturdy bone and similarly hacked into Yato Uchiha's shoulder, biting deep into his flesh. Their spiritual pressures roared, and the ground echoed in agonizing protest. The spiritual pressures of the two men clashed in an unyielding contest of strength, wild and surging like raging infernos. They pulled their blades out almost simultaneously, refusing to give the other even a fraction of a second to breathe before slashing again. Blood sprayed in a fierce, brutal exchange. The residents of the Zaraki district were thoroughly intimidated by this immense display of power. They hastily cleared a massive area, allowing the two to fight to their heart's content. Not far away, watching the scene unfold, Kai and Shiba's mouth twitched uncontrollably. After spending over a month together, he had gained a certain understanding of Yato Uchiha. Yato, your Zanpakuto, is a multi-stage release type. You have access to genjutsu, flames, physical defense, offense, a wide variety of combat methods. But aren't you a bit too reckless sometimes? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. The Eve of Scarlet 14:02 words. Chapter 44. The Eve of Scarlet. Kai and Shiba let out a ferocious roar, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he decided to go all out for one last, reckless strike. The trident named Nejibana spun, forming a hurricane-like circle. At a certain moment, he leapt into the air and smashed the massive halberd downward, throwing his entire body into a brutal clash, a desperate move meant to trade injuries for a life. Zaraki laughed maniacally, thrusting his Zanpakuto straight toward Kaien's abdomen. Facing a massive halberd strike powerful enough to shatter a building, he showed zero intention of dodging. In the nick of time, Yato Uchiha used Shuinpa to flash step right below Kaien. Guided by his crimson eyes, he swung Akame to accurately tap the very tip of Zaraki's blade, deflecting it to the side. The savage glint in Zaraki's eyes burned even brighter. Unexpectedly riding the momentum, he relaxed his fingers and dropped his Zanpakuto. He immediately lunged forward, his hands shooting out one high, one low, grabbing Kaien and Yato by their faces and violently slamming them into the ground. Both Kaien and Yato were outstanding graduates of the Shino Academy, and possessed an exceptionally high mastery of Hakuta. Subconsciously, they launched a fierce counterattack, driving savage knee strikes and elbow thrusts into Zaraki's body. All three men spat out mouthfuls of blood almost simultaneously, swaying unsteadily before collapsing. Yet, in the very next second, Zaraki propped himself back up with a sinister grin. Using his foot, he flicked his fallen Zanpakuto right back into his hand. Completely ignoring his severe injuries, he prepared to hack at them once again. Seeing this, even someone as resilient as Kai and Shiba couldn't help but draw a sharp breath of cold air. A few minutes ago, upon seeing Yato Uchiha gradually falling into a disadvantage, Kaien knew he had to intervene and fight alongside him. However, what he hadn't expected was that, despite fighting 2 against 1, Zaraki didn't retreat in the slightest. Instead, he fought more fiercely and recklessly the longer the battle went on, completely suppressing both him and Yato. What the hell is going on? This guy's strength, reaction speed, and Ryatsu, how are they getting more and more absurd? Kaien clicked his tongue silently. Staring at the charging Zaraki, he gritted his teeth, preparing to unleash a high-level Kido spell. To his shock, however, Zaraki's ferocious slash landed instead on a massive boulder by the side of the road. The boulder was pulverized by Zaraki's Zanpakuto, showering down as countless pieces of rubble. Zaraki frowned, shooting a look full of pure hostility toward Yato Uchiha. "Is this your damn trick?" Yato was panting heavily. Within his eyes, the six-pointed star pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan was slowly spinning. "Let's end it here, Zaraki." The beast-like man let out a mocking sneer, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. "Our blood hasn't run dry yet, kid. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of chances to bleed. Come with me too." "Too much damn talking." Zaraki roared, swinging his blade violently only for it to cleave into a nearby tree. "Kenchan," Yuichiro Kusajishi giggled, resting her head in her hands as her laughter drifted over from a distance. "Where are you even trying to cut? Idiot Yuichiro." Zaraki bellowed in frustration. "This brat is using cheap tricks. I don't want to fight anymore. As Soul Reapers, Kaion-senpai, and I have to return to guard the mountain." Yato stood up unsteadily. "How about my proposal? Want to come along? I promise you today was just an appetizer." Zaraki scoffed coldly. Against a Soul Reaper with illusion-type abilities, if the opponent didn't want to continue fighting, he really had no way to force them. He stood there gripping his sword, feeling the warm blood trailing down his skin, and the lingering, unsatisfied lust for slaughter deep within his core. It took a long moment before he muttered a single sentence, "The taste." Yato Uchiha narrowed his eyes. Carefully recalling the overwhelming oppressive aura that Hanzo Mochizuki had emitted, he enunciated every word. "An unprecedentedly magnificent feast." The Ryoka leaned lazily against a tree trunk, letting the misty rain wash over his body. The rain in the Soul Society was, as always, piercingly cold. From behind, a pale-faced young man stepped forward. "Everyone we captured is inside. What's next?" Hanzo Mochizuki made a sharp, downward slashing motion with his hand. "Yes, sensei." The young man retreated. Soon, muffled groans of suppressed agony drifted into Hanzo's ears. Inside the cave, the incapacitated Soul Reapers were being slaughtered one by one. Blood stained the tops of Hanzo's shoes, trickling through the grooves in the rocky floor to pool beneath his feet. The Ryatsu of Aikido's spell began to boil around the Ryoka. Not long after, Hanzo halted his movements. "This method works, it just requires killing a lot of people," he murmured softly, patting his disciple's shoulder. "Head to Hueco Mundo. Go into hiding." "But, sensei." "That's an order." Hanzo's tone wasn't stern, instead, it carried a fatherly warmth. "Remember everything I've done for Captain Saito, and live on carrying that memory." The young man bowed deeply and respectfully, then limped away. The injuries Yato Uchiha had inflicted upon him had not completely healed. Watching his disciples retreating back, Hanzo Mochizuki remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, he flopped onto his back, hitting the ground with a dull thud, letting the blood and rainwater soak his entire body. Only by doing this could his lost, bewildered soul find a fleeting moment of cooling relief. "That guy named Yato Uchiha, he possesses a multi-stage release-type Zanpakuto." He muttered those words to himself, a profound sadness washing over his expression. "It seems, Captain, you really are gone. Lieutenant Kiryu Hikafian, you lied to me. You once told me that Captain Saito was convicted of the ultimate treason of attempted regicide, sentenced to 7,400 years of imprisonment, suffering endlessly in Mukin. Was it a white lie?" "Ha, Lieutenant, you've always been a worrier. If so, is there any meaning left in what I'm about to do? Rescue the captain. But she's been dead for many years. Even if I were to carve a bloody path into Mukin, I'd only find a pile of withered bones. Seek justice and clear the captain's name." But while the Siriiti erased the history of the founding captains, they never actually smeared them. Furthermore, Captain Saito really did raise her blade against the Soul King back then. She admitted it herself while fleeing to Hueco Mundo. That is an indisputable fact, it cannot be argued. So it's completely meaningless. Even if I manage to find the so-called Oken. Besides, what exactly is the Oken anyway? If I find it, will it truly reveal the truth of what happened back then? But even if I learn the truth, what good would it do? Captain Saito is dead. Right and wrong were set in stone a long time ago. Lying motionless in the downpour, Hanzo Mochizuki felt freezing cold to his very core. However, the more desperate and sorrowful he became, the more the flames within his heart surged and grew. It flared wildly until it shattered all reason, igniting his entire soul. Everyone has forgotten you've. He stared blankly into the sky, the hideous, intersecting scars on his face seemingly softening. But I will make them realize that there is still someone willing to draw their blade for you. Even if it changes nothing, even if it spells my certain death. Just like that, bathed in the freezing rain, he fell into a deep slumber on the eve of the great battle. For the first time in hundreds of years, Hanzo Mochizuki dreamt. In his dream, he seemed to return to that summer, the days when the Godai 13 was newly formed. Can you still stand up? Brat, if you can, then fall in line behind me. The one-eyed young woman wearing twintails smiled, a reckless, wicked aura bleeding through her grin. Big Sis is taking you out to kill some people. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Deathmatch in the Zaraki District. 1487 words. Chapter 45. Deathmatch in the Zaraki District. Moments before the catastrophe struck, Yato was playing marbles with Ichiru. The rules were simple: flick your own stone with your fingers to hit the opponent's piece. If a piece is knocked out of the drawn circle, it's eliminated. The winner is determined by the number of remaining stones. Though simple, it was a wildly popular game across the 320 districts of the Rakongai, and one of the most beloved pastimes among children. Yato Uchiha casually flicked his finger. His stone shot into the circle in a sharp, straight line. After several ricochets, it knocked all of Yuichiro Kusajishi's stones out of bounds. 140 wins, 0 losses. The Tomo in Yato's eyes faded away as he chuckled. Want to keep going? Stupid Yato. The pink-haired little girl pouted, unhappily pounding her small fists against the dirt. You're cheating. A Zanpakuto is a part of a Soul Reaper, just like my fingers. That's still not fair. I'm not a Soul Reaper. Alright, I won't use my Zanpakuto's abilities. But in exchange, you have to give me a handicap of 3, no, 4 pieces. You two still have the damn mood for this. Zaraki, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and violently chopped at a tree with his Zanpakuto. Yato Uchiha, you bastard, where is this strong enemy you talked about? The worst thing to have before a grand feast is impatience, Zaraki. If it turns out differently than what you promised, I'll hack away at you myself, Yato shrugged. Until one of us can't move. The corners of Zaraki's mouth curled up. It didn't look like a smile, rather it resembled a wild beast preparing to feed. It was right at this moment that the catastrophe struck. At the encampment on Mount Ketsudo, Yato, Kaien, Zaraki, and Yuichiro's expressions hardened slightly as they looked toward the distance. A massive Ryatsu erupted from over there. Thunder roared, destroying buildings and pulverizing everything in its path. That's Hado number 63, Raikoho, Yato Uchiha frowned. This guy, he's slaughtering the residents of the Rakongai. Is he crazy? Who the hell cares? Zaraki hoisted Yuichiro onto his shoulder and charged down the mountain with a manic laugh. His robust physique smashed trees to splinters, leaving only his voice echoing back from afar. Yato Uchiha, Kaien Shiba. Don't you dare interfere. This fight belongs to me. Atop the mountain, the remaining two looked at each other in dismay. Yato, you were right. That guy called Zaraki really is a beast born for slaughter. Kaien Shiba sighed. Dropping to one knee, he began reciting a complex incantation, black and white net. 22 bridges, 66 crowns and belts. Footprints, distant thunder, sharp peaks, engulfing land, hidden in the night, sea of clouds, blue line. Form a circle and fly through the heavens. Bakudo number 77, Tantikura. Ryatsu expanded outward in a net-like formation, threading through the air and the earth, spreading all the way to the distant Suriidii, third seat of the 13th Division, Kaian Shiba, reporting the location of the Ryoka known as the Villain. Due west of Mount Ketsudo in the 80th district of the North Rukongai, straight line distance of approximately 7 spirit miles. As the communication continued, Yado Uchiha noticed Kaian's expression becoming increasingly grave. Yes, understood. I will execute this mission together with the 3rd seat of the 12th Division, Yado Uchiha. Everything for the Suriidii. The effects of Tantikura faded away. The handsome noble heir let out a bitter smile. It's not just the Zaraki district. At this very moment, a total of 7 districts are under attack by the Ryoka. There are that many of them? No, from beginning to end, the only attacker is the leader of the Ryoka. Kaian recounted the intelligence just provided by the 1st Division. His Zanpakuto grants its wielder the ability to split himself into copies. Of course, with each split, his power weakens proportionally. Using this ability, he simultaneously attacked 7 districts in the Rukongai, including the Zaraki district, indiscriminately unleashing Kido. The 1st Division has ordered us to stop him, preferably to kill him right here. Even if we can't, we must hold out until Captain-class reinforcements arrive. At this point, a chill crept into even Kaian's voice. What the hell is the 1st Division doing? If they knew the Ryoka's abilities, they should have informed the front lines immediately. Waiting until things got to this point to tell us is flat-out delaying critical combat intel. Yado nodded, chiming in with a few words of agreement. However, he knew in his heart that the 1st Division likely had their own difficult reasons for keeping Hanzo Mochizuki's intel classified. After all, it involved the founding Godii 13, and the Captain Commander, and even vaguely implicated the Soul King Palace. The secrets buried underneath were likely massive. After receiving their orders, the two didn't delay for long, swiftly rushing down the mountain. The closer they got to the epicenter, the bleaker the situation became. Collapsed, burning buildings were everywhere. The streets had been torn apart by immense force, and severed limbs and viscera were scattered all around. It was a gruesome purgatory. At the center of this hell's cape, 2 figures were locked in a frenzied death match. Ruruar. Zaraki laughed maniacally. Having never received orthodox Zenjutsu training, his movements were filled with a raw, primal beauty. His jagged, uneven Zanpakuto was like the fangs of an ancient beast, constantly tearing into his enemy. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Hanzo Mochizuki was clearly struggling to hold his ground. Possessing nearly 1,000 years of combat experience, he had once been one of the authors of the Shino Academy's textbooks. He knew exactly how to deal with this type of enemy. However, even though his mind was as clear as a mirror, Hanzo's physical movements simply couldn't keep up with Zaraki. His Kido incantations were often interrupted mid-chant by a vicious slash. After all, he was currently split into 7, and his power was drastically weakened. Seeing this situation, Yado and Kaian exchanged a glance. They didn't rush to join the fray, instead, they kept their distance, acting as backup to secure Zaraki's flanks. Is this all you've got? Release your Zanpakuto, Soul Reaper. Zaraki roared. In the heat of the fierce battle, his Ryatsu spiked once again. The Zanpakuto in his hand chopped downward with tremendous force. Hanzo Mochizuki held his blade up with both hands, barely managing to block Zaraki's strike. But unable to deflect the overwhelming weight behind it, his arms gave out. Zaraki's Zanpakuto hacked right into his shoulder. The blade bit deep into the bone, nearly reaching his internal organs. Hanzo's face turned as pale as paper, his gaze instantly dimming. But a beast that has caught the scent of blood will never let go of the prey in its mouth. Zaraki increased his strength, pressing down hard on Hanzo's Zanpakuto. With a Ryatsu as heavy as the deep sea, the two of them were driven straight into the ground. He actually intended to cleave the Ryoka in half with a single stroke. He got him. Seeing this, both Yato and Kyan showed looks of relief and joy. However, at that very moment, a twist that completely reversed the tide of battle occurred. A certain fragment leapt out from a rift in the void. Moving at speeds far surpassing the speed of sound, it merged directly into Hanzo Mochizuki's body. Since he could split from 1 into 7, he could naturally fuse from 7 back into 1. 1/7 of his soul, and Ryatsu had returned just in time. Zaraki, fall back. The Sharingan in Yato Uchiha's eyes spun rapidly. Recognizing the massive shift, he lunged toward the battlefield. Beside him, Kyan Shiba didn't possess such dynamic vision, but out of complete trust in Yato, he didn't hesitate for a second. He released his Zanpakuto and closed the gap with Shuinpa. Unfortunately, they were half a beat too slow. Feeling a portion of his power return, a vicious glint flashed across Hanzo Mochizuki's eyes. Bite him to death, Shikishuri. He chanted his release command, and the Zanpakuto in his hands transformed into a black spear with 7 distinct blades. The situation reversed in the blink of an eye. Channeling the power of his Shurkai, Hanzo smashed Zaraki away. The spear struck like a venomous snake, tearing right through his flesh. Zaraki's abdomen was pierced straight through in a single blow. You were wrong about one thing. Hanzo Mochizuki violently kicked Zaraki's body away, the scars on his face twisting into a hideous sneer. I stopped being a Soul Reaper a long time ago. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. I'm a remnant of the old era. 1534 words. Chapter 46. I am a remnant of the old era. Hanzo Mochizuki's kick was extremely vicious and experienced. Not only was it incredibly fast, with all the force concentrated at the tip of his toe, but it also landed squarely on the exact spot where Zaraki's abdomen had just been pierced, turning an already severe injury into something even worse. Zaraki shot backward like a crashing meteor, smashing through more than a dozen buildings before finally coming to a halt. The exact moment Zaraki smashed into the ground, Yato Uchiha arrived right in front of Hanzo Mochizuki. Susanoo, the purple warrior god, raised a massive fist and swung it mercilessly toward the Ryoka. The black flames of Amaterasu burned furiously upon its armor, distorting the very air with its heat. Having no other choice, Hanzo abandoned his pursuit. He planted his spear by his side, bracing himself to take the punch from Susanoo head-on. So heavy. The Ryoka's pupils shrank as the overwhelming force hammered him straight into the ground. Knowing he couldn't stay buried for long, he immediately used his spear to shatter the rock above him, and leapt back to the surface. However, before he even had time to find his footing, Hanzo was greeted by a ferocious, blood-streaked grin. You two bastards, I told you, he is my opponent. Zaraki's fighting spirit was so thick it was almost tangible. In this critical moment of severe injury, the subconscious seal he had placed upon his own power quietly began to loosen. This guy is still getting stronger. Hanzo Mochizuki acutely sensed the change. Gripping his spear with both hands, he charged straight at Zaraki, neither dodging nor defending, thrusting the weapon directly at his head. It was a tactic meant to trade lives, but Hanzo knew the victory would ultimately be his. By relying on Shikishuri's ability to split his soul and Ryatsu, he could act across multiple bodies. Although this body was his main one and couldn't afford to be lost, as long as another portion of his soul and Ryatsu returned, it would heal the vast majority of his wounds. During the war 900 years ago, he had relied on this exact trait of Shikishuri to slaughter numerous powerful Quincy. However, what he hadn't expected was for this strike to completely miss. Because the opponent before him wasn't nearly as tall as Zaraki, he was a good deal shorter. It was this slight difference in height that caused Hanzo's spear to aim slightly too high, harmlessly gliding right over the opponent's head. The Ryoka looked down in utter disbelief, only to realize that the enemy in front of him wasn't the crazed beast, but the young man from the Shiba clan, bearing the crumbling falling heavenly maelstrom tattoo on his shoulder. "Where the hell are you looking?" A massive roar erupted from a diagonal angle. Zaraki's Zanpakuto swung down, hacking heavily into Hanzo Mochizuki's chest. Blood sprayed, bones shattered. Hanzo let out a furious roar, but his black spear Zanpakuto was desperately pinned down by Kaian Shiba's trident, rendering him temporarily unable to swing it. It was exactly at this moment that Susanoo's second attack slammed into Hanzo Mochizuki's body. This time, Hanzo couldn't use his spear to block. He was forced to raise his left hand, taking the purple warrior god's fist barehanded. His skin made direct contact with the black flames clinging to Susanoo. In a flash of lightning, he finally noticed the peculiar Ryatsu emanating from Yato's eyes. So it looks like he used an illusion. No, I have to find a way to destroy his eyes. While his thoughts raced, Hanzo was once again hammered into the ground. He had just tried to repeat his earlier tactic of shattering the rocks when an unbearable, agonizing pain shot through his left hand. The flames of Amaterasu acted like maggots clinging to bone, relentlessly gnawing away at his skin and flesh. In the blink of an eye, his left hand was scorched pitch black. These flames, they actually can't be put out. Horror gripped Hanzo's heart. Yet, before he could even formulate a plan, 3 tyrannical waves of Ryatsu violently crashed down upon him. Yato Uchiha, Kaian Shiba, and a blood-soaked Zaraki appeared directly above him almost simultaneously, striking with everything they had. Damn it! Hanzo Mochizuki gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing across his eyes. The decisiveness honed through 1,000 years of slaughter was laid bare in this single moment. The situation was completely overturned the instant he unleashed that Kido. In an instant, Yato Uchiha felt as though he had been dropped directly onto the surface of the sun. An unparalleled heat and shockwave violently tore at his body. Even something as powerful as the warrior god Susanoo was vaporized into nothingness under this terrifying temperature. On the brink of life and death, the massive, red, flame-like blade reflected clearly in Yato's 6-pointed star eyes. Heido number 96, Ito Keiso. It was only then that Hanzo Mochizuki's voice finally reached his ears. This was the 96th level sacrifice type Heido, utilizing a scorched limb, as the catalyst classified by the Siriitii as an absolute forbidden spell. Sacrificing a limb to launch a desperate, lethal counterattack, such sheer ruthlessness belonged only to someone who had survived true blood-soaked battlefields. Yato, Kaian, and Zaraki were blasted away by this overwhelmingly destructive force, sent flying in 3 different directions to crash into the ruins hundreds of meters away. Yato Uchiha coughed up a mouthful of scorching hot blood. He felt like his entire body was on fire, his internal organs feeling as if they had been churned through an industrial blender. There wasn't a single inch of him that didn't scream in agony. He gasped heavily a few times, using his blade as a crutch to forcefully prop himself up. The medical knowledge he had acquired at the Shino Academy told him that his body had sustained catastrophic damage. His organs and bones were on the verge of collapsing at any moment. He was completely incapable of fighting any further. In fact, the mere act of standing up while gripping his sword had drained the last ounce of his remaining strength. If not for the protection of Susanoo, he would undeniably be either dead or crippled right now. Did quite well. Hanzo Mochizuki staggered unsteadily out of the crater. His current condition wasn't looking optimistic either. The wound Zaraki had left on him was deep enough to expose his internal organs, and his entire left arm was carbonized, effectively neutralizing the vast majority of his Zanjutsu capabilities. However, regardless of the cost, he was undoubtedly the victor of this battle. That strange move you used just now, what is its name? A good name. Hanzo Mochizuki let out a bitter chuckle. Gripping his left shoulder with his right hand, he forcefully tore the carbonized arm completely off. To actually be able to react in the face of Ito Keiso, using Susanoo to help shield your comrades, not bad at all, Yato Uchiha, was it? He paused, then spoke calmly, as long as those eyes are there, I won't be able to carry out my goal in peace. I apologize. Yato closed his eyes. When he opened them again, not a single trace of emotion remained. Then, please, show me your guidance. Subordinate of Captain Furofushi Saito, Hanzo Mochizuki. 3rd Seat of the 12th Division, Yato Uchiha. Then, Yato, please him. The Ryoka was just about to make a move when he suddenly remembered something, freezing completely in place. You brat, what division did you say you belong to? So your captain is? Kiryu Hikafian. Hanzo Mochizuki's expression stiffened, as if a peach pit had suddenly gotten stuck in his throat. He looked at the boy with a complex expression for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh, stroked the stump of his severed arm, and turned around. She was once the lieutenant ranked above me. Furthermore, many years ago, I received an immense favor from her. If I were to kill you, even if I fell into hell after I died, I wouldn't have the face to explain myself to her. Since that's the case, just stay where you are. Don't make a single move, Soul Reaper. This development had completely exceeded Yato's expectations. But since his life was no longer in immediate danger, his tense body slowly relaxed. It's just. Hanzo Mochizuki, it sounds like your Zanpakuto is weeping. He stared at the Ryoka's retreating back, remaining silent for a long time. Hanzo Mochizuki, Yato suddenly spoke up, his voice incredibly soft, almost like a sigh. Are you truly not going to seek out Captain Commander Yamamoto? The Ryoka's body trembled slightly, his posture appearing somewhat hunched. Brat, I am a remnant of the old era. In the new era's Siriitii, there is no scabbard left that can hold me. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. The Hell Floating Above the Sea of Blood. Name the World. 1531 words. Chapter 47. The Hell Floating Above the Sea of Blood. Named the world. Yato Uchiha leaned on his sword, using his crimson eyes to support himself as he watched Hanzo Mochizuki from afar. Since the other party had magnanimously let him off the hook, Yato wasn't going to make any unnecessary moves and throw his life away for nothing. After all, he was a double agent, eating from both the Siriitii and Aizen's troughs. The beautiful moral virtue of loyalty was something Yato genuinely lacked. Moreover, Yato was severely injured right now, nearly crippled by the blast of Ito Keiso. Even lifting a single finger was a struggle. He couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Going to such desperate lengths, even the strictest person couldn't find it in them to lay blame. His current thought was just to see exactly what this guy Hanzo Mochizuki was trying to do. 7 bodies, 7 major Rukongai districts, 7 indiscriminate Kido massacres. Was he venting his anger? Or taking revenge? Or was there a deeper? In the distance, amid a sea of flames, Hanzo Mochizuki closed his eyes. 2 peculiar surges of power fell into Hanzo Mochizuki's body like drops of water. Including the initial one, a total of 3 split souls and portions of Ryatsu had returned to Hanzo's main body. The other 3 clones had already been slain by the Gotii 13. The Ryoka opened his eyes, his expression dim. If he used his remaining Ryatsu to unleash his Bankai, given Shikashuriai's unique traits, it would spell his certain death. Captain Saito, sure enough, all who wield a sword will eventually meet a violent end. He muttered to himself, focusing his mind as the Ryatsu of Aikido erupted from his body. The buildings in this area had been completely annihilated, with countless dead and wounded. Bubbling blood evaporated in the roaring flames, turning into a thick, scarlet mist. Fire of the sky plummets into hell. The deep sea, the emerald green, the burning wood, the bronze cauldron, the morning star, and the Holy Mother, all uniting as one. His voice pierced through the blood-red fog, echoing across the sea of flames. His Ryatsu let out a low, whimpering hum, as if singing a dirge. In the distance, Yato's brow furrowed tightly. As a super elite student of the Shino Academy, Yato Uchiha's Kido grades were outstanding, easily scoring perfect marks on his graduation exam. Whether it was Heido, Bakudo, or even his least proficient Kaido, Yato was extremely confident. He had memorized the incantations of all Kido spells by heart, and wouldn't make a single mistake even if reciting them backward. But he had never even heard of the incantation Hanzo Mochizuki was chanting. Yato Uchiha certainly wouldn't think Hanzo had suddenly gone mad, and was making up verses on the spot. Is it a forbidden Kido even more classified than Itokeso? Yato drew a sharp breath, bracing himself to withstand the aftershocks of this super Kido. However, to his surprise, even after Hanzo uttered the final word, no devastatingly powerful Kido descended. Instead, a massive symbol, as black as obsidian, coalesced in the midair. It was composed of simple lines, thick at the bottom and tapering at the top, looking somewhat like. This giant pitch-black arrow hummed in the air. Like a compass needle, it shifted its position before finally pointing toward a specific spot on the ground below. Coincidentally, that spot was quite close to Yato Uchiha, just a few steps away. But the current Hanzo Mochizuki clearly had no time to worry about the boy. He quickly rushed to the spot indicated by the arrow, and began frantically digging with his single hand, seemingly searching for something. His arm trembled slightly. His gaze was devout. It looked less like he was digging in the dirt and more like he was on a pilgrimage. 850 years ago. Stop shaking me. I'm not dead yet. We have to leave right now. I smell the aura of a Senkaman. The Siriidi's pursuers are right behind us. I know, you idiot brat. Furofushi Saito stood up unsteadily. She had a petite figure, wore her hair in twintails, and possessed an incredibly beautiful face. Sadly, her current body could only be described as riddled with holes. Her pristine white captain's haori was dyed crimson with blood, and her left sleeve hung completely empty. She had already lost an arm in the preceding slaughter. Captain, why don't you just attach my arm? Piss off. The young girl shot Hanzo a sidelong glance. I don't want a man's thick, rough hand. The young Hanzo Mochizuki's face twisted into a bitter grimace, as blood streamed profusely down his face. That's definitely going to leave a scar. The corners of Furofushi Sato's mouth curled up. At a time like this, she actually still had the mood to gloat. That brat Chojiro Sasakai's Bankai actually looked pretty good, huh? To think you could only withstand a single strike, TSK. Captain, I swear, I will learn a Bankai even stronger than his. Now that's some backbone. That's more like it, idiot brat. The twin-tailed captain smiled. Unfortunately, I won't be around to see that day. Captain, you. A colossal Ryatsu instantly annihilated the rest of Hanzo's words. This Ryatsu was immense enough to tear apart continents, swallow the deep sea, and incinerate the sky. It was unimaginably ancient, so powerful it could be considered a god. Under this overwhelming Ryatsu, even the battle-hardened Hanzo Mochizuki could only hold out for a few breaths before falling to his knees, his consciousness rapidly sinking into chaos. Furofushi Saito was still smiling. Facing this legendary, formidable enemy, there was not a trace of sorrow or fear on the face of the founding 6th Division captain. Monk, didn't I just take a single swing at that limbless husk? Was it really necessary for an old man like you to personally chase us all the way to Hueco Mundo? After she spoke those words, the eternal night canopy of Hueco Mundo suddenly grew a fraction brighter. As if the very concept of black had been stripped away from it. Looks like you're actually angry. Saito curled her lips, crouched down, and placed her intact right hand over Hanzo Mochizuki's face. I'm sending you deep into Hueco Mundo. Don't ever come back to the Soul Society. But knowing your temper, you'll definitely kick and scream, demanding to come rescue me. Or at the very least, collect my corpse. Hanzo's consciousness was slipping into a hazy blur, but he firmly etched every single word his captain said into his memory. I might die. Or I might be locked up in Mukin, or imprisoned in the Soul King Palace. If you want to reach the Soul King Palace, you need the Oken at the very least. I buried that thing in the Zaraki district, where we used to live together. That guy Yawatch won't give up on the Soul Society. It's highly likely he'll attack again someday in the future. When that time comes, you can use the chaos to slip in and retrieve the Oken. If we ever get the chance to meet again, you better show me your Bankai. Feeling the warmth of his captain's skin, Hanzo Mochizuki could hold on no longer and fell into a deep sleep. Since that day, he had never seen Furufushi Saito again. But the softness of those fingertips still lingered in his dreams. 850 years later, present Hanzo Mochizuki's digging hand abruptly stopped. A delicate softness transmitted from his fingertips. This feeling was so familiar. The disfigured middle-aged man pursed his lips and gently pulled the object out of the dirt. Watching from a short distance away, Yato Uchiha felt a bone-deep chill rise from the bottom of his heart. The thing Hanzo Mochizuki had just dug out of the ground was actually a pale, slender woman's arm. Hanzo cradled the arm to his chest. His body trembled violently as he let out a weeping, mournful cry, "Captain." So the Oken was what they did to you. He thought he could restrain his anger and suppress his emotions. But he never expected that the moment he touched Furufushi Sato's remains, the ironclad reason he had spent 1,000 years building would instantly collapse and shatter. Suddenly, Hanzo Mochizuki sharply raised his head, glaring up at the sky. "Captain, did you die up there?" The purple-haired girl's last words flashed through Hanzo's mind. "If we ever get the chance to meet again, you better show me your Bankai." The Ryoka gently stroked the severed arm, his voice a soft whisper, "Your orders received, Captain Saito." 3 pairs of massive black wings sprouted from his back, entwined with dragons and serpents, radiating an overwhelming, monstrous malice. Bankai. Hien Shikishurii. -30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen. To access Patreon normally, if you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Villain 1418 words. Chapter 48. Villain, there's someone here. Medical team. A female squad member of the 4th Division ran to Yato Uchiha's side, probing his body with a specialized kido before drawing a sharp breath of cold air. A ruptured right lung, intra-abdominal bleeding, fractured sternum, torn arm ligaments, and completely depleted Ryatsu. Seated officer, sir, you. Just patch me up enough to keep me alive for now, officer, Yato smiled bitterly. I'm about to pass out. Yes, sir. The medical officer nodded sternly. Steadying her nerves, she called over 3 of her comrades. The 4 of them cast Kaido together to suppress Yato Uchiha's injuries. Feeling a tingling, numbing sensation spread across his body, Yato finally regained a bit of energy. Let's hope this isn't just a dying burst of energy. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle and looked around. The raging inferno that had engulfed the center of the Zaraki district was almost entirely extinguished by the Godei 13. Members of the 3rd and 5th divisions took turns using watertight kido, filling the air with a thick water vapor that resembled a dense fog. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but ruined walls and collapsed buildings. Charred roof beams jutted out of the rubble, surrounded by an endless expanse of corpses. Not far away, Kai and Shiba and Zaraki were similarly surrounded by 4th Division medical teams. However, their conditions were even worse than Yato's, neither had regained consciousness yet. One didn't even need to think to know that the other 6 targeted Rukongai districts were undoubtedly in the exact same tragic state. With things escalating to this point, it was hard to tell whether they had won or lost. The boy sighed and closed his eyes, the earlier scene replaying in his mind. After digging up that severed female arm, Hanzo Mochizuki had practically gone insane on the spot, losing all sense of reason. Yato had clearly seen that after unleashing his Bankai, the Ryoka's face had turned an ashen gray, and every inch of his skin was seeping blood. It was obvious that with Hanzo's severely depleted soul, and Ryatsu at that time, using his Bankai was incredibly fatal. But the Ryoka's actions made it clear that he had completely cast aside his own life. Staring up at the sky, he beat his 3 pairs of massive wings, charging toward the endless canopy at an unimaginable, blinding speed. Although it wasn't intentionally directed at him, the sheer force of those wings flapping was enough to blast Yato, who was standing nearby, 100 meters away. It worsened his already severe injuries, leaving him unable to catch his breath for a long time. You who have been branded with the title of villain, just where exactly were you trying to go? Hanzo Mochizuki. You couldn't possibly be heading to the Soul King Palace, right? Without the Shiba clan's Keikaku cannon track, is it really possible to reach it with just a Soul Reaper's Bankai? Besides, you don't even have the Oken. That woman's arm. Yato Uchiha's thoughts gradually slowed down. He knew this was a sign that the medical treatment was taking effect. The next time he woke up, he assumed it would be in the 4th Division's Comprehensive Relief Station. I remember Captain Hikafian heavily hinting that I shouldn't go near the 4th Division. Yato subconsciously tried to open his eyes, only to find that he couldn't control his eyelids no matter how hard he tried. His nerves dulled, and his heartbeat gradually slowed its rhythm. Finally, he slipped into a chaotic, dark slumber. A magnificent Bankai, Hanzo Mochizuki. The corridor was grand, flanked by towering, majestic white stone pillars. At its end was a massive floating palace perched high in the sky, guarded by 4 slightly smaller suspended cities. At the very top stood a bizarre cylindrical structure. This was the Soul King Palace. The wedge of the 3 realms, the foundation of all souls, the most noble and exalted place in the world. Even powerful captain-class Soul Reapers would have to keep their mouths shut, lower their gazes, and conceal their Ryatsu to show respect to the Soul King upon arriving here. But at this moment, a voice continuously echoed in a booming, carefree manner, treating these rules as nothing. 986 years ago, the first time you received your Asachi, I already knew the true name of this Zanpakuto. Hien Shikashuriai. I thought to myself back then, this might just be the only Bankai in the entire Soul Society capable of flying directly to the Soul King Palace. As for Furufushi Saito, she already died 850 years ago. I guess you really want to know why your captain raised her blade against the Soul King. In truth, you should be hating that king of the Quincy. It was he who connected Sato's eye to the Soul King's eyes, allowing her to see certain things. I truly never expected that Sato's left eye, which had been blind since childhood, was actually caused by the Soul King. Not even I could see that coming. As for her arm being forged into the Oken, that was because. Hanzo Mochizuki, I've been talking all this time, why aren't you answering? The speaker grunted in mild dissatisfaction, and lifted his head. He was a tall and burly man, bald, sporting incredibly thick eyebrows and a bushy beard. He wore a white, overcoat-style haori embroidered with the insignia of the 0 Division, a dark red prayer bead necklace hung around his neck, and he wore wooden geta sandals on his feet. It was none other than the man who named everything in the Soul Society, the leader of the 0 Division, the monk of the real name, Ichibai Hyasub. He raised his head, looking at the blood-soaked Ryoka kneeling on the ground, and observed him for quite a while. Ichibai Hyasub realized in a flash of sudden enlightenment, you're already dead. He feigned pity, sighing and shaking his head repeatedly. I originally thought I could find someone to chat with. Consider the following words your eulogy. Multi-stage release Zanpakuto are the most peculiar type among all Zanpakuto. They might not be the absolute strongest, but they possess the potential for infinite evolution, and will eventually solidify. This process perfectly mirrors the powers of progress and stagnation. Therefore, a Soul Reaper wielding a multi-stage release Zanpakuto is closer to the Soul King than an ordinary soul. Throughout all the history of the Soul Society, those individuals who possessed a multi-stage release Zanpakuto. Yuto Akiyama, Guren Igarashi, Furufushi Saito. The monk who had lived for 1,000,000 years paused, then continued, and now, Yato Uchiha. They are all incredibly precious, capable of being used as a reserve wedge. Your captain, Furofushi Saido, saw those things. She saw the future and had to be erased. So, maximizing her utility isn't a problem, right? Ichibai Hyasub scratched his completely hairless, bald head, laughing merrily. As a former Soul Reaper, you surely understand me. Doing things this way is best for everyone. Everything the Zero Division does is for the Soul King, for the Soul Society, for the Siriidii. Hanzo Mochizuki's already stiff corpse collapsed onto the floor. It seems you got tired of listening. That's fine too, I'll just erase everything about you right here. For the first time, the monk of the real name revealed a look of astonishment. Because as Hanzo toppled over, his outer garments tore open, revealing the white inner lining underneath. The Ryoka who had stormed the Soul King Palace using his Bankai seemed to have known his ultimate fate all along. At some unknown point, he had written a few words in blood on his white undershirt. Fuck the Siriidii. Ichibai Hyasub was momentarily stunned. Then, his mouth curled into a grin, baring his stark white teeth. There was no trace of mercy, only a terrifying, malevolent malice. Pure blackness enveloped Hanzo Mochizuki's corpse, crushing every inch of his flesh and bone into fine powder, erasing him from the world completely. Ichibai Hyasub's voice echoed throughout the vast, empty Soul King Palace. A villain. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Convalescence and Unohana 1460 for words. Chapter 49. Convalescence and Unohana that hurts. Yato Uchiha tightly gripped the pristine white bed sheets, tears almost bursting from his eyes. Captain Unohana, please be gentle. Bear with it, or you can scream if you like. The beautiful woman in the white Haori smiled gently. I'll be very quick. Never mind. Captain Unohana, could you please hand me my Zanpakuto? I'll just bite down on the hilt. You boys, always trying to act so tough. Unohana Retsu shook her head in amusement. The movements of her hands didn't pause for a single moment, her ultra-thin scalpel continuously piercing into Yato's body. Fascia and flesh were separated, the sharp tip of the blade reaching straight to the bone. But the most terrifying and unbearable part was Unohana Retsu's Ryatsu invading his body. A few beads of sweat rolled down Unohana's pale face. This was clearly an incredibly delicate surgery, and the toll it took on her wasn't small either. The reason Itokeso is a forbidden spell isn't just because of the requirement to sacrifice a limb to activate it, but even more so because its flames can scorch Ryatsu itself. I have to excise the corrupted Ryatsu along with the necrotic physical tissue. You are very lucky, third seat Yato. In the current Godii 13, I am probably the only one capable of performing this surgery. However, for the next month, you must rest your body completely. If you get restless, use Jinzen to meditate. There, all done. Having completed the surgery, Unohana Retsu stopped her movements, and placed her hand on Yato's chest to confirm his vital signs. The bedsheets beneath the boy had long since been dyed crimson with blood. He lay on them in complete exhaustion, motionless, his spirit drained to the extreme. Several 4th Division medical officers filed in. They wiped Yato Uchiha's body down with warm water, changed the bedsheets, and poured a copious amount of medicine down his throat. After taking this medicine, sleep for a few more days, and you'll be able to walk again. I am truly grateful, Captain Unohana. It's all thanks to you. Oh my, it's nothing at all. As the medical center, our 4th Division's very foundation should be compassion. However, Unohana Retsu waved her subordinates away and leaned in close, smiling with the utmost gentle elegance. Yato-kun, why is it that you always used to deter around the 4th Division? A bitter expression crossed the boy's face as he braced himself and forced out a reply. There are too many excellent female Soul Reapers in the 4th Division. I was afraid I'd get too deeply entangled. You know, at my age, I should be using my prime years to strive for reaching a Class 3 Rei. Is that so? Unohana stroked her braided hair and leaned in a bit closer. I actually thought it was because your captain forbade you from coming. Captain Unohana, why would you ever think such a thing? Because she was afraid I would chop you to pieces. Unohana was still smiling pleasantly. As a veteran soul reaper who had lived for over 1,000 years, time had left an air of mature elegance on her face. She looked both gentle and intellectual. I used to thoroughly enjoy playing with Furufushi Saito in the past. Captain Hikafian believed that since you also possess a multi-stage release Zanpakuto, you would attract my attention. Yato Uchiha let out a dopey, oblivious laugh, pretending not to understand a word. However, your Captain Hikafian is severely underestimating me. At this point, the 4th Division captain suddenly shifted her tone and cleared her throat. I have long since cultivated my moral character, taking it upon myself to heal the sick and save lives. Hacking people up is not something a compassionate healer should be doing. Yato nodded like a chicken pecking at grain, not daring to offer the slightest objection. Moreover, third seat Yato, the most important point is. Unohana Retsu patted him on the head like she was teasing a child. Plucking a flower before it has fully bloomed is just far too reckless a waste of a precious resource, wouldn't you agree? After delivering that line, she smiled and left, carefully closing the door behind her. Inside the hospital room, Yato was left alone, staring blankly at the ceiling in a daze. Please come pick me up quickly, Captain Hikafian. It seems there really is someone in the 4th Division who wants to chop me up. For the following half-month, Yato Uchiha stayed in the 4th Division's seated officer convalescence ward, doing rehabilitation exercises with the help of the medical staff. The 4th Division revered benevolence and love. They were primarily responsible for first aid, medical treatment, and the daily cleaning and sweeping tasks of the Suriidai. They were also tasked with repairing damaged Chihakusho. Just looking at the types of duties they handled, it was obvious that the vibe of this division was very gentle and easy to get along with. Yato Uchiha felt quite comfortable staying here. Except for a certain captain who was sweet on the outside, but terrifying on the inside, occasionally dropping by to scare him, euphemistically calling it psychological resilience therapy. It was honestly more comfortable than being in the 12th Division. During this time, quite a few people came to visit him. The most frequent visitor was Byakuya Kachiki. As Yato's old classmate and former roommate of 2 years, he dropped by almost every other night. He never came empty-handed. The rare medicinal herbs and nutritional supplements hoarded by the nobles were piled up on Yato's bedside table like a small mountain. Kiryo Hikafian and Hiyori Saragaki came 3 or 4 times, which was already quite a feat considering how busy a captain and lieutenant were. The seated officers and squad members of the 12th Division also occasionally visited with gifts. Their phrasing during conversations was extremely proper and cautious. After all, Yato Uchiha was the 3rd seat, an officially high-ranking officer and a big boss. The rest were soul reapers Yato had gotten to know over the past half-year. They were casual acquaintances, so their visits were mostly out of courtesy social calls. Kai and Shiba didn't visit even once. That guy had suffered injuries even worse than Yato's. He was currently lying in the ward right next to Yato's, unable to even sit up. He had to be fed his meals by someone else. On the very day Yato was finally able to walk, he hobbled over on crutches to see Kai and Shiba, and found a beautiful young woman taking care of Kai's daily needs. That was likely Kai and Shiba's future wife, Miyako Shiba. It was worth mentioning that Zaraki was nowhere to be found. That ferocious beast of a man couldn't be seen anywhere in the Suriidai. Yato Uchiha had specifically asked the 4th Division staff about it. According to them, on that day in the Zaraki district, the guy woke up the moment he was out of danger. He left carrying the pink-haired little girl on his back. He didn't look sluggish or weak at all, rather, he seemed incredibly vicious and excited. Yato understood. Zaraki probably hadn't fought to his satisfaction, and went off to find more strong opponents to hack at. As for Zaraki's safety, the boy wasn't worried about it in the slightest. That was the future Kenpachi, after all. Days passed one by one, and the date of Yato's discharge drew ever closer. His body was steadily recovering, and his Ryatsu was growing back much like flesh and blood. On this particular day, Yato Uchiha was lying in his hospital bed as usual, his legs crossed as he read the newspaper. The newspaper was called the Suriitii Communication, the official publication issued by the 9th Division. It recorded matters big and small across the Soul Society. There were even personal ads for marriage in the corners. It was quite popular. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Yato Uchiha glanced at the medical officer in the pink uniform out of the corner of his eye and casually remarked, "Isn't it a bit early for changing the dressings today?" What answered him wasn't the gentle, soft voice of a woman, but the rich, mellow chuckle of a man. "Yato-kun, I'm truly sorry, I'm only just coming to visit you today." The boy's pupils shrank violently. He lowered the newspaper and looked at the handsome lieutenant standing by the door. Kyoka Sojetsu, truly an incredibly convenient ability, Sosuke Aizen. -30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.